We are live in Pittsburgh, broadcasting from the Draft House, Player Profiler, Roster Watch, and this show dedicated to Memphis Young as we lay out all the picks that are most relevant for fantasy football as they come in, but also their relevance for actual football teams. We're going to have a great show today. We got Wyatt here today. Special guest Wyatt Bertolone has joined us. He also cooked us dinner. We have a lot of picks to talk about, a lot of storylines, how many wide receivers go. The over-under is 12.5. We'll see how many running backs go, if any, how many more quarterbacks go than running backs, how many tight ends get drafted, where is Eli Stowers going, and there's just a lot to talk about today on the Player Profiler NFL Draft Extravaganza. We're coming at you live. It's a Fantasy Friday here, Player Profiler, and the all-in package available on playerprofiler.com, $50 off with code DRAFT. Cody, what is the number one thing that you're looking for, that you're intrigued about today? Day 2, we got picks 33 through 100 coming at you.
The landscape of how these fantasy relevant players are going to unfold, because last night was, I don't know, I'd say underwhelming. We got some decent landing spots, like Tate going to Tennessee's fun because we just know he's going to be the best wide receiver there. It gives Cam Ward a weapon, yada, yada. We could talk about all that. But,
well, yada, 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 yada. That was like one of the only things anyone was excited about at all. It was mostly disappointing.
Correct. And that's what I'm getting at, is like tonight, I think there's going to be an opportunity here for like the Dolphins, who need weaponry bad, to add some weaponry. And I think the most important thing, or the most interesting thing to me, is quarterback, because wide receiver is getting a lot of the conversation. Oh, is it going to be 12? Could it be 13? Maybe 14? I mean, I like these two guys here that could be number 15 and 16. And the quarterback position for the last 2 months has kind of been like, yeah, well, we know it's Mendoza, it's Simpson. And then, we'll talk to you on day 3. But what we've heard in the last, I would say 24 to 36 hours is that, and the prediction markets have told us this as well, with last night's Carson Beck stuff, which is
what?
A whole conversation by itself. Carson Beck late last night got pushed into like, hey, Kelce was trying to push him towards first round conversations. Last night, we're listening to a couple of sources talk about the quarterback position, and Carson Beck early round 2, Cole Payton, Garrett Nussmeier, and Taylon Green all getting round 2 conversation. And I'm like, hold up. How do we go? We're going to get 4 second-round quarterbacks? And Drew Aller was lumped in there as well.
Well, that was the last
5.
I was like, where's Drew Aller in this conversation?
Well, he's the most, if you're going to play like the projection game and say, what can I develop this guy in 2 years? Aller's the guy for that. A lot of people are, in love with this Taylon Green athleticism profile, but it's a very Anthony Richardson profile, and it's not quite as dynamic. So
I saw the Aller game against Northwestern. It wasn't that he got hurt. He was really bad in that game before he got hurt. I'm sorry he got hurt, but I don't watch many college football games, but that was a big game, and we won. I can say that. And wow, Drew Aller, not impressive at all.
He was in a tough spot last year.
Oh, yeah, he was.
I mean, that's just to say it in the light. It's like he didn't play horrendous football. He played a little bit worse, I'd say, in 24 than 25. Was banged up last year. I'm still a, my archetype, right? I loved Will Levis. Like, this is the same archetype and build. Levis was
actually we should have an over-under on how many times Coach is going to say archetype.
Archetype.
Yeah.
Archetype.
Yeah.
Well, Alex is archetype. Arca.
Okay. There's just different ways to pronounce it. Maybe.
Archetype, archetype, archetype.
The archetype was a fun one from last night.
Well, yeah, because Arch is the type, and he's 6'4", 225. Like that's it's a great archetype.
Well, Arch, yeah. I mean, I really want to know where Ted Hurst is going to go. Ted Hurst is my man, the small school athletic wide receiver that actually was productive, that is just underrated because he didn't play against elite level competition. And then there's this shining beacon of a landing spot called the Miami Dolphins. And it doesn't matter who their quarterback is. All that matters is there's no target competition there. Just like with Carnell Tate, what was the one landing spot we liked for Carnell, for any player really, in round 1, it was Carnell Tate. He solidified himself in a tier by himself, at the wide receiver position, locked in that 103 position in Superflex and 2QB rookie drafts. And if Ted Hurst lands well, because it's been so weak, there's just been other than Jadarian Price, right? Jadarian Price is a riser. Carnell Tate's a riser. We'll continue to debate this Jadarian Price, very polarizing player. So there isn't a consensus around Jadarian Price and eyes up the boards like there is with Carnell Tate. But there's an opening. There's an opening at the 112 in rookie drafts for Ted Hurst if he can get drafted high enough to the right spot. So that's one of my intriguing storylines for day 2 of the NFL draft.
3 teams have 4 picks today: the Dolphins, the Steelers, and the Jaguars. Steelers tried to get Mekhi Lemon last night. We saw the viral video of the Eagles calling Pittsburgh was on the phone with Mekhi Lemon trying to draft him. Eagles snipe Pittsburgh. We've heard a lot about the Jaguars. The Jaguars potentially moving off Brian Thomas, blah, 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 blah. And then Miami. And Miami, I hadn't thought about this, but because my favorite landing spot for Ted Hurst, one of the maniacal comps, we've talked about the Franken ceiling, the Franken floor for Ted Hurst. But one of the interesting ones is a bigger, faster, stronger Romeo Doubs. And I was like, Romeo's gone. Let's send Ted Hurst to Green Bay. But what did we just see? We just saw now the general manager, the assistant general manager, now the general manager of the Dolphins was in Green Bay. So there's an opportunity there where you get the bigger, faster, stronger Doubs and an opportunity for 140 targets, 150 targets. If Ted Hurst went to Miami with one of those 4 picks, dude, that would be I'd be ecstatic about that. If he was one of the first, 3 or 4 wide receivers drafted on day 2, that would be massive for Ted Hurst.
One of the things we always talk about is that even though we don't see a need, for example, I don't think Green Bay needs receiver. They have 3 receivers that are perfectly good. And we want them to have a good, not great, but yet dynamic 3 receiver set. That's what they have right now in Green Bay with Jaden Reed, with Christian Watson, with Matthew Golden. Matthew Golden was a first-round pick in a lot of rookie drafts last year. We are looking forward to him starting his breakout. We're looking forward to Christian Watson taking the next step. We're looking forward to Jaden Reed having a career-high snap share and route participation rate. Looking forward to all these. We have a big glaring need at wide receiver 4 now when they look at their roster. The zeal to backfill is that pull, that gravitational pull of the backfilling of the roster is something that you can never discount. And so even though I don't want to see it, I am expecting Green Bay to draft receiver.
Well, they need that body type. I didn't say archetype. They need that body type because you have Christian Watson who can definitely stretch the field. You got Matthew Golden who ran a 4.29, can stretch the field. And you got Jaden Reed who you just gave a 3-year, $50 million contract to today. But your backups are, do you know who they are? Sky Moore, Bo Melton, Samori Toure.
We could see some Bo Melton this year. He goes from wide receiver to cornerback back to wide receiver. This would be a great story. Talk about a great storyline.
I mean, he's dropped in the slot behind Jaden Reed right now, who can't stay healthy. So,
talk about a fun detail to discuss.
Yeah, I mean, it's Bo Melton, but that's fun. But I mean, it's Bo Melton. What are we talking about?
He's an athletic, dynamic playmaker. They tried to move him to corner because he's that good of a football player. And we've got the fantasy desk. We've got Coach and Pete at the fantasy desk. We've got the couch going, and I'm looking at, we had this open concept. So you can even see behind me, they're finally getting up off the couch. They're finally standing up, props to Pete. Pete has a bad back and it's a standing desk and he's getting some stretching, some calisthenics. But I'm going to be rotating in on the desk. I'm going to be rotating in with the couch. I don't want to ask these guys to stand for hours. I mean, I can't believe that I would ask these poor men to stand and talk into a microphone for more than an hour. I'm sorry that I've put them in this position, but I've told Pete I'm going to do whatever it takes to have his back, and I'm going to make sure that I give him all the rest moments that he needs. I don't want him filing for like a union membership or anything to get protection. So we're gonna make sure that the fantasy desk is taken care of, that we rotate all this talent. We have incredible talent here. Anand Nanduri is here again. Anand Nanduri is going to be featured today. He is not going to be at the draft. Why is he not at the draft? Because I forgot to get the credentials. So it wasn't just day one. It was every day that goes by is just another day where we don't have draft credentials for poor Anand. I am going to make it up to him next year. And every year from now on, I put it in my calendar, a reminder, we're going to get credentials to all these events. I haven't forgotten the Super Bowl. I don't forget the Combine. For whatever reason, I forgot this. Again, apologies to Anand Nanduri. We're going to have him on the couch, so we're very blessed to have him. Alex Dunlap on the couch. It's going to be a fun. We have a lot more picks to talk about than we did yesterday. Fast and Furious, not 8 minutes, 7 minutes per pick. So again, it's going to be fast and furious, and we need this. If we're not going to have a lot of running backs drafted, if there's going to be a lot of defense and a lot of offensive line, for most of the people tuning in are fantasy gamers, we want this thing to go fast and furious, but there's going to be a lot of analysis as we go along. For every receiver that gets picked, we're probably going to have multiple picks of analysis following that the card being turned into Goodell.
What an offensive line hater.
Offensive line is interesting to me.
It sounds like you hate it.
I'm very interested. I just know that when a wide receiver gets drafted, everybody stands at attention and wants to understand what the hell this means. When a guard gets drafted, it doesn't move the needle with most of the members of this audience or even most sports fans. I just happen to be very interested in small school, dirty guards that have mustaches and mullets. When they get drafted, I'm going to be very interested because they have 100% hit rate in the NFL.
And you know the number one guy I'll tell you to watch for then today?
Tell me.
Jennings Dunker.
Yes, the Dunkster. I was tempted to go and put him in the first round. I went McCoy. I wanted to have a sleeper in the first round that everyone was fading, and I went with McCoy, and that was a fail. One of the reasons why I fell out of the top 25. And Theo Greminger, by the way, we need to give him a little, player profiler, homegrown product, Theo Greminger. So we were texting today. I was giving him the big props, and he was doing a little victory lap just between he and I. Yeah, he's that kind of guy, man. He's super humble, and he crushed it. I mean, a lot of times there's like a 2-3-way tie. He won it solo. He won it going away. In fact, Lance Zierlein
almost backdoored him.
Got the pick at 32, had Jadarian Price, which we all should have had. I overthought it. And
cowards.
Yeah. And so, but he was 4 away, got the 3 points, almost clipped him, but he didn't. Theo, great job. I have some lessons learned. I'm going to be listening to a little more Lance Zierlein next year. Props to Lance also for finishing in second. And so that was impressive. And I think he deserves a listen if you're preparing for the NFL draft in future years.
I thought you were going to send it to the fantasy desk. I thought that was your angle, but I love Lance Zierlein. I listen to Lance Zierlein every single morning.
That's
at ESPN.
I teed you up for that.
ESPN 97.5 in Houston. He's got some of the best radio. He's actually a Houston radio Hall of Famer. Did you know this? Fun fact. Everyone knows him as NFL.com, NFL draft guy. Lance Zierlein writes up 400, 500 prospects. He's actually a pretty elite radio station host.
I subscribe to that radio station on YouTube, and I love Zierlein. He's the man. I've met him. He's a great guy, and we will also, as picks come in, especially on the defensive side of the ball, we're going to be flashing back to the first round, and we're going to be talking about the first round. We dropped a podcast, Pete Nova and I. Pete sounded a lot better than I did. We woke up this morning. Our hair was a mess. We flipped the microphones on, and it gave our top 10 takeaways. That's on the podcast feed. So Apple Podcast, Spotify, go subscribe to Player Profiler, check out the top 10 takeaways. But we'll be resurfacing many of these takeaways as the night goes along, because there's a lot more to talk. There's Makai Lemon. I had a chance to sleep on it, and so we'll be talking more about Makai Lemon, Jeremiah Love, and all the skill position players that got drafted in round 1 as well tonight. And send it over to the fantasy desk.
Bing, bing, bong, bong, bing, bing, bing.
One on day 1.
Yeah, it's pretty tough run out, and you have the archetype that you didn't want to see with the landing spots. Very tough run out. But Pete, who I'm looking for in day 2, a surprise. Day 3 picks who could slide into day 2. I'm thinking, for me personally, Justin Jolie, tight end. We know Eli Stowers is probably money good to go in round 2, at least on night 2 today. So I go to somebody like a Justin Jolie. I think you could get some buzz for him, especially in this weaker class in a tight end premium league. He's somebody that I have my eye on. I would love a team like the New England Patriots to go along with Hunter Henry, or the Cincinnati Bengals. That would be a nice pop spot for him. Who's somebody that you're eyeing, who people have on day 3 radar, who could shock you in day 2?
Yeah, I do want to say Justin Jolie is a good pick. I would say Jolly because, as you guys know, I'm the worst when it comes to the names.
But we forgive you, Pete. We forgive you.
We forgive. But when it comes to Jolie, right, we've seen a lot of tight ends, day 2, day 3, kind of hit for fantasy football. Last year we had Gadsden, last year we had Fannin, right? So like it's kind of became a theme, and it's became a strategy for many fantasy gamers that you can kind of hit on the tight end position without having to spend heavy capital, right? Especially in rookie drafts. And Kenyon Sadiq, we talked about him a lot too. We're not really super jazzed about his landing spot. Some of these tight ends that go today, like an Eli Stowers, who could maybe go to Kansas City, like a Justin Jolly, who could maybe find himself in a favorable landing spot, maybe like Philadelphia. That would really kind of change the vibe a little bit. And you could see some of those guys shoot up in rankings. But for me, I've talked a lot about Skylar Bell out of UConn being the guy for me that I'm hoping he gets day 2 capital, right? We talked about it. Me and Alex and Jeremiah were talking earlier before the show. And I said to Alex, hey, what do you think about Skylar Bell? Is this a guy that can get day 2 capital today? What would you say the percentage is? He said it's probably close to 50-50, maybe 60-40. And for me, the profile for Skylar Bell is phenomenal, right? This is a guy that had a yards per route run over 3 yards, right? One of the cleaner profiles of this class. And the tape also kind of matches, kind of what he did on the stat sheet as well and the analytics. So Skylar Bell is a guy I'm looking out for. I have him projected as a late 2nd round pick, pre-draft capital. If Skylar Bell finds a nice landing spot, maybe even like a Steelers, I would not be super hesitant to rank him inside an early 2nd round pick for rookie rankings. If he gets that capital, it kind of solidifies that NFL teams also feel kind of similar and they want to take that bet and that shot on him. So that's a guy that I'm looking forward to today on day 2.
Can you imagine Skylar Bell in the slot with Michael Pittman Jr. and DK Metcalf? I think that's a great fit. And look, if you are rusty on these players, and we're not talking about trombones, get onto the all-in package for Player Profiler. Use promo code DRAFT. Get, what is it, $50 off, Pete?
$50 off.
$50 off, Pete. How can you not love that? We have in rankings Skylar Bell just below Chris Bell. That may ring a bell for you. And just above Malachi Fields and even Jeremy Bernard in our Player Profiler ranks. I'm very high on Jeremy Bernard.
Sure.
But look at you, Pete. Jeremy Bernard is somebody who's most likely day 2 draft capital tonight. We'll hear his name called. So seeing that Skylar Bell is ranked above him, do you think NFL teams are going to see that as well?
I think Jeremy Bernard probably goes ahead of Skylar Tyler Bell a lot. I think NFL teams would probably prefer Bernard, but it's going to depend on the fit, of course, right? I think Steelers make a ton of sense, right? Omar Cooper was a player that was mocked to go to the Steelers. He obviously finds himself with the New York Jets. For Bernard, I think New York Giants would make a ton of sense. I wouldn't hate that landing spot. They didn't go wide receiver in round one. And, it was talked about a lot with this Giants team that there was a lot of smoke that maybe they take Jordan Tyson in that top 10. Maybe they go wide receiver. They passed twice on wide receiver. I don't think they go into or come out of day two without a wide receiver. That's a pretty barren room with no Wan'Dale Robinson. Obviously, it's Malik Neighbors, but you're also putting the chips in the table that he's going to come back healthy. So we'll see. But Giants on the clock today at 5, 37th pick overall in the second round. So we'll see. But I think they add to that room, and Gerby Bernard could be a pretty interesting pick.
Well, you hit on a really good point last night, and a theme was Tyler Shuck, Cam Ward, year two quarterbacks who really lifted and elevated. And we'll see a little bit of delayed gratification by one night with Jackson Dart. They're at pick 37. So I think somebody like Elijah Surratt, Jeremy Bernard, Jacoby Lane, people to watch. Chris Bell is getting some hype as well. There's a drum beat there as well. When you look at these, maybe a pairing with Fernando Mendoza, talking about a year one quarterback who we saw drafted last night in Fernando Mendoza. Which wide receiver do you want if you're Fernando Mendoza and as a fantasy gamer? Is it the same or is it different at 36?
Yeah, I would love Surratt from just an NFL standpoint, like just a really good fit. We talked about it this morning, me and Podfather, on our episode this morning for the top 10 takeaways. And Surratt would be like a really interesting player to land there for the Raiders. I mean, look, the truth is Raiders have a lot of work to do, but they've put the foundation together. They have the offensive line, and they bring in a veteran in Linderbaum at center, who's arguably the best guy, in the league at the position. So that should be a really smooth transition. It could be Kirk Cousins too for, a large portion of the year. When it comes to landing spots, Surratt would be pretty interesting. I wouldn't hate that for him as well. You also got to factor in that that's not going to be the only player that they're going to add to this room at wide receiver. So it's really going to depend. But Surratt right now is actually ranked on Player Profiler's Dynasty rankings at 12. And like me and Matt shared this morning, these rankings have already been adjusted from just last night. That's what you get when you subscribe to the premium package for Player Profiler. And that's why we have the discount code, which is DRAFT, I believe, where you get $50 off the all-in package. So he's ranked at 12, which really wouldn't be too crazy, right? I mean, if he gets early day two capital in a situation with an offense that's kind of starting to possibly ascend, at least get to average with not much target competition, you start kind of getting into conversations. We don't like a lot of the landing spots so far. You could make the world, even though taking him over Omar Cooper right now based on that landing spot.
Oh, absolutely. And I think a conundrum that we came through today in a fast draft, we were talking about going around the horn. It's the punting the football with Sadiq and Cooper in a rookie mock. You're going to find them pushing to 8, pushing to 9, because you don't want to get the hot potato of who's that Jet skill position player. Last night, a lot of signal, and I know you covered it on top 10 takeaways, was this is huge for Breece Hall.
Yeah, you said it. I can't take any credit for that. You brought it up, and it was kind of like a light bulb went off in my head when you said Breece Hall, and you said, I'll just let you take it away. I mean, but it was such a good point. I was like, dude, this makes total sense.
Yeah, it's the blocking brigade. Omar Cooper is an absolute dog, and when I watched him on film, everything I saw was just a coach's delight. He's the archetype of a player that you want. Omar Cooper can block, and he's responsible for a lot of touchdowns in plays where the ball doesn't even touch his hand. So then if you have somebody like Sadiq, 12 personnel with Mason Taylor, the trends, we know NFL build, it may not be right, and they're behind in the times, the Jets, but for what they're trying to build in the concurrent, you have that all bullish for somebody like Breece Hall. Now, we talked about Fernando Mendoza. We got to cover Ty Simpson in round 1. Pete, do you have any interest in a rookie draft selecting Ty Simpson?
Yeah, I mean, look, it's interesting. Ty Simpson, right? He gets top 15 capital. With him, I'm not taking Ty Simpson. I mean, especially not first round in rookie drafts, not even in Superflex. Like, I'm just not there unless today goes and becomes an absolute disaster and you're just trying to pick an insulated guy. Sure. But the truth is, and we talked about it with Matt this morning. I mean, Ty Simpson right now, he's ranked as, or coming in, was quarterback or player 15 in the rankings. And the truth is, if Ty Simpson ever gets to the point where Stafford is no longer there, is there a possible world where no longer Sean McVay is no longer there. And if that happens, right, then this offense looks a lot different. And we're not just saying it's the Rams, one of the best offenses in football. We're talking it's the Rams, no Sean McVay and no Matthew Stafford. What does that look like? So the Ty Simpson, while he did get that equity and he did get that top 15 capital, I'm not going to fall down into that trap for a guy that I'm not getting a return on year one. And who's to say Stafford doesn't come back after this year as well? I mean, he's just won an MVP.
Yeah, I'm out. And you want two sides of a market in your rookie drafts, in your dynasty leagues versus the other 11 in your league. You want at least one person who is going to concurrent go against you. And I want out on the Ty Simpson train. Give me Elijah Surratt. Give me hopefully Nicholas Singleton. We'll see where he lands tonight. Nicholas Singleton just above Ty Simpson. Jonah Coleman just above. So we're looking tonight, Pete, and that might be a good segue. These running backs, we had Jadarian Price, the second running back go. We had bookends where it was 3 overall and then 32 at the end. Notre Dame, Jeremiah Love, Jadarian Price. Now we have Jonah Coleman, Singleton, Mike Washington, Emmett Johnson, Katron Allen. Who do you think is the first running back off the board tonight?
I've kicked it around back and forth. I'm going to stick with my gut. I think it's going to be Coleman. I think Coleman's going to be the first guy that goes. I think he goes to the Commanders. I really, really think it's a strong possibility. If not, the Commanders are getting a running back today. I really, really believe that. They could go wide receiver too, right? If they really like a guy that is still there, I could absolutely see them. But I don't want to give away all of all of what we've got today in the show. I do want to kick it over to the couch in just a second here because the NFL draft's about to kick off now in 1 minute. They're doing all the pre-stuff down in Pittsburgh, but let's kick it over to the couch, see what they have to say before we get this thing rolling.
So day 2, NFL draft. Day 1 felt like it was a lot of players in the trenches. I think today we're going to see a lot of skill. We could see multiple QBs drafted today. Nan, is there a player you're like specifically looking at, like waiting to see where they go, their actual draft capital?
Yeah, I mean, shout out to the chat. I left my day job as FBI director to be here with everyone.
We appreciate it.
Right. Alex is sitting over here looking at me like I said something crazy, bro. I mean, the chat was telling me that I had to do my job. So I came to do my job. And my job is to tell you about Ole Miss wide receiver Dejon Stribling. And I think that he is one of my favorite players, but also one of the best players that fits almost any system at wide receiver in this draft. And, we gas up a lot of day 2 picks at wide receiver over the years. We've loved Jaden Reed to Green Bay. He just signed a deal. So, I mean, these day 2 wide receivers can be really productive. Dynasty picks, startup picks, if you're doing something with fast draft. But to me, he's the guy today that I'm most excited to see where he lands. And obviously all the QBs as well. Carson Beck aside, we don't like Carson Beck over here.
Well, he has a profile that like every team kind of wants, right? Like he's big, he's fast, he can play on the outside, or like he does a little bit of the small things, right? So like he is a player that could fly up draft boards that we didn't realize. It's one of those things like sometimes we like the media does their thing. They do their mock drafts trying to project where these players go. And we say like players rise through this process, but that's only because of what we see from the media. But it turns out like teams always had players this high, right? We just learn about it at the NFL draft. I feel like he could be one of those players. Alex, I know that you were excited about, Stripling as well. Do you have anything you want to add to that?
Oh, yeah. Well, look, man, I think that there's probably, if you look through what's going to happen here with the day 2 wide receivers, I don't think there's any way that we have less than 10 go off the board. It's more likely to be 11 or 12. And I honestly think, depending on how you feel about the guys we were earlier talking about, Skylar Bell, I'm not sure how the NFL thinks about Skylar Bell. I will say this about Skylar Bell is that so Eric Galco that runs the Shrine Bowl, right? Skylar Bell, who's a guy that was like basically, he was one of the top 3 finalists for the Biletnikoff Award, the best yards per team pass attempt in the whole class, like epic volume monster, right? He turned down big NIL money to go to Michigan, right? To come back, play at UConn. His yards per route run is over 3. I think if you sort it for versus zone, I think it's best in the whole class. If you think about with like Galco, who runs an all-star game, who he basically brought him in for the Shrine game in the same kind of way that he brought in guys in the past, like Zay Flowers, like getting him to come and be part of the game and telling him, look, you don't even need to practice. You can just kind of come and be part of the game, right? Like just meet the teams, just come, just so the Shrine Bowl can say that we got like this kind of stud guy here, right?
Yep.
And now whether or not that's like Galco, that's his own personal preference, whatever. Some of it probably has to do with that. But dude, all he does is talk to NFL scouts all the time.
Yep.
Right. He wants to get the guys. His job is to get the guys in front of the guys that NFL scouts want to see in front of the NFL scouts and in front of the NFL decision makers. And so I do think that Skylar Bell is probably a guy that's going to go here on day 2. And so if you just look at the list and you say, well, so Denzel Boston didn't make it out of, or Denzel Boston made it out of day 1. Now he's into day 2. You have Zachariah Branch, who's obviously going to go, right? Elijah Surratt's going to go. Jeremy Bernard's going to go. Ted Hurst is going to go. Antonio Williams from Clemson is going to go. Malachi Fields from Notre Dame is going to go. Chris Bell from Louisville is certainly going to go, and maybe quick. And gosh, if he goes to the Dolphins, we're gonna have a dance party.
I was just say stock up there.
Jacoby Lane from USC is going to go. Chris Brazzell from Tennessee is going to go. Then I think you get to Bryce Lance, who's Trey Lance's brother from North Dakota State. I think that's where you start to kind of maybe kind of that's it. Cody thinks Deion Burks could go.
I think he could too.
I think Deion Burks is somebody to keep in mind, and also we need to keep in mind Brennan Thompson from Mississippi State. So I don't know,
yeah, buddy,
just because he ran a 4.28 or whatever, and some team is going to fall in love with him. Even though, dude, this is the funny thing with me. I've begun to realize these guys that run like 4.23, 4.24, 4.28, like they're really fast, but how many of them have been really good for fantasy for us?
Not a lot, because it doesn't matter how fast you are if you can't slow down as quickly as you speed up, right? We're looking for the fluidity. It's why guys that historically have done well, your JSNs, your Puka Nakuas, all these guys at the top, Justin Jefferson, they're not running 4.3 40s and blowing up the combine. Instead, what they're doing is actual wide receiver things. So as much as we love the 40 as a spectacle, like it is by no means the end all be all for a wide receiver. And that leaning into that a little bit, one of the guys that we love at running back today is Mike Washington. And I think that, he's one of those guys where we were talking about, will Jadarian Price be RB2? Will he go in round 1? We had that discussion as well. But I honestly think that depending on landing spot, Mike Washington could actually be the more valuable fantasy asset going forward. It just depends on how quickly he's taken and where he ends up, because we're all waiting, right? Jeremiah Love to the Cardinals, it was somewhat of a surprise to everybody after the late steam there, but we only had 2 running backs get placed in round 1. So we've got a lot of room for guys to go in round 2. And there are some vets that you're hoping hang on to their jobs here in day 2.
Yeah, the running backs are fun because we knew coming into this, it's like Jeremiah Love and then what? Like, are these running backs any good after that? Jadarian Price going round 1, like it's been talked about a lot. I know like plenty of people were not sure if that was actually going to happen, right? And the Seahawks do end up doing it and they feel good about it. I wasn't truly expecting it to actually happen, but now we're into day 2. It's like, how many running backs do we actually get? I think Mike Washington's a day 2 running back. I think that's happening.
Easy,
I think once you test like that, you go day 2, right? Like that kind of doesn't matter about the rest. Jonah Coleman has like everything but the testing. Does he go day 2? Emmett Johnson is a player that people like, but like again, lackluster testing, and he's kind of be honest, a little bit of 1-year wonder in production wise.
I think that I think that Mike Washington is a lock to go day 2.
Yeah,
I think that Emmett Johnson with the receiving profile is going to go day 2. I worry that Jonah Coleman might be one of these guys that teams say like, let's go ahead and prioritize him right at the beginning of day 3.
Right.
But
yeah. 4th round. Yeah.
It could be. I could be wildly wrong
because there's concern he runs like a 4.7, right, or worse. Because if he could run a 4.6, I think you run, because we saw it with other players who have that same kind of similar like bruiser archetype, like Cam Scadabo still went out there and ran his 40, even though he was running a 4.6, but that was okay with him because he had some explosive metrics and we knew the kind of runner he was. Jonah Coleman's kind of like that, but if he's not testing like at all, what's it like actually? They had to have thought this is better than going and testing and getting those numbers, right?
Afraid to compete.
Yeah. So it's just all those like Denzel Boston, right? Didn't run. It's like it's not like he's injured, right? It's just like it's kind of the Washington thing this year.
I think that part of that too, when it comes to athletic testing, right, is we put so much stock in these things, and it almost is better for some guys to remove that data point so they don't have the opportunity to say you're slow. Sometimes the unknown is better than the quantifiable, and I think that's where we are with some of these guys. And so I think San Francisco.
Yeah, we got something going on here.
So we're going to kick it back over to the main desk so that they can tell you what San Francisco is doing up here with the first pick in the second round.
All right, we're back, and the NFL draft has continued into day 2 with the San Francisco 49ers. Any thoughts here as everyone kind of seems to be on Jermod McCoy watch?
Mm-hmm.
I'm scrolling X. I'm reading that there's potentially some trades that have been leaked on other podcasts regarding some edge rushers that are already in the NFL that are looking at other rosters. The first pick in the second round of the 2026 NFL draft is wide receiver from Ole Miss, Dejon Stribling, with the first pick in the second round of the 2026 NFL draft. There it is.
There it is. I mean, this is
Massive.
He's got the size, a little bit of speed. This is the thing about the Niners, though, that always confuses me. They seem to reach on these receivers. This is the Ricky Pearsall round 1 thing, kind of feeling like it all over again.
4.36 40-yard dash.
Fast, yeah. Fast. And he's big. You got the frame, faster Debo. Those are the all the bells and whistles, the things that you love to hear. But isn't this a guy, like, how much hype is around this guy in terms of these war rooms? Could they have traded back again? Could they have went Jermod McCoy and gotten this guy?
Well, I think the question begs,
what's the strategy?
I said last night, it felt like the Niners got cucked twice. It felt like they're sitting there. They got jumped. Maybe they lost out on Lomu. They got jumped again. Would have they taken Dejon Stribling in the first round?
Yeah, I mean, if you're taking first pick, what did we said this about Will Levis a handful of years ago? The guy who goes 33rd overall was just a slight alteration in terms of how the ping pong balls bounced to be in the 32nd pick. We saw it with, Xavier Legette, Ricky Pearsall. These guys ended up sneaking into round 1. Meanwhile, a guy like Ladd McConkey was right there, meaning he could have been someone's trade-up target. So here we go. We got Dejon Stribling, 1,600 receiving yards over these last 2 years. But again, these receivers in the Lane Kiffin offense, they get schemed up so well, but that's a pretty good landing spot for a guy like this because last time I checked, Kyle Shanahan is pretty damn good at scheming guys up.
Let's continue to talk about Dejon Stribling, but first I want to say that there is another pick in, and it is from the Arizona Cardinals. So one worry that I had coming into this draft was that potentially quarterback.
That was the thing.
What's with up these coaches, man? These coaches are they're all bummed out. Kyle Shanahan's like,
they don't like doing this anymore.
Oh, I'm in the corner. Oh, I'm not happy. Oh, Sean McVay. Oh, I guess it's okay, but I'm not gonna really talk about it. I don't really know much about it. I don't know. Why? You got offensive pieces and weapons. You just made your team better. They didn't run this pick by Shanahan. He's not happy about this. He can't smile. Smile once. Your team just got better. How about you smile?
This sounds like to me, this draft so far could be all about the team builder. They're saying sit back, relax, the corner chair, you sit there, we're gonna make the picks. Ownership, GMs, team builders, they're taking the reins here tonight. Actually, this weekend, they are taking the reins here. They're getting the players highest on the board, and it doesn't seem like the coaches are all that happy about it, especially in the NFC West.
So I ran the pick is in thing about 2 minutes ago.
Yeah, well,
it's Chase Pasantis to the Arizona Cardinals. It's not a quarterback.
Okay, good pick.
It's not a cornerback in Jermod McCoy. They could have done the thing where they got Will Johnson last year on that value in the second round. They could have done the same thing with Jermod McCoy here. They choose not to, and instead go to Texas A&M and get Chase Basantis, the interior offensive lineman from the Aggies.
Strictly athletic play here, right? This is an athletic, high ceiling guy because his college numbers, his college gradings have not necessarily been the most exciting. He hasn't really had a lot of the surface stats, but a good athlete. This is a guy who was rumored to potentially get round one buzz. We were a little shocked last night when Basantis was not taken, or I should say Rutledge was taken over Basantis. I have him as my number 3 guard. Where do you have him in the interior line?
I have him as number 3 behind Vega and Pregnon. I comped him to Elton Jenkins. Elton Jenkins is now in Houston, I believe, offhand. Chase Basantis was a guy that was comped heavily to Houston at one point or another. This is a guy that's, the last 2 years, he's got almost 1,500 snaps played, a versatile interior offensive lineman that has great strength, great movement skills in the interior, shorter arms. But again, they needed offensive line help in Arizona. They've needed it for multiple years. And after going Jeremiah Love in round 1, they come back at interior offensive lineman in round 2. And now we're back up with the Buffalo Bills, who traded out of round 1 as well here at pick 35. But DeJon Stribling, San Francisco. You look at that wide receiver room right now. It's Ricky Pearsall. It's Christian Kirk. It's Mike Evans. There's no Juwan Jennings there.
Nope.
But it's those 3.
I think fit-wise, it makes a lot of sense. Because now just schematically,
6'2", 207, 4.36
he's going to be to have this type of athlete, this type of build. There's 0% chance they don't think about the Deebo Samuel schematic approach, right? I would have to imagine early on they're going to give him the ball a lot at the closer line of scrimmage. Use Mike Evans, as that deep attack weapon. Christian Kirk, who's been, pretty good slot player over his career. They can use him in that role. High leverage, big possession guy. And Stribling can be developed. There isn't going to be a ton of pressure. What were we saying earlier today? What was kind of a sick little landing spot for Boston was let's get him to the Niners.
Yeah.
Let's ask him to learn behind one of the greatest receivers of the generation. And when he potentially gets hurt or he's ready, you slide him in. Now Stribling gets to get close to line of scrimmage touches, end arounds, jet sweeps, those schematic things where it's not a big, there's not a lot of burden. There's not a lot of development that he has to do early on while he can marinate throughout the rest of the year in Kyle Shanahan's offense.
That sounds like a good career move. Going down to, this is a situation where he gets to go sit behind a guy from Houston and learn the trade and take over the reps and have a future there in this place. And I think there's a lot of opportunity there for a guy like DeJon Stribling, who, again, didn't really pop onto the scene like heavily until like the last month. And then that's when he started to get a lot of round 2 buzz. And it was like, yeah, man, don't be shocked if he goes day 2. People are like, whoa, DeJon Stribling day 2. And now it's DeJon Stribling pick 33.
Getting the party started on day 2.
This is the I always reference it. This is like the wide receiver one on day 2 is always one of the most interesting selections that we get every single year. Yeah.
The cleanup crew. I mean, so did you have Stribling in your top 100?
I did.
Nice. Where'd you have him in? I did not have him in my top 100.
I had Stribling at 81. He's the lowest graded player that has been drafted so far after Jadarian Price, who's 50.
I had him in the 50s as well.
Yeah.
So, but now, we're on Jermod McCoy watch. TJ Parker, who's a favorite of mine, Ant Hill Jr., Texas linebacker, versatile linebacker, athletic linebacker. We're on watch there. And, of course, J-Rod. Takeaway machine for Texas Tech Raider defense. The linchpin, maybe, of that defense. So we are on watch here for some of these bigger names. It's exciting. I mean, it's an exciting time here. It's also a bit chaotic when the first 2 guys off the board aren't necessarily the guys we thought would be right away off, 33, 34.
All right, so back-to-back things here we got coming up is we got a pick in from the Buffalo Bills, and we have a trade. At pick number 35, the Buffalo Bills have finally made a selection after trading out of round 1 with the Tennessee Titans, and it is edge rusher TJ Parker from Clemson. A lot of first-round grades. I had near a first-round grade on TJ Parker. You go back a year ago, that was he was a consensus top 15 conversation type of a guy. 6'3", 260 pounds for TJ Parker, partner in crime with Peter Woods down there at Clemson. And there's a lot of expectation that potentially he gets, into the back end of this first round. He ends up with a team that was back there in the Buffalo Bills. you obviously have seen the maturation of that defense over the last couple of years and moving guys out. And you've seen guys like Matt Milano get older and older. They got Greg Russo in there. AJ Epinesa, a former top 50 pick that they had from Iowa, has moved on. And now TJ Parker comes in there to play opposite of Greg Russo.
Great fit, great pairing here between Parker and the Bills, because Ed Oliver, these guys, they have pressure up the middle. They're not going to necessarily need TJ Parker to set the edge. They're not going to necessarily need him to do, everything, all the different nuances of the edge position. They're going to allow him to get after the quarterback. 6'3", 260 pounds. This is a guy who got starts as a freshman. He's developed at Clemson, maybe a victim of the horrible season for the Tigers, for Clemson and company. So he was my 23rd ranked guy. Big fan of TJ Parker. This was a player that once upon a time, back, last summer, August, September, we're talking about this guy being a top 5 potential pick. The fall was in, but now he went down to the Senior Bowl, got some stock back, got some juice back in the stock, and now he goes to the Bills, which is a great fit. As a Pats fan, I don't love it, but if you're a Bills fan, this is a great pick, and on top of that, you got extra draft capital.
We have a trade. Houston has moved up from pick 38 to pick 36. They have jumped the New York Giants. And they have given up 38 and 91 are going to the Raiders. 36 and 117 are going to the Houston Texans. The Houston Texans, with the 36th overall pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, are going defensive tackle Caden McDonald from Ohio State. So this is another player that was attached to Houston. Keelan Rutledge was attached there. Chase Basantis, the 2 offensive linemen. Also Peter Woods, who obviously went to the Kansas City Chiefs yesterday night. And Caden McDonald. Those were the 4 most converse names that I saw attached to Houston. Of course, they get Rutledge. And, of course, now they get Caden McDonald.
What's the term that they use that DeMeco Ryans
Swarm.
Swarm players. This is another swarm.
That's their acronym.
You're right. Whatever these goofy acronyms, but that's theirs. And this guy fits it. This is a run-stopping madman.
Yeah.
One of the highest graded defensive tackle run stoppers in the class, still was able to contribute 4 sacks for the Buckeye defense. And again, you talked about the fit. Houston's been hot and heavy for K-Mac. A lot of mocks had him going to Houston Texans on day 1. He was invited to Pittsburgh. He is here with us in PA. He hears his name called, and he's got to be happy because now he is going to a team where he's going to attack these quarterbacks with Will Anderson, Daniil Hunter, defensive unit getting stronger. This is the team that had a defense that almost carried them to the AFC Championship game. They make their strength even stronger. Got to be happy with the pick here. This guy who's been good and has had a career in which he's gotten better year after year after year for the Buckeyes.
1-year starter, 695 snaps this last year. And we'll just say one thing. They jumped over the Giants. The Giants, of course, traded away Dexter Lawrence earlier this week. And, they made their play, Arvell Reese, in round 1. And here's the deal, man. They needed D tackle.
Yeah.
And they could have had their eyes on Caden McDonald because he's a run defender. That was what Big Dex was known for. And now Lee Hunter is the best available defensive tackle for us both, I believe. You have him next, not Kristen Miller, right?
I have Lee Hunter. He's my 35th overall player. I actually did rank him higher than Caden McDonald in a vacuum. So I think that they went after the player that they know can help stop the run because this defense needs this. They already have the edge rushers. A lot of the times we see the D tackles who can get after that quarterback. Those guys get steamed up. So we saw Caleb Banks go yesterday, right? This is a team that doesn't necessarily need that. They got what they needed in Caden McDonald.
They needed in Caden McDonald, and it adds to this interior defense that they need to bolster because Will Anderson and Daniil Hunter are now combining, I believe, $95 million per year.
Big bucks
for those 2 guys. And you have to have that pressure on the inside. So you either could sit at 38 and potentially get Lee Hunter to follow you or Caden McDonald to follow. Well, actually, it's Caden McDonald here. Sorry, my brain's on Lee Hunter, but potentially have Caden McDonald fall to you if the Giants prefer to Lee Hunter type, or you just trade up 2 spots. You give up 18 spots in round 4 at the end of round 3, early round 4, and you go up and get your guy. So they go up and get their guy, plug him in now to DeMeco Ryan's defense. And this was a team that was not that far from an AFC Championship appearance this last year. A team that was a little bit further away the Giants and the Oakland Raiders.
Oakland Raiders. That's throwback, brother. To
Yeah.
the Vegas Raiders now.
Yeah. Washington Redskins, Oakland Raiders.
Hey, we can say what we want here. We're in the main desk. This is why we're having fun. Chat, leave it. We're happy
Oakland
to be here
Raiders.
with us.
Washington Redskins.
Oakland Raiders. All right, fine. Hey, you're the
Are you going to take away my childhood nostalgia?
I'm not going to take
Okay,
away
that's
nothing,
what
brother.
I thought. We're up
You
to-
might see us fight by the end of the night, guys. It's okay. Chat.
We're up to
Who
pick
do you think would
37
win?
with the New York Giants, and I think we're on that Lee Hunter watch.
Yeah.
So that's kind of the direction I'm looking right here. I'm not really looking. I mean, you know what? Actually, Jermod McCoy is also potential right here.
Jermod McCoy, also a name that we thought could potentially get that round 1 pick. Emmanuel McNeil-Warren. They decided to pass up on Caleb Downs yesterday, much to the chagrin of a lot of Giants fans out there who wanted Caleb Downs, the safety. They do have 2 pretty good safeties, but I think MW brings a little bit extra. He brings a little extra thump, some versatility to that overall scheme. But at this point, we're seeing the Giants, the Raiders, the Browns, and the Chiefs coming up with these next 4 picks, and there are ballers still on the board.
The pick is in for the New York Giants here. It's not defensive tackle Lee Hunter. At pick 37, the New York Giants went cornerback from Tennessee, Colton Hood. Colton Hood goes ahead of Jermod McCoy here. This was something we were listening to Todd McShay this morning talk a little bit about how the back end of the draft went in round 1, night 1. And he said he had a couple of nuggets in there that really, really caught me. And we'll talk about them both right here. One being Colton Hood's going to go in front of Jermod McCoy.
Yep.
And that's been the rolling beat. The injury is a question. You know, we wish nothing but the best to him. He said it's very similar to Will Johnson. That's a lot of the information we got in the last 2 weeks. Number 2 was this Jacob Rodriguez nugget.
That he's going to get the party started.
He's going to get the party started at the linebacker position the day after we did not get CJ Allen. We did not get Rodriguez. We did not get Ant Hill. We did not get Jake Golday. We did not get Trotter. Like, I can keep going. We got Sonny Styles.
That was I guess maybe Arvell Reese, because is he going to be the
he's
edge guy?
He's edge.
So
He's
they just
edge.
got another edge. I was
I think that
some things might be more off.
Earlier on I said that there's 2 rumors out there in the streets right now on Twitter that we got to kind of keep our eye on during the show. One is Kayvon Thibodeau and the New Orleans Saints. This has been a heavily discussed conversation. Nick Underhill from New Orleans football has said that this has been a conversation that's been happening since February. He said the price tag has come down. They're still trying to get Kayvon Thibodeau down to New Orleans. Thibodeau, Louisiana, is a city, so maybe he could get the key to the city or something.
He knows that name. I can just picture. I know he doesn't play for the Saints or anything, but Edo. Kayvon Thibodeau. I call Kayvon Thibodeau.
And the other edge is Jonathan Grenard from Minnesota. Supposedly on another show, I believe it was Ollie Conley, the one that broke the Reuben Bain stuff that everyone jumped him for the other day. He said, or somebody on his show said, I don't know because I'm not watching it because we're doing our own stream. Somebody let out that Jonathan Grenard has been traded to the Philadelphia Eagles from Minnesota, an edge rusher there. But it hasn't been officially announced yet. I assume that potentially comes when the Eagles are on the clock at some point. But those are the 2 edge rushing conversations that have been kind of exploited here in the last 6 hours.
Yeah, I mean, things get hot and heavy when the draft's about to pop off. I do want to ask you about Colton Hood, because I see a guy who played really well for Tennessee as their CB1 because McCoy has been out all year. He's got long arms, pretty good in press coverage. You saw him live down in Mobile as I was snowed in Boston. So talk to the people about what you saw when you were boots on the ground for the Senior Bowl.
A press specialist, strong, fluid, a little bit straight line-ish for me, I thought. Good size, transitions decently. Actually, I think he only began playing corner like his senior year of high school. I was not the biggest fan of Colton Hood. You go down to the Senior Bowl, and the conversation began with Colton Hood. So that guy, that's the first round wide receiver, or that's the first round cornerback. And so when we saw Tyron Montgomery and Ted Hurst jump and Moss, Colton Hood, I was like, whoa. Okay, well, that was kind of the whoa point for those 2 guys. Davis and Igbinosun from Ohio State. I love Davis and Igbinosun. I have these guys ranked back to back. I would prefer Igbinosun in a vacuum if I was a general manager. and then Chris Johnson, who went round 1 from San Diego State. Those were the 3 guys down there in Mobile, and I thought Colton Hood was the least impressive of the 3 guys.
Well, I mean, it's pretty obvious here that these GMs, these team builders, are valuing the health. This is the guy who started 25 games for the Volunteers these last 2 years, but his teammate with the tremendous upside, Jermod McCoy, still on the board. No one has taken the bait for maybe a top 20 player in the class. Where did you have McCoy? He's still my highest available player. I had him at the 14th overall player, but maybe, just maybe, I didn't look into the health records as much as I should.
Yeah, I ended up with McCoy 2, Cisse 3 still available on the board, Avian Terrell 4, Davison Igbenos 5, followed by Hood and Chris Johnson. Those are my top 7.
So we're going to see some cornerbacks coming off the board pretty quickly, in my opinion. We saw one, Colton Hood. We'll be seeing Cisse should be off the board within a few picks. D'Angelo Pons, potentially, hear his name called early day 2. But we're here now. We are live. We have now gotten, 5 picks in round number 2.
Do you think the Raiders might potentially – they're not. I was about to ask you a question if they're going to potentially go with a teammate of a player they've already drafted. Instead, they put the pick in, and it's coming from the West Coast. And it's coming from the West Coast with a little bit of pizzazz. Defensive back Traden Stukes from Arizona is the 38th pick in the 2026 NFL draft to the Las Vegas Raiders. So now we're on a little bit of a stretch here where we've gone guard, edge, D-line, corner, safety, corner DB. So edge, D-line, corner DB. 4 straight defenders off the board here in the second round as the Las Vegas Raiders now add in their – I got to update my sheet here. It's a little bit behind. Who did I have the Giants? Giants took Hood.
They took Hood.
So
now we're back to Stukes. So I want to talk about Traden Stukes because this is one of this might be the most helium-backed prospect over the last 2 weeks. We heard round 1 buzz around the sky, and it starts and ends with this: 6'2", 200 pounds, and you can't teach that.
That's what you say about Takario.
Well, that's my guy. We'll hear his name hopefully called today at some point because you cannot teach that. But Traden Stukes is a guy who is a dog, right? This is a guy who's a former walk-on, worked his way up, worked his way into starts, continuously got better and better this year, graded out crazy good this year, didn't give up a single touchdown in coverage. This is a player good in man coverage, good overall coverage, pretty good in zone as well. The Raiders got a good one, and they traded back to do so. And if you're a Raiders fan, you get Fernando Mendoza in round 1. Of course, that's your savior. That's the guy who's going to turn things around for you. But getting Traden Stukes here in round 2, great pick, big cornerback that if he can develop, if he continues to develop, but that's a big if, right? He's already almost 25 years old. By the time the season kicks off, he is basically going to be 25 years old, which was a big deal for Akeem Mesidor and reason why he fell into the 20s last night. But Stukes here, good pick for the Raiders. What do you think?
I think he's a good pick for the Raiders. I'm looking more at the Browns right now, though. I think you covered Stukes pretty well. I'm looking at the Browns. The Browns right now who drafted Spencer Fano in round 1. They came back and got Casey Concepcion pick 24. They got 3 picks today, 39, 70, and 74. And so 39 here it gives you an opportunity to get a little bit dirty because your direct needs, you could go back to the offensive line. I believe you could go edge. I believe you could get sick and you could go edge, but you could also go corner. I think corner and edge are my 2 positions I'm looking at right now. My top 100, my top 100 board. I got McCoy. You brought up Emmanuel McNeil Warren is available. I love me some Zion Young, but the pick is in for the Cleveland Browns, and it is another wide receiver, and that wide receiver goes by the way of Washington. Denzel Boston, pick 39.
Shipping out to Boston.
2 wide receivers inside the top 40 for the Cleveland Browns. I guess we're going to say R.I.P. Jerry Jeudy, R.I.P. Said Tilly.
Said Tilly, we barely knew ye. Their biggest need was pass catchers, and they went discount double tap, getting not 1 but 2 guys. 2 guys that, in terms of their skill, in terms of their fit, these are 2 guys that could have success on this roster. And the thing about Denzel Boston, there's not a lot of this in his game, but it could develop. If Deshaun Watson is the quarterback, who is his favorite receiver in Houston?
D-Hop.
Besides D-Hop.
Will Fuller.
Will Fuller, downfield.
Denzel Boston's not Will Fuller.
I said this. The skill set is
Isaiah
the same.
Bond is Will Fuller.
Right. No, but Boston is the guy downfield, go up and get it. The thing that convert on the deep passes.
20 for
The guy-
20 in the red zone for touchdowns.
That's what I'm talking about. The guy that can be a reliable target in these high leverage contested catch situations. And I do want to say one thing. I get to get this off my chest. I had Caden McDonald going to the Houston Texans, and I had Denzel Boston going to the Cleveland Browns in the Huddle Report.
Those are the worst.
These are the worst. I am now going to be – tell Pete Nova to look out because I am not in a good mood
The
anymore.
round 2 dick kicks are like the worst.
Dude. But let's get back and focus. The things that matter. Denzel Boston. If you're, the quarterbacks for Cleveland, Dylan Gabriel, Shador Sanders, Deshaun Watson, you have to be very excited for the team builders' decisions because they get you a foundational offensive lineman, not one, but 2 wide receivers.
And we got
Fantasy alert!
We're gonna go to the fantasy desk, but first I
What?
want to see the Kansas City Chiefs pick come in because they're at pick 40 here.
What?
It's pick 40, and the Kansas City Chiefs are on the clock. And Mansour Delane was the 6th overall pick that they traded up for. They got Peter Woods at pick 29, and pick 40 is the Chiefs, I believe, only other pick on day 2. And wide receiver was a heavily discussed position for the Kansas City Chiefs. So if this thing goes receiver, it could get sick, but they did not. So we'll kick to the fantasy desk after this right here. The pick is in for the Kansas City Chiefs. It's R. Mason Thomas, edge rusher from Oklahoma. He goes to the Kansas City Chiefs. This is a disgusting situation. You look at Felix Anudike-Uzomah from 2 years ago. They took the 32nd overall pick. Didn't quite pan out to the way they expected him to. They got George Karlaftis in that defense. They got Peter Woods in there with Chris Jones. And now you put R. Mason, the machine, the menace, the maniacal Thomas in this thing. This is a pick.
And this is a high IQ player. We're talking about a 20-year-old senior, fast track type of guy. 15 sacks over the last 2 years. And again, he's not the biggest guy. That's probably why he fell here to day 2. But when you get a guy like that and you pair him with the players, the personnel that the Chiefs already have, he's going to have to do one thing and one thing only, get after that quarterback. So that was another strong pick here. And we're seeing some very exciting picks coming off the board here. But we got some fantasy stuff to talk about. So we're going to go ahead and kick it over to the fantasy days. Yeah.
All right.
Bing, bing, bong, bong, bing, bing, bing.
Hey, Wyatt, we've got plenty of steam coming out of Cleveland for Denzel Boston. We have another wide receiver that goes to Cleveland. Is this going to be a tide that lifts all boats in Deshaun Watson, Shador Sanders? What say you, Wyatt?
Lifting all the boats for 2026. I'm not so sure about that. Like, the quarterback's not. We're not happy, right? Very obviously. Deshaun Watson. What can we hope for at this point? Every time we've seen him since he got traded to the Browns, it's been terrible. So 2026, your hope is, and what could happen is they're in garbage time constantly, right? So like it could be messy, but we might get some fancy points. But what they're building something, right? The hope is. The plan is 2027. They're drafting a quarterback, right? The class is supposed to be good. They're trying to rebuild the offensive line. They've made some moves. They have to come together. I like the moves that they've made overall. They need to come together. It's not going to just instantly work just because they did this, right? But the hope is 2027, it really comes together. 2026, Concepcion, Boston now both there. They kind of set Judy and Tillman to the side.
Toast.
They're done, right?
Are they relegated?
I mean, how are they not at this point, right? Like we haven't really seen much from them. Judy, the one season, just because of volume. It's not like he did anything special necessarily that season. Tillman, we've seen in small spurts, but not overall. So I think they're going to move. So especially when you see this capital, right? Like this is real capital, So I really think this is now Harold Fan and those 2 wide receivers to build around this passing offense, right? Quinshon Judkins, Joe Sampson in the backfield. It's exciting, right? Like there's things here. It's just no quarterback. So 2026, I expect messiness. We might still get some fantasy value from those players because they're going to be down draft boards, right? Like nobody wants Browns players. It's just kind of a thing, right? Like we know because they've been bad for so long. They're going to be cheaper. We might still get some fantasy value just because of playing in garbage time. But really, this is a 2027, especially Dynasty, right? 2027, they hit on that QB. Yes. We could really have something here.
Look, it's as the kids say, the quarterbacks are going to get mogged by all the talent that's coming through in Cleveland. You've got Casey Concepcion, Denzel Boston, Harold Fannin Jr. over middle of the field open. How are you going to compete with that? And the beauty is the concepts, the X archetype of somebody like a Denzel Boston, Casey Concepcion, who can do everything out of the slot, move around the formation, win on all levels. I think this is just perfect for whoever the quarterback is. And I got to say, give us a shot with Deshaun Watson and Shedeur Sanders. If there's a scenario where Sanders or Watson hit this year, the Cleveland Browns are going to find out, Wyatt, because you got Harold Fannin Jr., who's just going to wreak havoc over the middle with that liftoff of somebody like a Denzel Boston. That's just going to help year two Harold Fannin Jr. And tell us, because I know you're a Cleveland Browns fan, how excited are you about, but it's changing.
Yeah.
How excited are you about Quinshon Judkins and Dylan Sampson in the run game for the Browns?
Yeah, it is exciting, especially because they've made these moves for the offensive line. And I think it's obvious that they're both talented, right? Both Judkins and Sampson, both talented running backs. Sampson's a very good pass catching back. He's also been efficient as a runner at times. Judkins obviously showed that he is that workhorse and can be really efficient as a runner, even when everything around him is terrible. We saw those games. Like, we know how bad the offensive line was for the Browns last year, and he still found a way to get it done in those games, right? So if the offensive line can improve, if the passing game can help at all and open up some stuff for the running game, we could see a lot of value from both running backs. I mean, look at Judkins. He's going in a place where he's not so, not too expensive, right? And then we have Dylan Sampson. We have Dylan Sampson, who is going extremely cheap, right? So we could find value in both these running backs in this offense.
So you're on the clock. You got Stribling, you got Boston. Who are you taking? And let's talk a bit about that market that's going to heat up for Stribling in rookie drafts. Are we talking late round? So it's a twofold: Boston or Stribling when you're OTC in a rookie draft. And are we talking late round 1 for Stribling, early round 2, mid round 2? Where's the market going to sit?
Yeah, so I think that obviously Stribling is going to be vaulting up Dynasty rookie rankings right now. I think this is one of those situations where a lot of the people in the know who've been watching and paying attention to college football for a long time now already knew that this was a possibility, right? But like, the fantasy industry wasn't catching up to that. So while it might be a surprise to a lot of people, it may not actually be a surprise in general. Like, this is one of those where like the teams kind of already had that going for them. For me, the prospect profile, there's a lot of excitement there, and he's a good fit for the 49ers. He's big, he's faster, 6'2", 207, ran a 4.36. He's good after the catch. Like, it fits what the 49ers want. I'm still leaning Boston at this point, more because I think that Boston is the type of player who can transition to the NFL very quickly. We don't have a lot of concerns about him being able to go out there and run routes consistently, win on the outside, all the kind of things. Stripling might need a little bit of catering to right away in the NFL
because he stinks.
And eventually,
because he never did anything in college.
Eventually built
because he had a 14% target share. Because this is the reach of the draft. This is an absurd pick. Get out of here.
Well, compare Jaden Higgins.
Ricky Pearsall has nothing to worry about with Stripling.
By Ricky Pearsall. So on the other end, you got Mike Evans, you got Ricky Pearsall. Is there a certain revival that we can see? Podfather, he mentioned that Ricky Pearsall has life. Is that something that you are going to see the fantasy community flock to in Stribling that we can take advantage of in the dynasty market? Wyatt, price point? Because right now, Mike Evans is going to generate that win now price at maybe a middle 26 rookie pick because of how devalued they are now for Mike Evans. But then somebody like Ricky Pearsall, how are you trying to approach and buy him in fantasy football and dynasty?
Yeah, well, first off, Mike Evans, he's just the obvious contender buy, right? Like 10 touchdowns probably locked in, right? So we can just we know what that is. Ricky Pearsall, we still don't know exactly what he's going to be because we've seen the flashes. Like, just start this last season, 2025. He was that guy. There was a moment in time where we're like, it's happened, right?
Before he got hurt.
And then he gets hurt, and the rest is history, right? But I do like Pearsall. I think he has the skills. I think we've seen it, right? It's just a lot of these, other factors coming into play that have stopped that from happening. So if you're going to try and find him in a trade right now, I think what you're trying to do is tier down to him from another wide receiver, trying to find a way to get him maybe put into another trade, make people not realize that that's the actual target. Like, we're trying to do a switch in a higher tier, and I'm going to actually add in Pearsall and then throw something in on your side. All this to say, I'm actually switching this year. I don't really care about that. What I care about is I'm actually getting Pearsall into my lineup.
How about Jaden Reed, who gets a 3-year deal with the Green Bay Packers? Would you put him in the tier with Ricky Pearsall, where you would send Reed away to get somebody like a Ricky Pearsall? Which side would you want there? Is that on the nose 1-for-1? Do we need to add maybe a 3rd-round rookie pick?
I would think that in the dynasty community, that's actually probably pretty close. I think it's a good call, a good question to say for those two. I think that's Pearsall though for me, fairly easily without having to think about it very, very long because Jaden Reed. Look, I love Jaden Reed. I think he's a really talented player, but when is he going to play outside? When is that going to happen? Is it going to happen? Because
target share.
We need that to happen to really get. With Ricky Pearsall, we already know that he can play inside out in that offense. Like the ascension is more easily achievable for Pearsall than it is for Jaden Reed.
And if you look at the Green Bay Packers receivers, it's that peanut butter spread of 15%, receivership, where it's the target share isn't the ceiling. And there's an opportunity, I think, what you would say is with the 49ers and Shanahan, there's an opportunity for that ceiling, that 20 to 25% target share for somebody like a Ricky Pearsall. So it's very interesting what's happened here in San Francisco. You can't deny, though, the draft capital. It makes me think of Jaden Higgins last year, very early in round 2, where the Houston Texans had all night to think about it, and they were dead set on selecting Jaden Higgins. I think we have to at least respect that same variable for Stribling with 49ers. It'll just be interesting, though, Wyatt. Do you think Stribling gets into the late round 1 because of hype, or is it going to be somewhere in round 2, middle to early in these rookie drafts?
I'd be very surprised if fantasy gamers put him all the way up into round 1. Round 2, I definitely think is going to start happening. You'll see that in drafts. How high up in round 2 is the question. Like, right in the start of round 2, I don't see that happening yet. I think that the market will be too slow to change to something like that. I don't think it's correct to be, the start of round 2. But what I mean is that people will make moves like that, but I think it's going to be slow to happen. I think mid round 2 is where you can start having conversation because, this is real capital, right? Like, no matter what you thought about the prospect before the NFL draft, capital like that affords a certain amount of opportunity to the player, no matter how you felt about them. So you have to bake that in, right? For me, he's going to be probably late round 2 at this time because we have to let this day finish, right? Like, we have running backs to come, we have other wide receivers to come. We might like the landing spot, there might be opportunity ready available. So it's hard to say at this point, but he has entered the round 2 dynasty conversation. Not that he will be there, but that you can start talking about it.
Yep, he's in there, and we just have to account for it. We want to be receptive, reactive to things in real time, not necessarily always stick to our priors. You want to be adaptable and malleable. Now let's go 1-for-1 on the same team. Casey Concepcion or Denzel Boston, you're 1-for-1. You're selecting these players. I have, after yesterday, Casey Concepcion as the wide receiver 3 ahead of Mekhi Lemon. With Denzel Boston joining, are they getting closer?
I think that Mekhi Lemon and Casey Concepcion were in the same tier going into today. I still had Lemon ahead. Yes! I still feel that way.
Thank you.
I think there's some overreaction happening to the landing spot with Philly.
Yep.
Because people worry about what's going to happen with him because they think he's only a slot. And I think that he's not only a slot. I think he can play on the outside. Like, you don't prefer that. Like, if you can run 11 personnel all the time, you'd love him to be in the slot. But he can play outside. He actually had the highest yards per route run for all wide receivers in this class outside. So it's not like he can't do it. It's just he's much better in the slot. And also, when you use that kind of capital on wide receiver, you're not going to stick him just in the slot. We're not talking about a day 2 wide receiver. Like, when we see Josh Downs, we see Jaden Reed stuck in the slot. They're day 2 wide receivers. Mekhi Lemon, round 1. Like, he is going to be on the field. So I worry less about those structural concerns when it comes to like a Mekhi Lemon. So he's still ahead of Concepcion for me.
And as we were talking about it, this is a great real-life NFL move for the Philadelphia Eagles. They absolutely pantsed their division rival, Dallas Cowboys, by making that pick and then calling ahead of the Pittsburgh Steelers. We saw they were on the line, and the Eagles went and fleeced them. So I think that's just a great pick. Year 1, it might be a little bit delayed, but I don't think you're denied. And we even talked, Wyatt, today. If there is real truth to Jalen Hurts and there being friction, NFL is not for long. Things could change very quickly. And ironically, it could be a worse quarterback for fantasy than Jalen Hurts in 2027 for the Eagles. But then we could have an improved situation for throw mode for Mekhi Lemon with the pairing of a 2027 rookie quarterback. What say you?
Yeah, I mean, Hurts has been great for fantasy. So
Yes.
it's a little bit hard for people to imagine, like, if he was gone, how it could be better, even if it's a worse quarterback, right? But a different quarterback structurally in the offense could mean more pass attempts, which could mean more targets for our wide receiver. So even if that quarterback is worse than Jalen Hurts is, we can see fantasy finishes increase for our wide receivers.
Man, you love to see it. So far we've had 2 wide receivers taken in the early part of round 2, Wyatt. We've been talking all day, all around the draft house. Use promo code DRAFT. Get the all-in package for Player Profiler. 12.5 wide receivers, over or under. We're on a good early track in these early picks in round 2 for day 2 to be over 12.5 wide receivers. Do you think we hit that mark? Do we hit 13 wide receivers? And who's somebody that you might like to see in the next few picks?
Yeah, I do think we were going to pass that mark, right, for the over-under. The one that I'll say, maybe not necessarily next few picks, because I'm not sure if he'll actually go that highly, but the one I'm really watching at this point is Elijah Surratt. And I just really hope he goes to the Raiders, because I think pairing him up with Fernando Mendoza in the NFL is just perfect. And also it's something the Raiders need, right? And I just think that he's going to be a quarterback's best friend in the NFL. I think he's a chain mover. I know people have concerns about the separation, but I think at the catch point, he creates that little bit of separation that's needed. He's always catching away from his body, not letting the corners get in on it. And he just converts first downs like over. I think that's just going to be a thing for him in the NFL really easily.
The beauty of this NFL draft, too, is you can get receivers of any archetype that you want based on what's going on with all these teams. So if you get somebody like an Elijah Surratt with the Raiders and Fernando Mendoza, it would just work so seamlessly, too, with the fit of Brock Bowers and Ashton Janty. So you love what's happening with these year 1 and year 2 quarterbacks if you do Fernando Mendoza, Tyler Shuck, Cam Ward, and hopefully Jackson Dart. Hopefully the Giants come through with a receiver. We're seeing that improvement path. Going over to Cam Ward, Tyler Shuck, these improved offenses, what do you like more based on yesterday? Carnell Tate, Jordan Tyson, where do you sit on that? Because I know we touched on Lemon and Concepcion.
Yeah, I'm Tyson right now over Tate. I don't think the Titans situation is that clean for Tate, if I'm being honest. I know that Ward has favored the slot over his time, even in college. Also getting into the NFL, Jameer DK. We had fantasy weeks where he was startable, right? And what's happening with Alec Aomanor? I don't know where he's gonna be. What's happening with Calvin Ridley? I'm not saying like these players are better than Colonel Tate.
Is Calvin Ridley going to be a Will Fuller? Is he going to be out of the league soon?
Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying that these players are better than Colonel Tate. Yeah. It's just it's a situation where like I'm not sure how the fantasy success exactly happens for Colonel Tate. I think he's really talented. I think he's the wide receiver on that team. I think he's going to lead them in target share, all those things. It's like trying to piece it together. But Tyson on the Saints, even with Chris Olave there really isn't anybody after Chris Olave. Like we had Juwan Johnson and Devon Vele being fantasy stars because there wasn't anybody, but those aren't players like we're excited about, right? But that is an offense that wants to play at a really high pace and run a lot of pass plays. Like that is fantasy gold. I want to play into that offense more than anything, where fantasy points are just breeding there, right? And Tyson, I think, pairs up really well with Olave. I think they can both play like across the formation. Kellen Moore can do a lot of fun things with the two of them together.
And what's fun, and I was talking with Pete, and you'll hear from him later when his back is healed up. We are going to have, I think we have to head over to the main desk. We will see you in just a little bit. Couch.
They definitely need linebacker help now, especially.
The areas of the broadcast is ready to talk about players or picks or teams. The couch, we usually say food that starts with C.
So full behind the curtain access here.
Oh no, we're always this
okay.
Is this not behind the curtain? Every desk is in the background of every other desk. We did that on purpose. It's an open concept, and so when we have something to say on the couch, we'll say something like crab cakes. And then when the fantasy desk has something to say, they'll say something like French fries.
Funnel cake.
Right. And then when the main desk has something to say, they'll say something like manicotti.
What did you just say?
MILF. Something like that.
That isn't a food. Meatloaf.
Okay, this is a little looser show on day 2 than day 1.
You think?
It's a little looser, and we have a lot to talk about. Denzel Boston. I know the fantasy guys did a great job. Wyatt, by the way, Wyatt's here for day 2. Chef Wyatt is here, and he's incredible. So we got the chef and the coach. They were on fire. Really
Who's the coach?
Jeremiah. He's coach. You didn't
He's
know
a
that?
coach?
That's coach. Yeah, Coach Jeremiah.
You never told me you coached.
Now you know.
Okay.
Yeah, he's Coach Jeremiah.
So that's how he knows ball.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
All right.
I think we'll talk first about Boston. Boston to the Browns solidifies KC Concepcion as the number 4 receiver in this class for Dynasty rookie drafts. I think the dream that Concepcion could somehow pass Mekhi Lemon, that was a dream that I was dreaming. I was dreaming a dream last night, and then I woke up this morning and I realized, no, it's been Lemon, and it's always been Lemon, and it's still Lemon.
Yes.
And we're turning lemons into lemonade. And now it's very clear. It's very clear that Lemon is the number 3. And now they're saying, oh, well, there's a tier with Lemon, and now Concepcion's still hanging on.
Hold on, wait. Before we get to the number 3, who is number 1?
Carnell Tate.
Okay.
Don't you think so?
But I look, that was my initial lean, and that's what I think. But that was something that I struggled with a whole lot going to bed last night.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
So, but I think that that's right. Ultimately, I think that that's right. Yep. Okay. So I was just making sure, like, just kind of sanity check.
Okay.
That's the deal.
Well, because we are bullish on Cam Ward. Cam Ward is going to take a step forward, and that he's going to bring Tate with him, and Tate will then bring him with him, and they will symbiotically rise together. And I think he's the
wide open targets. So I totally get it.
He's in a tier by himself.
Yeah,
he is in a tier by himself. Yes, he's in a tier by himself.
I'm not sure that it's a tier by himself.
Tier 1, Tate. Tier 2.
I'm not sure it's a tier by himself, but I do think that you take him before Tyson.
Tier 2 Tyson. I think there's a tier break. I think there's a big difference.
1A, 1B.
I think it's not a 1A, 1B. I think it's definitely a 1 and a clear 2.
Okay.
I think the 1A, 1B is wrong. And then now I think that there's a clear tier 3, which is just Lemon.
What is the difference in lifetime value on the player profiler between those two?
Between Lemon and Concepcion?
No, I want to know the difference in lifetime value between Carnell Tate and Jordan Tyson.
I don't have that in front of me because I'm on the couch, but the fantasy desk guys will give that to us in roughly 5 seconds. 8 points,
which is nothing. So
it's not much.
It's not a clear tier 1 and tier 2. It's a 1A, 1B situation.
More in my mind.
Okay. Well, that's in your mind
and how I'm thinking about
and
things.
That same mind that woke up with the terrible ideas about KC Concepcion that you had to readdress. You need to readdress this thing right now. It is a 1A, 1B.
Okay,
right?
Well, first of all, I think that we're talking about tier 3 at this point.
But no. Before we get to tier 3, what are we doing? You can't build it. You can't. We're putting the blinds on the house before we even build the foundation.
Lemon is the clear wide receiver 3 in this class. Is he not?
After the 1A and the 1B, yes, he is the 3.
Okay,
yes, for sure.
And now, because Denzel Boston goes to Cleveland, is it not true that KC Concepcion is now clearly and without a doubt and without debate below Mekhi Lemon?
He's below Mekhi Lemon, but here's the fact of the matter. There could be a wide receiver that comes off the board that's above now because Boston and KC Concepcion are in the same spot.
Yeah.
There could be one that comes off the board here soon that's ahead of both of them.
I will say pour one out for Cedric Tillman. This Denzel Boston pick is the burial for Cedric Tillman, and I have a bunch of Tillman. I'm a Tillman truther, a proud Tillman truther. Proud, loud, and proud Tillman truther. So this was a sad day for that.
Sad.
Denzel Boston wasn't as productive as I would like.
But dude, he's totally redundant with Tillman. They basically looked at Cedric Tillman and they saw Denzel Boston and they pushed the Staples easy upgrade button and they pushed it.
this is when you know when to hold them and know when to fold them.
Yeah.
I was holding on Tillman, and now I'm folding because this is a clear signal from the team it's over. And now he's approaching the age apex, and he still hasn't produced it all.
Is he already?
Oh yeah.
Has it been that long with
It's
Tillman?
been like 4 years.
Oh my gosh,
Yes,
really?
It has. It seems like
Gosh,
it's been
the-
yesterday.
dude,
It was
the-
yesterday that
dude,
he
the
came in
years
from
fly
Tennessee.
by.
Yeah, I know.
It's
I
like
know.
just like you just look back, man. It's like, oh my gosh, my daughter was just graduating from elementary school.
Yes.
And now she's going into her junior year. Like it's
When I think
wild.
about my family and the big life events that our family has had, I think about in the context of Cedric Tillman.
That's I mean, I know that's how I think about it.
Yeah.
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 What I will say is that Denzel Boston is not crushing for Concepcion. I think that they're all in on just the youth movement in Cleveland. They're both going to be playing a lot. I don't think this is good for Boston. I think it's one thing to be having the offense to yourself as Concepcion. You come in as the second banana in Cleveland, and that's not good. Like, it's one thing to be the clear guy with draft capital the team is investing in Concepcion, with no matter who the quarterback is. But if you're going to be the auxiliary receiver, the second receiver off the board, the second round pick, even if you're 6'4", 220, and have above average athleticism, it's a bad landing spot for Boston. This is bad for Boston. Bad.
I'm gonna push back just a little bit in two ways. One, I don't think it's as bad for KC as we make it seem. I was just talking to Wyatt, and like KC, the reason that I liked Lemon when we talked this morning, I said Lemon over KC because Casey's going to be thrown into a situation where he's in a terrible environment and he's going to have to be the guy. There's no one else there, right?
And they're going to be a throw first team.
Right. Now you have Boston, who kind of alleviates a little bit of the stress because now there's more talent there to kind of open up things a little bit, right? So like, to me, this doesn't really affect KC to me. This is not like a stock down for him. Like, if anything, it just makes the offense a little bit better. It takes more pressure.
You're wrong about that. Anytime you bring in a significant talent, the law of the conservation of target says this is necessarily a negative for Concepcion. But I am agreeing with you that it is a minor downgrade. It is a minor downgrade for Concepcion, but for Boston, and this also because Concepcion is just better than Boston. That's the thing. This is like the city of New York versus the city of Boston. Concepcion is New York, and Boston is Boston.
But this is the thing. You talk about touchdown equity is important too, right? And if it's just KC, this offense in general,
there's no touchdown equity there.
But the offense is getting better.
Got a touchdown
they're
score.
adding
touchdowns.
They're adding more talent, though. They're
this
getting
is
better.
the problem with Boston.
We talked about them getting maybe Arch Manning next year.
You send Boston.
We're talking.
If Boston goes to Philadelphia instead of Lemon, then that's a much different conversation.
Talking over each other.
There's actually touchdown equity in Philadelphia. There's not any touchdowns in Cleveland.
You guys are talking over each other, man. Like if we're talking about dynasty and we're talking about what's going to be happening in the future, right? This is a 2027 move to be able to have these offensive weapons around the quarterback that's going to be coming in, right? And who's like, they're not, who knows? Maybe it's Shadur, maybe people are saying I'm crazy, but I do think that 2027 is probably a target year at quarterback for this team.
Probably.
This is the worst day for a sporting Boston since the 2010 NBA Finals Game 7 involving Kobe Bryant.
Okay.
What the fuck are y'all talking about?
I don't even know what that is. I don't even know what that is.
Kobe beat the Celtics in Game 7.
Okay.
That's what's going on here. Denzel Boston could not possibly have gone to a worse spot than this.
Do we? So
this
wait,
is really bad.
So wait.
We're talking KC.
So wait. So as of now, is Stribling ahead of these guys?
You have to at least consider. I mean, it depends on what the hell San Fran looks like. Like, I wouldn't say he's ahead of KC, but he's ahead of Denzel Boston. Like, you were drafted to be the number 3 at the moment receiver for the Cleveland Browns.
Well, Stribling was. I think Stribling was drafted to. I mean, because obviously in San Francisco you have Mike Evans, Christian Kirk is there, right? You have Ricky Pearsall. So there are other players that you have to deal with. You have tight end stuff. Who knows what's going to happen with Kittle?
Gadget guy.
But you have functional.
Well,
you have
hold
a
on.
functional
Hold on.
offense. Well, do you consider Debo's like what if they see Stribling as like a juiced up Debo?
Juiced up.
No,
Yes.
My thing is
How
more
is
so-
he? How is he not a juiced up Debo? He's almost 6'3". He's 208 pounds. He runs a 4.3 40.
My big thing here is that
I know none of those
San
things are.
Fran over.
I know none of those things are Debo.
Right.
That's why I'm saying
that's
he's a
what this is
juiced
about.
up version.
Yeah.
Stribling.
What do you think of Stribling?
I like Stribling a lot. My thing is I'm investing in anybody in San Fran over anyone in Cleveland not named Casey Concepcion.
The thing is this.
Cleveland's offense sucks. Who's he tied to? His quarterbacks are Deshaun Watson or Shador Sanders. At least we know who San Fran's QB is. At least we know that his coach will call a reasonable offense. What are we doing here?
I'm totally fine with that. We also got to shift gears here because Jeremy Bernard just got drafted to the Steelers.
Oh shit!
Okay, to the Steelers. So that's we've gotten a few. We got 3 wide receivers, right? We got Jeremy Bernard, we got Denzel Boston, right? We have Stribling. We've had a good amount of wide. We looked at the Steelers as a team that was going to take wide receiver. Now they do it. What do we feel like? I mean, you have Michael Pittman, you have DK Metcalf. We don't know the quarterback situation here for Bernard, right? Do we love this? Do we hate this?
I want to look up and see like how much did Bernard play out of the slot this last year? Like,
I mean, they have to envision him in the slot. They paid DK on a long-term deal. They just traded for Pittman. They don't have anybody on the inside in that offense.
Roman Wilson.
well, this is definitely. Hey, I'm sorry, but RIP to your Roman Wilson
He was a
dynasty.
He
shirt.
was a day 2 pick. Not
Roman
long
Wilson was dead after year 1 when he couldn't get on the field, and in year 2 when they had no competition, he still couldn't get on the field.
He was.
And I like Roman
He was
Wilson.
kind of hurt.
But last year he wasn't hurt, and he couldn't
was
get on the field. They had
He was
nobody.
dude. He was the only guy he was the only guy in the 1-on-1s at the Senior Bowl who could whoop
I get it.
Quinion.
And the talent's there, but I mean, he didn't do anything when he got to the NFL and the opportunity in the runway. I mean, was there not a not situation?
Of course,
for him to take
Trash Man's
over
article
in
doesn't
a
say anything
role?
about how much he played in the slot versus
I mean,
outside.
am I wrong? Like, this dude couldn't get on the field. Who were the Steelers have? Who did they have out there last year besides DK? Who was catching passes for them?
It's certainly
Calvin Austin.
it certainly
I
wasn't.
like Calvin Austin.
Certainly
but
wasn't
wait,
Calvin
Come
Austin.
on. There's a reason they didn't bring him back.
Yo, hey, dude, how about this? We have the #1 Jeremy Bernard apologist in all of college football
Oh boy.
sitting right over here at this desk, and his name's Cody Carpentier.
Yeah.
Why don't we go ahead and
let's
throw
pass
to
it to
him, and he can talk to us about how this guy's about to be an All-Pro.
All-Pro wide receiver Jeremy Bernard just got drafted by the Pittsburgh Steelers. DK Metcalf has some speed there, but I mean, he's a little bit over the hill, and he's got that archetype, that the Andre Johnson, that Julio Jones,
They don't age well.
that AJ Brown. They don't age well. They hit the hill, and they might fall down like Humpty Dumpty, and it doesn't work out that well sometimes. But I love DK Metcalf. I also don't think Michael Pittman's that bad. I think Michael Pittman's a decent fit here with Aaron Rodgers, and yes, I did say Aaron Rodgers because that is my full-on expectation that Aaron Rodgers is the quarterback here, Week 1, 2026, according to some sources. So I feel good about that. They like their tight end play. Darnell Washington, Pat Freiermuth. You look at the running back room.
It's pretty deep.
They bring in Rico.
Mhm.
They love Jalen Warren.
Love Jalen Warren.
The offensive line got a boost in Maxi Hanachor.
Mhm.
And they pivoted from Mekhi Lemon to Jeremy Bernard in the slot.
Yeah, they want. He's going to be the big slot. Pittman over his
30%
career,
of the
he's not
slot.
played
30% in the slot.
Okay, so yeah, he's going to be their slot guy. That's enough.
Yeah.
That's enough. But I don't, they'll talk about it in the fantasy. We're going to get you guys caught up on all the picks that aren't fantasy. But the fantasy thought here, this isn't a good fit. What do we say about Rodgers and young receivers year in and year out?
Yeah, but here's the deal. I think that this is a long play. Your long play here is that Bernard isn't going to be the key cog, obviously, in day one. That's going to be your Pittman, your Metcalf, your run game, your Freiermuth. And in 2 years, when it's, bye-bye for Metcalf and for Pittman, and you have a new quarterback in play because Rodgers ain't going to be there after this year, that's a different conversation. And Jeremy Bernard's the vet in the room.
Right. He would have, 2 years under his belt. Good pick here. But we got to catch up with some picks, Cody.
Let's
We've
rip
now
through
seen a
this.
lot of picks go off the board here.
So we had 2, 4, 6, 7 straight defenders come off the board. from pick 40 to pick 46. And before that, we had 4 of the previous 5 on the defense as well. So we've had a run since Denzel Boston. We had the edge rusher from Oklahoma, R. Mason Thomas, go to the Kansas City Chiefs. We talked about that. Then we had Cassius Howell, the edge rusher from Texas A&M, partner in crime, Shamar Stewart, now in Cincinnati, playing outside of Dexter Lawrence. We got to talk about that maybe on a later episode of the draft rankings, talking about the defense for the Cincinnati Bengals and what they've shifted in this whole situation. Christian Miller goes down to the New Orleans Saints to play defensive line. We've heard the New Orleans Saints in the conversation to potentially go after a Kayvon Thibodeau from the New York Giants. That has not happened yet. We get the linebacker, the man in the middle for the Miami Dolphins. They go Caden Proctor. They go Chris Johnson, the cornerback from San Diego State. And then at pick 43, one of their 4 selections today, they get Jacob Rodriguez, the linebacker from Texas Tech.
Linchpin.
Derek Moore, edge rusher from Michigan, stays in state as the Detroit Lions trade up for the edge rusher from Michigan. Our guy Zion Young. I tweeted this yesterday, and every single year this happens with the great GMs.
Yeah.
The great GMs, specifically Eric DaCosta, sits, chills out, legs up on the. Don't even just
maybe he has a burger.
Almost dumped that over. thinking, goes, you know what? If we just stay at 45, a guy that we had high on our board in round 1 might fall to us. And they did that with Zion Young on the edge from Missouri. Some of the best tape you'll watch in the SEC is from Zion Young, the edge rusher from Missouri. He goes to the Baltimore Ravens with some more value. His teammate, Josiah Trotter, linebacker, goes to Tampa Bay. This is an interesting situation, interesting opportunity for a linebacker. Obviously, there's no Levante David there anymore, and an opportunity for Josiah Trotter. So that was the run of 7 defenders. Anybody shock you from that group and or still available that shocked you that they didn't go?
The biggest shock for me as we sit here currently at 8:10 Eastern Standard Time in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, it's really who's still available.
Yeah.
Throughout the draft season, we heard guys like Jermod McCoy, CJ Allen, Emmanuel McNeil, Warren.
How about
Avion
the CJ
Terrell.
Allen thing, man? CJ Allen. Oh, CJ Allen's he's not slow.
We've talked about him with
He's not
TDR.
slow. He's going to go 20.
I mean, we talked about him with TDR, but Lee Hunter had moments. Brandon Cisse. These are guys that were going to go in round 1.
How is the
This is the most disturbing thing on planet Earth. These glasses.
Jeremy Bernard?
Jeremy
Bernard's hip fluidity. How you rate his hip fluidity in the scale of 1 to 10?
11.
Strong.
Okay,
Quite strong.
Dog rating?
I think it's like a 7.4.
Okay, so high dog rating, high hip fluidity.
Yeah.
But not athletic and not productive in college. Okay, good stuff.
Take those glasses off. They're disturbing. All right, so Jeremy Bernard, good hip flexibility, not athletic, not productive. He comes in like a wrecking ball, and then I lose my train of thought. All right, let's get back on track.
His closest dog rating comparable. Ready for this? His closest dog rating comparable: Pat Bryant, Jonathan Mingo.
Oh, a lot of random Mingo talk tonight, to be honest. We have Mingo 2.0, Stribling go first pick in the second round. And then we're talking a lot about Jonathan Mingo. All right, but let's get back on track. Let's get things caught up. We talked about surprises. Who's available? That's the surprise. What is not a surprise, though, are the players being drafted. I don't think any of these
Hold
guys...
up. We have to talk about this.
This
is a nice
one.
one.
This is sick. This is sick.
This is very cool.
This is very cool. Yeah.
The pick is in.
This is...
With the 48th pick in the 2026 NFL draft, the Falcons have drafted a cornerback. First pick in this draft because obviously they gave away their James Pierce last year. They gave it to the Rams, their first round pick this year.
Yeah.
They go get Avion Terrell. Matty, there's a
that name sounds familiar in Atlanta.
AJ Terrell.
Oh yeah.
So now we have brothers.
Sick.
Brothers who
Sick.
both went to Clemson. Brothers who will now both play together in Atlanta.
Yeah, let's just talk about how cool that is. I mean, both of us have brothers. We both played sports. Playing in the pros with your brother is pretty sick.
At the same position, no less.
Right, and now you guys can have the tandem here. And not only that, you have to think about just the human element of it. He's gonna know what that building is like before he gets there. He's been in that building with his brother. He's talked to his brother about that building. But I also think this is a good pick for the Falcons. Good player. Avion Terrell was great at Clemson. He's been good at Clemson these last 2 years. Again, we're seeing these Clemson players really getting smashed because of their terrible season. But again, Avion Terrell, back-to-back seasons in which he's graded quite favorably, gave up only just 6 touchdowns in his entire career at Clemson, still only 21 years old, 5'11", 180. And again, we talked about the NFL bloodlines, and now he gets to play with his brother. That's going to be a special moment for the Terrell family.
The Carolina Panthers have made a trade, and they moved from 51 to 49, jumping the Jets.
The Jets keep getting jumped.
So the
dude.
Panthers are now on the clock, and their pick is in, and we're going to report it here in just a second. But they gave up from 196 to 159. So they gave up 37 spots. 37 spots tomorrow to move up 2 spots. The pick is in for the New York Jets. The Carolina Panthers have drafted defensive tackle Lee Hunter.
Oh, big boy.
To pair up with Derek Brown on the
Big
defensive
boy.
line for the Carolina Panthers.
Yes.
At pick 49, they traded up 37 spots in the 5th round, and they traded up 2 spots to jump over the Jets to get a defensive tackle in Mr. Lee Hunter, a.k.a. Vince Wilfork.
Big country. This is a position that the Carolina Panthers have been chasing through free agency, through the draft. And now you look at this player, Lee Hunter might be the solution to the question they have been asking for years. And on top of that, you kind of now look at the big picture for Carolina. The edge rushers they took last year in 2025, the free agents that they've brought in, making a big signing, bringing in Jalen Phillips this year in the offseason. All of a sudden, they have a front 7 that teams are not going to be all that excited to play against week in and week out. Lee Hunter here, one of the darlings at the Senior Bowl. Talk about his time down in Mobile.
Oh, this is a fun player. Really skinny calves. Not really skinny, but just abnormally skinny for his body type. Lee Hunter's a massive human being. He's a jolly human being, got a couple of kids. He had a funny story he shared at the Combine with us that some of his NIL money he actually gave to his brother, and he allowed his brother to buy a couple 18-wheelers, and he started up his own business. He was trying to get the word LLC out. He couldn't find LLC in the back of his head. And so one of the reporter goes, LLC. He goes, yeah, one of them. And his brother started LLC. He goes, so what's he haul? And he goes, I don't know nothing about that. He goes, I just give him the money. He just does the thing.
That's sick.
But he gave his brother the opportunity to be a business owner. I thought that was really cool, Lee Hunter. But it's a big bad dude that they just jumped up here and got the Carolina Panthers. And this is a team that, I think a lot of people might think that they're really far away. But when you look at where Tampa's at, Tampa's taken a step and a half back. And New Orleans is in a very interesting spot.
They're also going to have pressure, though.
And
The Saints are going to have pressure.
And Atlanta's kind of muddy. And the Panthers, if you see Bryce Young take another step forward, could be very, 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 very interesting this year. They got enough weaponry to do the damn thing on offense. And on defense, now you're plugging in a Lee Hunter. And I just think that this gets uber sick. Now we get the New York Jets on the clock here at pick 50. The Jets have been very active in this draft, drafting Lee Hunter's teammate David Bailey at pick 2. They got Kenyon Sadiq at pick 16. They traded back into round 1 at pick 30. So this is their 4th and final selection into the top 100, and it comes here at pick 50 for the New York Jets. Before it gets in, is there anybody you got your eye on? They got the receivers. They got their edge. They got a tight end. Is this Jermod McCoy? Is this your potential? Let's just rip the
Catch
dart.
the falling
Let's
knife.
just rip the dart down the hallway and get Jermod McCoy to come in and replace Sauce Gardner long term.
The story of the draft is McCoy being available at pick 50. If he does not get selected here, I'm not great at math, but I'm pretty sure that makes him an outside of the top 50 pick, which is crazy to think. Even with the injury, this is a guy that scouts have said could be the number 1 corner in this class if he were healthy. He could be a top 5 player in this class if he were healthy. The fall for him is absolutely devastating, but the Jets are in a spot here where they not only single tap, they double tapped offense last night. They could still come away with David Bailey, Jermod McCoy. Things could be looking up for the Jets with this pick, because if he is healthy, Cody, how good could this guy be for the Jets, for Aaron Glenn, for this defense?
Elite.
Elite.
He could be
Fast.
He could be everything that Sauce was.
Same frame.
Yeah.
Shut down corner. Fast. Burn down his pro day. Real fast 40 time. So this is a pick here. I think the Jets are in a great spot here because even if they
They're
decide
going corner. They're going corner. The pick is in. Pick 50. The 50th. The 50th pick in the 2026 NFL draft is in, and it's a cornerback, and it's not Jermod McCoy. He's officially fallen out of the top 50, potentially to the Vikings at 51. The Jets go D'Angelo Pons, all 5'8", 5'08" of D'Angelo Pons, the cornerback from Indiana, is now headed to the New York Jets. He's tiny.
So the thing about
Teeny
D'Angelo
tiny.
Pons, here's the thing.
Itty bitty, teeny tiny.
Yeah. So the thing about Pons is football player, sick. Football player, shut down. Football player, consistent, good over the last 3 years. Tested extremely well at the combine, jumped through the gym, looked a little like Nate Robinson getting those little pegs down. Absolute hops on the kid. I have him ranked as a top 40 player. I'm at 39. I love the player. The hesitation for D'Angelo Pons is not necessarily him, but it's the comp to a player that I also loved a few years ago, Mike Sanderstill. Mike Sanderstill, Massachusetts guy, Everett High School, shout out. Xaverian High School, one of the two. But
you can't shout out a high school if it's not the right high school.
I don't know what high school is. They're not my high school. But anyway, we're not talking about high school. We're talking about players in the pros. And we saw Sanderstill this year have to take on more of an outside role, and it wasn't necessarily good. So if that's the case for Pons, I'm a little bit nervous. But if you can get this guy in your slot, you can get this guy. He's a rare playmaker as a nickel corner. Love the player here, but again, a little bit of a head scratcher. If you're the Jets, are you really taking a slot nickel corner over a guy that could be a press, shut down, island type guy in Jermod McCoy?
Here's the quote from Fernando Mendoza on ESPN about D'Angelo Pons, his former teammate. In quote, again, this is his teammate. The best corner I've played for or against is the top of the totem pole. He gave me a lot of trouble. He picked off a couple of times. He's a game changer. I think the problem is, of course, that he's not 5'11", 6 foot. He doesn't have 33-inch arms, 32-inch arms. He's lacking the length and all this stuff, but he's a true dog. This is what D'Angelo Pons is. And I think if you're just looking right now, so we officially have all 4 picks in for the New York Jets on the day. Round 1's done. Day 2's done for the Jets is what I'm saying. And you walk away with Bailey and Cooper and Sadiq and Pons, you have to be happy if you're Aaron Glenn.
You're very happy, and you've got good players. First and foremost, this is what the analysis starts with getting good football players. But not only do you get good football players, you get not 1 but 2 national champions, guys on the team in Omar Cooper, D'Angelo Pons. We're talking about good locker room guys, big culture guys, and on top of that, David Bailey, the Tasmanian Devil, the 2nd overall pick, a true potential double-digit sack guy at the NFL. And then you get one of the most athletic tight ends we've ever seen. If you're a New York Jets fan, you're flying high. And as a Pats fan, I'm here yelling no bueno. I'm not happy.
We're going to look at D'Angelo Pons here. Can you do me a favor and just read off the heights for D'Angelo Pons here? The height length here. This right here. Can you read that?
5'8.5".
Okay, Aaron Glenn, 5'8.5". Okay, what's that say?
180.
Aaron Glenn, 184. All right, what's that say?
4'3'6".
Aaron Glenn, 4'3'9".
So Aaron Glenn drafted younger version of Aaron Glenn.
Aaron Glenn, round 1, pick 12 to the New York Jets. D'Angelo Pons. Round 2, pick 50 to the New York Jets.
Listen, ladies and gentlemen, we have now gone a handful of picks into round 2. We haven't said the phrase that we say a million times, but the draft is a flat circle. Holy cow.
That was a landing spot.
Which is something, that is a pick that we should have seen coming a light year away. He drafted himself. But again, we're talking about culture guys, good football players, good thing for the Jets. I want to ask you this, Cody, because you're the resident Minnesota Vikings fan. They went big boy Caleb Banks.
Yes. The answer is yes.
You know what I'm going to say?
Yes.
The Toledo Rocket.
I know what you're going to say.
You want to fly high for Emmanuel McNeil Warren right now?
Wait, that's what you're going to say?
I'm going to ask you, how sick would it be if they get the safety that might have been worth going in round 1 here at pick 51?
That would be alluring. I thought you were going to say Jermod McCoy because you look at the health questions with Caleb Banks, defensive tackle. I think you look at the health questions with Jermod McCoy. You get both these guys in this defense with Brian Flores, and if you get a world where they're both healthy, that's elite. The pick is in, though, for the Minnesota Vikings.
Jake Galday.
There's the pick.
Jake Galday. So talk to me. Talk to me about Jake Galday. We are seeing a run of linebackers go. This was a very strong linebacker class. We're talking off-ball, green dot players, and now we've seen not 1, not 2, but 3 off-ball inside linebackers go here within the first part of round number 2. Jake Galday, good athlete. He's going to come in. He's going to probably wear the green dot pretty quickly for the Minnesota Vikings. Is this a good fit for the Cincinnati Bearcat?
Former 5-star. Nope, that's the wrong one. He was 6'5", 239 coming out of Cincinnati, former defensive end at the FCS level. This is a maniac. I wanted Ant Hill. If you were going to tell me they were going to get a linebacker, I wanted Ant Hill.
We all love Ant Hill.
The problem with this is that everybody in Minnesota knows one of their favorite linebackers, Ivan Pace. Remember Ivan Pace?
I remember Ivan Pace.
All 5 foot. Speaking of short guys, all 5'9", 225 pounds of him. He was maniacal. I think he even got a Pro Bowl nod his rookie year in the NFL as a special teamer from Cincinnati. They replaced him with 6'4", 6'5", 239-pound Jake Galday, raw cover linebacker. But this potential with this Jake Galday thing. When you plug him into the Brian Flores defense, is think of Peyton Wilson, think of Fred Warner, things like this. Like that's real.
Yeah,
those are real ceilings. So that's where I feel about Jake Galday with the Minnesota Vikings. It's awesome. Do we just have a trade?
Let me ask you this question. I want to frame it a certain way because I don't think the play styles necessarily are the same when you watch it on tape, but the length is similar.
Yeah.
We loved a linebacker a couple of years ago from North Carolina State that went to the Pittsburgh Steelers here, the hometown draft team in Peyton Wilson. Is there any comparable here using that length? Can he be a guy that can help in coverage? Is he a guy that can kind of be all over the place, or are they going to use him in your traditional middle Mike linebacker?
It's funny. This comp right here that I have for him, Jake Galday, 6'4", 240, Chad Greenway, Iowa. You know where Chad Greenway was drafted and played? He's a Minnesota Viking.
Minnesota Viking
like
for a lifer. Yeah.
He's one of the greatest linebackers in Minnesota Viking history.
Right.
That's linebacker Chad Greenway. They get him here in round 2. That's the comp I put on Jake Galday. That's what Minnesota Viking fans should expect out of Jake Galday. It's a very high ceiling, but it's a very good player with nearly top 50 draft capital in a position that you really need in this Flores defense. Now you get to put him behind Caleb Banks. That's massive.
And now we're looking at a draft board that is very defense heavy. We have now had just a handful. We had two guards, 2 receivers. The rest is all defense, defense, defense. These teams now, they're starting to clean up some of the guys left on the board. But again, we are still on Jermod McCoy watch and Emmanuel McNeil Warren. We're officially talking about a slide.
14 of the last 16 picks have been defense. You had your Boston and you had your Bernard lumped in there, but it has not been a heavy fantasy-centric round here on day 2, and it's going to continue because we got a cornerback at pick 52 to the Green Bay Packers, and it's not Jermod McCoy, so the fall continues. Jermod McCoy falls, and a fellow SEC cornerback, Brendan Cisse, is the selection here. 6 foot tall, 190 pounds, goes to the Green Bay Packers just a couple of years after we saw Jair Alexander, Eric Stokes, Kevin King. This is a team that has drafted 1,426,000 cornerbacks and safeties in the first, two rounds of the NFL draft. They do it again here at pick 52.
Brandon Cisse is the pick. We are now going to kick it over to the couch, and we will see you when you get back here. Meow.
Fridge?
They're in the fridge.
I don't give a damn.
Hey, Anand, because you're standing, can you do us a huge favor?
Chocolate milk.
Can you take the cream puffs
All
out of the
right, we're
fridge
here,
and leave them out so they warm up?
Chocolate milk.
On the couch.
Hey,
you're dying for
we're here on the couch. We were just talking about cream puffs. We went to the
cream
restaurant.
puffs would have been the right thing to say
Yes,
because the
yes.
restaurant last night.
Yeah, so just again,
Hey, can we give them a shout out for anybody that is in the area of Sloven, Pennsylvania, which is right out, rural Western PA, right?
Yes,
This
yes.
beautiful area that we're staying in for the draft.
I only laugh because it's so rural. It would be rare that anyone would be here, but it is possible.
It is possible, and we told them that we'd give them some love.
Oh, we absolutely
Because-
are. We're endorsing them.
And so we made a reservation for yesterday because we knew we'd have to come back and get ready for the show, right? So we made a dinner reservation for 4 p.m. at this place, right?
Yeah.
And I told Cody as we were driving up, I said, "There's no reason we needed to make a reservation probably at this spot."
Well, but for 10 people, it's
they-
polite, so you can get the
but
table ready.
They've been talking about that 10 top ever since that reservation got made. This place is called Valentors.
Yes.
And it is not in Sloven, Pennsylvania, but in one of the cities right around here. They took
Sturgeon,
Pennsylvania.
Sturgeon, Pennsylvania.
They took great care of us. Great food.
Yep.
A very eclectic and funny menu to read. But they did send us back with these giant. They said first time customers. They give them these cream puffs, and so we were talking. Matt just sent Anand upstairs to take those cream puffs that we took to go, and we said, why not use cream puffs for the word? C cream
Right.
puffs.
Go to the couch, cream puffs.
Yep.
It's important to take those cream puffs in the desserts out of the fridge. I don't like to eat desserts straight out of the fridge. I like to take them out, let them warm up for
Is
a
this a
couple
mansion
hours.
lifestyle hack?
That's right. It's a mansion lifestyle hack. Get the desserts out of the fridge. Try to plan ahead. Whatever it is, 4 p.m. in the afternoon. Take those desserts out. Let them warm up. I like that because you see there's a little sweat on the chocolate.
Oh, look at Cody. He's already eating one.
Okay, he's failing.
Cody's already ruining the hack.
He's ruining it.
Cody,
He's ruining it.
can you bring it over in front of the
show it
camera
on the camera there.
to show him the cream puff? So we have two of these things. Now, is that ice cream inside that thing? Is that cream? What is inside that thing? But what is inside of it? All that white cream stuff. So Wyatt is saying it's pastry cream. And Cody says it tastes like pudding.
Okay, so Chuck Bass just called, and Chuck Bass said no mansion lifestyle hacks. In fact, the problem is, Chuck, that the most emails I get about topics is more lifestyle hacks. And you want to take those desserts out of the fridge, let them sweat a little bit, let them warm up, and then it's that much more delicious. And Chuck is going to be here tomorrow. We're going to be having some special guests. RC Fisher is going to be joining the show tomorrow.
Oh, Chuck Bass?
Chuck Bass
From Twitter.
Twitter's
I love that
own,
guy on Twitter.
Twitter's own
Yeah.
Chuck Bass going to be joining the show. Chuck
Bass and Player Profiler.
Well,
Not from Twitter.
I know, but
Profile, baby.
it's the joke. We know he's from Player Profiler. Risers and Followers is a show. Tune in to Risers and Followers on Player Profiler. Chuck Bass. Evan Ringler, our own Evan Ringler.
The whole player, that's great, man. Chuck Bass. Is he coming to the house?
No, he's going to
He's
be.
gonna be here in spirit.
We're
Okay.
streaming in.
All
We're
right.
going to be streaming in RC Fisher. We're going to be streaming in Chuck Bass. We're going to be
Got it.
streaming in a few other people. We're finalizing the schedule, trying to get it all sorted out, but it's going to be exciting. We have a bunch of people joining tomorrow, joining the stream to help carry this content load because this class is so terrible. And Chuck was being very helpful, calling during the show to try to help produce the show and trying to tell people to move on, that we need to talk about CJ Allen from Georgia, because that's who Chuck really wants to hear about. He really wants us to break down CJ Allen from Georgia.
I mean,
going to the Colts. Thank you, Chuck. I actually enjoyed the Valentors entire menu and I wanted to make sure that people know about the desserts, and I'm glad that you brought it up.
Yep.
And I'm glad that we offered the mansion lifestyle hack, and I'm going to do it again. And I'm going to do it again. And I'm going to do it again. And I'm not going to let Chuck Bass anywhere near my show sheet, but I'll tell you what, I'd let him near my Twitter account.
Oh, just like just like take it over and we can split the Elon money.
Now, you know what's funny about this is now Chuck's going to call us again and say, you guys need to get off that Chuck Bass topic because the Chuck Bass topic's not doing numbers.
Yep.
The Chuck Bass topic's not engaging people. So he's going to call us again. And I think this is, he should be our remote producer and just tell us when we need to pivot, when we need to go back. I think the player that the people really want to talk about is Stribling, because we haven't spent enough time on Stribling because it was such a catastrophic blunder. I mean, I can't even believe that people have this guy ranked in fantasy football. He is going to do nothing. He is going to be a catastrophic bust. He is just a gadget player. He's a second round Tavon Austin. I mean, Cody threw out the comp of Jonathan Mingo. I think Jonathan Mingo.
Oh, dude, is it gonna be Stowers? Is it Stowers?
Pick is in.
Tell me it's fucking Stowers. Oh, finally, we get a nice landing spot. Stowers to Philly, I would take him over Sadiq automatically. And I know that sounds hyperbolic, but we've been talking about it all day. Stowers to Philly makes a ton of sense. Goddard gets
Stowers,
1 year.
dude. Stowers is so good.
Oh my God, we finally get something.
Yeah, I would not take him over Kenyon Sadiq and tight end premium.
With the Jets landing spot for Sadiq, you would still take Sadiq over Stowers.
Yes.
Sadiq over Stowers.
Have you ever heard of something called the first round?
I don't care about the first round. Have you heard about the Philadelphia Eagles and what they do with tight ends? Dallas Goedert's going to be gone. Oh, you don't even like Makai Lemon.
Yeah, I mean, look, dude, I think this is a great football pick. I think Eli Stowers is somebody we're going to be talking about in fantasy football for a long time. Just a great story for him. Hold on, Cody. He came in with Pavia and with Kill and everybody, right?
Transferred together.
Like, it's just like, and I've thought to myself this whole time, I'm like, man, how can Vanderbilt keep this up? All the, everything that's happened with them now that, now that Pavia is gone, now that Stowers is gone, now that, obviously they have the Jared Curtis who's coming in now. That's the first 5-star that Vanderbilt's ever recruited. But
He's Jordan Reed. He's Jordan Reed. He's athletic Jordan Reed.
It's just the Sadiq thing, man. You bring that up right now, and I'm just like, it's kind of messing with my.
It's due for a curveball.
I mean, I can't. Can you explain why?
Okay. We talk about touchdown equity is obviously important, right? Omar Cooper goes to the Jets. Sadiq is at best third in targets on this team, probably, if you consider Breece Hall. If you consider Breece Hall, who's a guy that's probably getting around 70, 80. Are you kidding me? First of all, Eli Stowers is going to get more chances in the red zone to score touchdowns. He's going to be the second option probably in the red zone to score touchdowns.
Here's the thing: is that Matt doesn't watch much college football, and so he doesn't know that how good Stowers is.
Yeah, I know.
So it's like,
and I get he went round one, Sadiq, and I'm not taking that away from Sadiq, but we know the situation in the landing spot was terrible. You said it yourself.
I know, but he's still
because round one that just puts him ahead of him.
He's still Sadiq. He's still a first-round stud.
Even coming into the class, a lot of people didn't think they were very far off from each other.
Then why didn't he go first round? Why did he go at the end of the second round?
I can't tell you. You have to ask NFL teams. But
because he is a one-dimensional player. He is a player that can rotate in 12 personnel. This is not a 2A tight end in any way, shape, or form. Sadiq can grow into that role. Stowers is even smaller. There are very, very few pass catchers in the NFL that weigh 235 pounds. You can count them on one hand. The pass catchers in the NFL that weigh between 230 and 240 pounds. He is the ultimate tweener, and there's a long list of tweeners.
Yeah, he's a tweener.
Now, the best case scenario of that guy is Jordan Reed. The vast majority of those types of players bust. In year one, it's going to be Goddard. It's not like he's going to supplant Goddard.
No, I never said that.
Right.
But
So you'll have plenty of time to get him. Sadiq is going to be playing more right away. His value is going to go up. They're going to separate in the rankings.
Plenty of time. But
you're going to be thinking back, going, "Wait, I could have had the first round tight end."
But you
And-
say plenty of time to get him. Is Sadiq going to be a monster year one? What does it matter if you draft Sadiq high? Is he going to be an impact player for your team?
It's very possible that I'm warming up to this Jets situation because with Geno Smith, they are going to be bad. They're going to be throwing a lot. This is the same case if you like Concepcion because they're going to
run
a lot of garbage time in Cleveland. There's going to be a lot of garbage time in New York, and it's a big difference having Geno Smith versus Tyrod Taylor. So I'm intrigued by this offense, specifically Sadiq. I'm more intrigued with Sadiq than I am any of Omar Cooper. Okay, Omar Cooper, if you're the clear number 2 auxiliary wide receiver, then you have to wait for Garrett Wilson to seed targets to you.
Sure.
Sadiq is going to have plays drawn up for him. They're going to be going to 12 personnel to make sure he's on the field. And he was a complete and utter dominant force in college in a way that Stowers was good, but he wasn't Sadiq in college, dude.
Sure. No, and nobody's saying that, but Sadiq might not even have been the best tight end on his own team this past year. I mean, in reality, that's the truth. And the other thing too is you factor in with Stowers, we're talking long term, and I'm going to give it to Jeremiah. But you talk long term, we're talking dynasty, right? I don't want to invest high in Sadiq. What you're probably going to have to pay in him, regardless, right? And that's number one.
I never said invest in Sadiq. I never said that. You were comparing him to Stowers.
But number two, we talk about a tweener. This is a class that does not have a lot of upside. If I'm trying to swing upside, Stowers makes a ton of sense. He goes to a situation, a team that loves to use a tight end. Now, yes, they got a new OC, so things could change, but this is a run-first offense. We've seen how Jalen Hurts loves to throw to the tight end position. The dude can't throw over the middle of the field, but he sure as hell knows how to find Dallas Goedert. And when Dallas Goedert's gone in a year, if Stowers is actually worth his weight, and the fact that they still took him in the high second round, they're going to use him. He's going to be a player on this team. And not for nothing, they do not have big red zone targets on this team. Outside of Saquon Barkley, I'm not saying Devonta Smith is not a guy you can use in the red zone, but Sadiq could be a focal point after this year when Dallas Goedert is gone, who barely even made the team because they almost moved on from him.
I will say one thing here. Okay. You're creating this dichotomy between Sadiq and Stowers, and it's not productive. You shouldn't be drafting Stowers over Sadiq. I'm telling you, you're gonna get made fun of if you do that. I'm telling you, don't do that. Don't do that. I'm fading tight end generally speaking. I just don't draft a lot of tight ends.
That's a different conversation.
And you're telling me I should be,
That's a different
I shouldn't
conversation.
be moving players up. I'm not moving Sadiq up. I just don't. But if you are forcing me to choose, if I have to choose,
Sure.
I'm telling you, I'm trying to make the pick that we're not going to laugh. You know what I mean?
Sadiq feels like a safe pick because you say he got round 1 capital.
Safe.
Feels safe.
He's an upside pick.
Stowers is an ultimate upside pick. We talk about him being a
There's
tweener.
more upside with
This
Sadiq.
guy,
Stowers is sick.
Wrong.
Stowers is a sick player.
No one said he's not good, but you're trying to make me say, you're trying to argue that he's a better fantasy player than Sadiq, and that is just not true.
I'm going to put
I don't want people that are watching this that
I want
and
people
certainly if they're subscribed to the rankings, they're not going to be doing this. We don't want them getting laughed at in their rookie draft.
No one is going to get laughed at. I
can't
promise
believe
you
you're
now,
trying to get people laughed
I
at.
promise you now, people are going to love this landing spot.
Wrong.
You might not like it in the moment, but when we sit in the hot tub with a couple cigars, and you sit there and you say, yeah, you know what? I really do hate the Sadiq situation. Stowers actually kind of feels kind of right.
No, this is the one thing is when a player is selected, like say in round 2, and we think about who loses, the law of the conservation of targets means someone always loses when an exciting player that we like gets drafted, correct? And the one thing we love more than anything else is when the player that loses is an old dusty player that we don't care about. So the real player that loses here is the player that is not going to be playing as much because there's going to be more 12 personnel, and that's Marquise Brown. And I'm very happy to see that we're going to less Marquise Brown on the field.
Gentlemen, you are missing the forest through the Sloven trees. You don't want either of these tight ends. You don't want Sadiq. You don't want Stowers.
That's right.
Self-defense, get away, run away, right away.
That's right.
Fade them. This is a futile exercise to argue.
You're not going to get laughed at. You just fade tight end. You're not going to get laughed at.
Yes.
The one that's going to be they're going to be laughing him out of the room.
No one's gonna laugh at
The chat, the Dynasty
Okay,
chat is
ready?
going to be hammering this
Sadiq
guy.
and or Stowers, or do you just tear down to somebody like Brendan Strange?
Wait, hold on, wait, Jeremiah or Coach. I guess
Jake
they call
Ferguson.
you. I guess they call you,
Yeah.
Coach. What do you coach?
I've done baseball, softball, volleyball, football, and soccer.
Okay, so Coach. All right, so that's why they call him Coach. Well-rounded coach.
Chuck Bass is hating this part of the conversation.
At a certain point in rookie drafts,
Yep.
the tight end has to come into consideration.
Trade out at this point.
What
round?
But trade out with who?
No one wants these
Trade
guys.
out with who? I mean,
It's like money laundering. We can't do it.
Do you know what I
We can't
mean?
do
It's
it.
like
Yeah.
at a certain point, it's like, hey, I got the 110. Who wants it?
So it is a 110. Are you going Sadiq or
please,
Stowers?
somebody let me trade out.
Yeah. Are you going Sadiq or Stowers then? One
I'm
for
going
one.
Sadiq. Nate Borkerker of Texas A&M just went to the Jacksonville Jaguars. Definitely more of a guy who's not in much consideration.
As Michael
for us
Scott
here.
would say,
I take
don't
back
like
the
that.
alert. Can I do
Don't
a
like
negative
that.
alert? Can I take back this
Yes.
alert? This is a blocking tight end.
Yeah.
These NFL teams are so predictable. They see heavy personnel win championships, and the next thing you know,
they're late.
everybody
they're
is
late
trying.
You see,
Everyone,
the Rams are the Rams are always in 13 personnel. Like, let's go ahead and do that.
they're all now falling over themselves to chase the tactic that was successful in previous years, where teams like the Rams are already scheming against their scheme that they invented to get that advantage. And so now these guys are trailing. Yeah, they're trailing the scheme innovation. Some of these teams are just trailing the scheme innovation of 2 years ago. And that is absolutely the Jaguars with this pick, just lighting a second rounder on fire for a blocking tight end.
Strange is also a pretty good blocking tight end too.
Strange is the guy.
and he's
This
a
is
good
no
blocker.
threat to Strange.
Let me also say that was the Jaguars pick, right?
Yeah.
So you have to understand, Gladstone comes from the whole Rams tree, right? So obviously he's watching what the Rams are doing. He's been involved with what they're doing. He understands it. So for Nate Borkercher,
Good pronunciation, by the way.
that is
I don't know. Somebody's gonna get mad in the chat that we butchered it, but I think he was probably pretty close.
that's one where you can see it's like that's more of a football pick.
Yes.
Than a
Yeah, nothing
than
to
a
talk about
fantasy football
fantasy-wise.
pick.
Yeah.
What they're saying there is like when we get down into the low red zone, like whenever we run a blah blah blah, like this is the kind of guy that can get the reach block here and like so that doesn't matter to us. As far as the tight ends, Matt, I'm sorry, brother. No, wait, I'm not sorry to you. Pete, I'm sorry, brother. I'm still taking Kenny Sadiq.
That's okay.
ahead of Eli Stowers.
Here's the thing that you need to know, and the chat chime in because we'd love to hear it. The truth is, I'm not sitting here saying Sadiq's not a good player, but we sat here yesterday bummed as hell that he went there. Okay, so now we're going to contort ourselves to think good situation. Sadiq's not going to make a big impact this year. We agreed on that yesterday. So you look at it. This is. Stowers goes to a team where, yes, it's risky, right? We all know there's some risk with him.
He
He's a
didn't go to
tweener.
Miami. He went to a team that he's not going to.
But he went to a team that loves to use the tight end position. We know that.
What's the name of the offensive coordinator?
Sean Mannion from
Sean
the
Mannion.
Packers.
I'm glad. I wanted to make sure that you got that in there.
And you tried to catch me there, I think, because you think I didn't know, but I knew. So I did my homework. So don't you worry. We are in Pennsylvania.
I have no doubt.
Okay? So don't forget that. But here's what I will say, okay? Jalen Hurts has trouble throwing over the middle, right? We know this. He loves his tight ends.
Where do they operate?
Not over the middle. Jalen Hurts can't throw over the middle for that is the biggest issue with this offense the last few years. Am I wrong?
No.
They can't throw over the middle of the field.
You are told you're
And Dallas Goedert was fantasy relevant last year because all the dude did was score touchdowns because AJ obviously had his issues, but he loves the tight end position, and it's been a position that they love to target in the red zone. Now, Mannion could make some changes, right? But Mannion also comes from the Packers, who liked using the tight end position as well.
No, if you connect enough dots, everyone's going to get
Come on.
back to McVay and Shanahan.
The truth is, nobody wants to draft any of these tight ends, and nobody drafts. I'm not drafting any of these tight ends high.
Right. They might as well have McVay and Shanahan. I think McVay's the offensive coordinator.
You can't spin this. No.
Soon
Soon
it's going to be a Ben Johnson.
You can't spin this on coach speak for me when you tried to catch me, assuming I didn't know who the coach was.
You brought up offensive coordinator. That's why I said it.
Oh,
so the bottom line is, okay, so voting, we're just going to vote here. Let's just take a vote.
Take a vote.
Okay, coach, you go Sadiq or you go Stowers?
I'm fading them both.
No. You can't.
Okay, you want me to take a stand? I'm going Eli Stowers.
Okay,
book it.
Stowers.
And
Okay,
suck
wait,
it.
no.
How about
Okay,
that?
we're on one
So
side.
let's bring the fifth fantasy.
Let's bring a tiebreaker. Let's bring in Wyatt here.
All right, y'all have made a bunch of good points. I want to note that
Have we though?
I want to know Kevin Patullo had a lot to do with Dallas Goedert scoring all those touchdowns, because if you look at his career, he didn't score touchdowns until last year. So I don't know if that will actually carry over to this year. I actually think it's a really weird pairing for Stowers with the Eagles. I was a Stowers guy coming into here, but what's this actually look like when they get to offense? I imagine a lot of teams are now trying to find their 12 personnel. So when they get into that spot, they're going to put Lemon outside, and have Stowers possibly out of the slot. I still don't know what that looks like year one. I think moving forward past this year, we could see something happen. Dallas Goedert 1 year, $7 million contract. Like, who cares, right? So past this year, maybe. If we're talking like right now, I'm Sadiq. It's honestly very close because
Really,
with the Jets, it's hard to project points. It's hard to project points for Sadiq as well. I think it's muddy for both players. I liked Stowers more as a prospect, just in general. I had Sadiq ranked higher coming into the NFL draft because he can actually block, which means just coming into the NFL, he has a higher floor, and they both have high ceilings. I think Stowers has a higher ceiling in general because I think he's a more dynamic pass-catching weapon compared to Sadiq. If you're on the clock and you had to pick one right now, I'm saying Sadiq because I don't think he's a zero. I think there is a world in which Stowers is a zero because he comes positionless in the worst way, and he's never actually finding a way to make an impact in fantasy.
Check the rankings tomorrow. They'll be updated even later tonight. The code is draft for $50 off the all-in package at playerprofiler.com. Get access to the rankings, Dynasty Deluxe package. And and it's I think there's been some center selected. There's been a bunch of players selected, and I think Cody and Maddie have some thoughts. Let's kick it over to the main desk.
Yeah, we've had a couple of picks come in. Mainly the big one that just came in was pick 57. The Chicago Bears go center, Logan Jones from Iowa. So Jennings Dunker is not the first Iowa offensive lineman off the board. It's Logan Jones. And before that, we had a couple of picks come in. Gabe Yakis goes to your team, the New England Patriots, at 55th overall, the edge rusher from Illinois. We had linebacker C.J. Allen come off the board. The Colts, that was their first selection, if I'm not wrong, right? That was
their first selection. Clearly, they were targeting off-ball linebacker. It must suck to sit on the sidelines and watch probably the top 3 guys at the position, 4 guys at the position that you were coveting come off the board. But we saw C.J. Allen, Eli Stowers. We're not going to talk about Stowers because the couch has definitely covered that in spades. Gabe Yakis, Nate Burt Kreischer, and Logan Jones. I want to ask you, though, Cody, at what point does a team builder prioritize a position that they weren't necessarily anticipating needing? Where they had their center retire kind of abruptly. It probably put a lot of priority on this position, and now they go ahead and get one of the best in the class, if not the best center in the class.
I'm going to talk about that. But first, I want to tell you that the Browns just traded up with the 49ers and drafted Emmanuel McNeil-Warren. We've been waiting for this one to come off the board, and the Browns just did it. So
Browns this is now we need to start having the conversation because it has not translated to wins. So it's very easy to, poop all over the Browns, but at least in the draft room, this is now back-to-back years in the draft where it feels as if they're not only getting the right players, making the right picks, they're navigating the board in a very, very, very advantageous way because now not only they have their anchor offensive lineman, Spencer Fanu, they hit the discount double check wide receiver Casey Concepcion, Denzel Boston, two guys that they're hoping they can pair with Harold Fannin and have a nice little group of weapons for this quarterback group or the next one in 2027. Then they get the third best safety, a guy who had round one buzz, a guy coming from Toledo that can do a lot of things at the safety position, cleaning up the trash, picking up the garbage, whatever you want to call it. The Browns are having a nice draft so far.
Nice draft, and you hit on all the key points. They got one more selection here in the second day at pick 74. So they're going to be up here in just a couple more picks, I believe. I think that's going to be eighth pick in the second round right there. So we're beginning to get onto a little bit of a running back watch here with the Texans, the Titans, potentially the Broncos. A little bit of wide receiver potentially with the Rams, the Broncos, the Chargers. Like there's a lot of opportunity for some fantasy guys, but I do want to bring it back to Logan Jones. You brought up Logan Jones, the center that's now in Chicago. The Bears have been trying to fix this offensive line for the last couple of years. You said something interesting a couple of minutes ago. Has anybody had as big of a glow up in this whole ethos or this
team
whole
building space,
this NFL drafting industrial complex as Ryan Poles? Almost called him Pace. Poles. Logan Jones at center right now. They got Garrett Bradbury there. They traded for Drew Dahlman a year ago, and Dahlman was
good for them.
Yeah, now he's gone, and it's Logan Jones who comes in and is the first center off the board, right? Interesting.
Yep.
Not my top center, but they need to continue to pound on the offensive line.
Yeah.
Traded for Jonah Jackson last year. They got Darnell Reddit at right tackle. The left tackle's Ozzie Trapillo. They picked up Jedrick Wills because Cleveland let him walk. They're continuing to build this offensive line very slowly in Chicago and kind of quietly have a solid draft. There's Dylan Thieneman, Logan Jones. Thought the opportunity was there to take McNeil Warren. This was a team that, a couple of months ago had no safeties on the roster.
Right.
And the idea that you could have, hindsight's 2020, Poles is probably sitting there going, damn, if you had told me a month ago that I had nobody and I could have walked away with both Thieneman and McNeil Warren, he would have done it. He would have took it every day of the week, right?
Yeah. And sometimes we're victims of this as fantasy managers. When the fall is happening, catching the falling knife is a tough concept to put, wrap your brain around. And I think sometimes these team builders fall victim to it as well. They see a guy free falling down the board and they go, maybe the free fall continues. Maybe we can trade in early round 3. And then he doesn't. And this is the cold splash of water. And always, obviously, hindsight is 2020, but getting a guy like EMW and then Logan Jones later might have been the right or the sick move.
All right, so we got 2 picks that just came in. First and foremost, we got tight end from Michigan, Marlon Klein, that goes 59th overall to the Houston Texans. At pick 60, the Tennessee Titans were here, and they draft linebacker Anthony Hill from Texas. He goes to Tennessee to play, not behind Devondre Sweat because Devondre Sweat's gone. So Anthony Hill's going to go to Tennessee and play in this new offense or this new defense with Robert Saleh. Remember earlier in the week we heard Robert Saleh pick 4, Sonny Styles. Robert Saleh pick 4, Sonny Styles. That's his Fred Warner. That's his Fred Warner. Turns out Ant Hill is his Fred Warner, and he falls to 60, which is an insane value for Anthony Hill. I had him at, I think, 26 in my top 100. So now we see McNeil Warren, Anthony Hill go off the board. That closes out my top 32 guys. Actually not, because McCoy's there. But great start to this draft for the Tennessee Titans. Carnell Tate, Keldrick Falk, Anthony Hill. They've rebuilt this defense, from a triangle perspective. You got Falk You traded for Jermaine Johnson. Now you get Ant Hill in the middle. I like what Robert Saleh, Big Bob's doing down there in Tennessee.
You and I do a show, the draft rankings. You can go subscribe to that as well. We're friends, so obviously we play a profile. We have our podcast comes out on the network, so you might be familiar. But we always talk about the art of team building, not just what happens, but the art behind it. It's kind of like our passion, the way you build professional football rosters. And what we have seen now is a couple guys that have had some hype get into a position to finally be a team builder, and they're kind of killing it. Tennessee Titans is definitely one of them. Now, back-to-back years, they're putting together a nice draft, getting Carnell Tate at 4, Keldrick Falk, and now Ant Hill Jr., who is a favorite of multiple people in this room, a guy that, again, in August, we thought this guy could be a lock for the top 15. Getting him here at pick 60, we're starting to see these GMs now cleaning up the guys who are falling, catching the falling knives, and now we have the Rams up. They basically, in some fans' eyes, Anand and Dury, big Rams fan in the house, was not happy about the Ty Simpson pick. So now they're sitting here with a chance to get Emmanuel Pregnon, Jermod McCoy, guys that maybe would have been a trade down option in round 1. They sat pat at 61. Let's see what they go with here. But we've seen a nice little run of second round
Let's
picks
talk
here.
about this Marlon Klein thing really quick. So this is a tight end that's really risen up the last, I would say, month and a half coming out of Michigan. 6'6", 248, ran a 4.61. And this is not what was expected to happen. It was expected to be Sadiq Stowers, but then it was expected to be Claire, Roche from Stanford, maybe
Delp.
injuries, maybe Delp.
My
Instead
guy,
of-
Koziol.
I love Colzo, but I don't know.
Well, no, we named 4 guys before it. I wasn't saying he was the 3rd guy, but the 6th guy.
16th guy.
Dude, someone's going to get a steal.
I don't think you're wrong.
I mean, listen.
I was a big
listen,
fan of
when you
Hunter
can
Long
pass,
one time too.
Hey, listen, it's always good process to take. Let me take a guy who has a career, basically 350 career receiving yards and 1 touchdown in college, as opposed to a guy who's had back-to-back 700-yard seasons at tight end. Definitely want the production out of
Listen,
my players.
I'm not dunking on your Kozal thing. I know
You know how I feel about
Kozal's your guy.
You know how I feel.
I'm
about
not saying
Kozal.
that, but I'm saying is this Klein thing with Borkershire coming off a couple minutes ago to from Texas A&M. These are the surprise tight end selections here that have really like a limited upside in a fantasy football conversation. And there's another tight end that came off the board. So we got a little bit of a tight end run here in the last 10 picks of round 2. The Los Angeles Rams, who a couple of years ago,
the heck?
a couple of years ago, the Rams were heavily involved in trying to trade up for a Bowers.
Someone go look at. Someone get a wellness check on Anand. Someone go get a wellness check on Anand, please. Because they just took a tight end in round 2. Yes, go check. They traded.
It's an Ohio State tight end.
Yeah, but he said yesterday he didn't want Kenyon Sadiq. Now he wants Max Clary.
The Rams have drafted Kenyon. Geez, now you got me all twacked out. Max Clare, tight end from Ohio State by way of Purdue, is now the starting tight end for the Los Angeles Rams, or the backup, or the 3rd string, maybe the 4th string, because they got Higbee, they got Ferg, Parkinson.
Parker Davidson. What's that guy's name?
Parkinson's gone, right? Parkinson went to Seattle. No, Parkinson's from Seattle. So yeah, he's literally 4th.
Yeah. So they have now. So Sean McVay, famously today and last night, has been on a number of interviews showing his displeasure for your team builder, Les Snead, taking a quarterback, a player that's not going to help you win a Super Bowl. How do you follow that up? Getting the 4th tight end for the roster.
We're talking about.
Yeah, that's why Anand needs a wellness check, Jeremiah. Can you help him? Go find him. Anand, wellness check on Anand. Thank God he's down here. I don't want him jumping in the pool with his clothes on. But anyway, this is a perplexing pick. What's the upside play going with Max Clary when you got these other guys on the board? What is it about the injury medical? What is it about this? Why are they passing on these guys, Cody?
I can't answer that. I can't answer why they're passing on McCoy, because McCoy makes a lot of sense for the Rams.
Dunker makes a lot of sense for the
in their
Rams.
futuristic perspective. Yeah, I mean, to be honest with you, I think there's a couple of other. Pregnon makes sense. Like Pregnon is still available.
Yeah.
And if you want to go wide receiver, you have many options at wide receiver right now that could bring you in that direction. Whether you want Lance, whether you want Brazel, whether you want Bell, whether you want the other Bell, whatever wide receiver you could have added a wide receiver to this. Instead, you add Max Clary, who you're going to look at this tight end room, and Higbee is on not only his back now, maybe his last 3 holes. The sun's coming down. I get that. But you spent the second-round pick on Terrence Ferguson last year.
Back-to-back second-round picks on tight ends.
That's the dynamic tight end of these two guys.
Right.
Claire had
He's
a
the
really
upside
good
play. Yep.
Claire had a really good year
I
at
agree.
Purdue in 2024, transferred to Ohio State and didn't do jack diddly twits for 10 weeks. And then he started to break through a little bit. So the Claire thing's interesting to me. He's a good tight end, not great. But Terrence Ferguson is definitely the preferred option here with the Rams tight end room.
Yeah, and now we're looking at a few options here. The Denver Broncos have their first draft selection. Now, they didn't pick in round 1. Why? They got Jalen Waddle. Brought in a guy that's going to be their wide receiver one, a guy that's looking to make a difference for this offense. But now they're sitting here. Could they still use a wide receiver? Maybe. Tight end? Maybe. D-line, linebacker, where do you think the Broncos go here to make their first pick of the 2026 NFL draft?
I think running back is a sleeper spot here. If we're going to get a running back on day 2, I think it's going to come by way of the Houston Texans, the Tennessee Titans, or the Denver Broncos. We just saw Houston pick tight end. Tennessee goes linebacker. There's some value there in the Anthony Hill pick. No value in the Marlon Klein selection for the Houston Texans.
Zero.
I look at Denver. They just traded out. Supposedly, haven't seen the deal come through yet, but Denver's the other team that, like, you look at them and you go, all right, this makes sense for running back. If you wanted to go get somebody, because RJ Harvey, as much as we love him, 5'9", 215 pounds, got the dynamism. They bring J.K. Dobbins back this year. Contractually, they tried to get in on Ken Walker and they tried to get in on Breece Hall, but it didn't quite get there. So they're in an interesting spot where I think Mike Washington could make a lot of sense here for the Denver Broncos. They trade down with the Buffalo Bills, and the Buffalo Bills are now back on the clock. The Bills, with their first selection tonight, because they traded out of round 1, went T.J. Parker.
We love T.J. Parker. So now they're sitting here, moving up. Is this the Pregnon pick? Did they move up to get Pregnon? They need an interior lineman. Pregnon now, the fall of all falls. You know, this is a guy that has been a consensus top 40 guy. I had him in that range. Here at 62, sometimes the best teams just end up picking up the scraps. And right here, sometimes the crumbs are big enough for a meal. Let's see if it's Pregnon. Who, if you were to pick, who do you think? Because I think this is the Pregnon pick. I think the fall ends here with Pregnon.
I think Pregnon makes a lot of sense because the Chargers are right there at 63.
Right. We have a couple guys. And then also after that, we have the Seahawks, who might not need an offensive line, but they're a team that is also the Super Bowl champs. They're the type of guy that could potentially.
There's nothing I hate more than yelling, and I can't understand what they're saying.
IGB? What's that mean? Igbum?
Is it Igbinosin?
Igbinosin. Is he called IGB?
I don't call him that, but that maybe.
Okay, so we're still on the watch here. We don't have confirmation of the pick for the Buffalo Bills. Seems like it could be Davison Igbinosin, which if it is, Cody, you can absolutely talk about this guy. Coming out of Mobile, coming from the Senior Bowl, this guy stood out to you in a big, big way. We talked about it for weeks on the the Dynasty rankings. He was also a guy that I elevated throughout my top 100 after going back and looking at him closely, looking at the size, looking at the possible, player that could be at the NFL. I'm at 65. So it sounds like this could be the pick. Who is it? I don't know. Moving in front of the Seattle Seahawks, I guess, would be what would make sense for a defensive back here.
Yeah, Seattle Seahawks, and the Chargers is interesting, but the Chargers is more for guard. So that makes it interesting.
Could the Seattle Seahawks, the defending Super Bowl champs, get Jermod McCoy in the second round?
With the 62nd pick, the Buffalo Bills trade up and get my boy Davison Igbinosin, the cornerback,
confirmed
out of Ohio State. This is a big baller brand selection. 6'2", long 33-inch arms, 53 career starts. Everyone says, "Oh, but look at the flags. Look at the flags." You know who else had a lot of flags on them? Roads closed, son. The roads were closed a lot, and there was flags. That happens.
Physicality.
But you don't catch the football. You know who forced Odell Beckham Jr. into throwing a temper tantrum with a field goal?
The Rhodes Scholar.
The Rhodes Scholar.
Yeah, I mean, this is
am
a good pick.
Massive fan of Davison Igbinosin. I'm a massive fan of the idea that the last 3 years he spent his career practicing against who? Jeremiah Smith. Who? Garrett Wilson. Who? Emeka Egbuka. Who?
Marvin Harrison Jr.
Who? Carnell
Everybody
Tate.
under the sun.
Like, you can just name all these Ohio State guys,
Yeah.
and Egbenosen's been there for all of them, playing defense against all of them, preparing against all of them. He's a physical press corner. Igbenosen, to me, at pick 62, again, I was aggressive with Igbenosen. This is where the majority of people had him kind of pegged, was in the 60s,
I'm
in
at
the
65, yeah.
70s. I had Igbenosen at 36. This was my hot off the press, stamp him, my guy. And I know our guy Nick Coder's watching from somewhere. We appreciate, we miss
We
you.
love
Nick.
you, Nick.
Nick, we love you. We miss you.
We do.
Hopefully next year we see you. Hopefully you answer your phone and I can come see you somewhere, or you come to Charleston, one of the two.
If he's not gonna answer his phone, we're a platform. Thousands of people are watching. Nick Coder,
Answer your damn phone. No, but I think he's going to really enjoy this selection here by Davis and Igbenosen. This has been a team that I think you've looked the last couple of years. You're like, man, how can we get the Bills this? How can we get the Bills that? They got, Max Hairston. It was Kyer Elam. Like, this is not like, most people will say this is not a guaranteed anything. You look at the cornerback position, it's a lot different. It's how do I want to say this? Kyer Elam was a dog, but he was not a
he wasn't a domesticated dog. He wasn't a
wild domesticated dog. Max Harrison's got the speed, but Davis Igbenosen to me has everything, has all the tools, all the intangibles. You have slight questions about his ability to just kind of stay at that level 100% of the time. The penalties are there, but man, this guy's practiced against the best of the best of the best, and there should be nobody in the state of New York that will slow down Davis and Igbenosen. So he should be CB1 within weeks of being in Buffalo. You also have TJ Parker, who you got a value on at pick 35. So I think the Buffalo Bills are walking out of this draft mighty happy.
Yeah,
and they do have your boy DJ.
I will say, as a conference, as a division, the AFC East is having a collective great draft. Jets, say what you want. They're having a straight up and down to 6 o'clock good draft. Dolphins, volume, culture guys. We're talking about high upside guys. Good draft. Patriots getting tackle, getting edge rusher, high upside guys. The AFC East has been dynamic. And you talk about the big picture, right? The art of team building, you have to always look at the big picture. You got to zoom out to the 30,000 foot view. And when you draft a guy like Maxwell Harrison, a speed guy, but maybe not a true number one. You get your number one, 6'2", big-bodied, shut-down, press coverage type of guy. You open up the speedster Harrison to be more of a wild card. This is how you see fits, marriages of different draft picks coming together and forming that true picture. The jigsaw puzzle that is team building, the Bills right now have got a defensive unit that teams are going to be scared of. And as a fantasy company here, we're seeing a lot of DSTs improve. We're not seeing a whole lot of fantasy points, though, so far, my friend.
That was the big question coming in, right? How many wide receivers are going to go on night 2 of the 2026 NFL draft? We got Dejon Stribling going to San Francisco. We got Denzel Boston going to Cleveland. We got Jeremy Bernard going to Pittsburgh. And that's it.
3 so far.
3.
I said 10 last night.
We're currently at pick 63 with the Los Angeles Chargers. A wide receiver pending spot. Seattle not.
Wide.
So that's pick 64. After this, we're going to pick 100. So round 2 is about to be completed. An hour and 15 minutes.
Crushing.
This
is a great improvement. The draft alterations you can make akin to the pitch clock in baseball. It's expediting it. It's making the process exciting, and it's gonna keep things going, keep everything moving. I'm wondering though, the Chargers, they go Akeem Mesidor round 1. I would have to imagine there are evaluators in that war room that were some way been sticking up for another guy, not Akeem Mesidor, but that other guy that I would assume was big on the boards of the Los Angeles Chargers. I am staring at right now. Could this be the spot? If Emmanuel Pregnon does not go here, I'm not bringing up his name no more.
Bad news. Pick is in, and it's a center. Jake Slaughter.
Oh, so that's my number 1 center. So 2 centers in round number 1. My number 1 center, my top 100 guy, Jake Slaughter, off the board, Florida product. This guy is the epitome of country boy nasty. Does a lot of things well, run blocking well, pass blocking well. He's good in zone, gap grades. This is a guy that he was very adaptable to different systems, and he's that meat grinder that the Chargers needed. we're going to be looking back. If we can have a healthy Rashawn Slater, a healthy Joe Alt, and now Jake Slaughter, we're talking about an offensive line that we're going to, I mean, is Herbo just going to sit there and be like, do I have time to throw the ball?
Yeah.
Can I see a play develop? Am I on the ground right now? I'm not. Justin Herbert must love this pick. Jake Slaughter, number 1 center on my board, goes off here to the Chargers at 63.
It's a big selection, and it's a big one for the Chargers because it's an interior offensive lineman that they needed help with. They needed to go somewhere on the interior. We thought it was going to be Emmanuel Pregnon. We looked at Emmanuel Pregnon in round 1.
What is his bugaboo here?
Pregnon?
Yeah, what is his red flag that's causing him to just free fall? I don't
think it's a free fall. I don't think it's a free fall. I don't think it was never like a slam dunk round 1 anyway. So
now he's not in round 2 though.
Yeah, but look at the defenders we've had. We've had
we've had a big run. That's fair.
20 defenders.
And we haven't had any reaches on defense. These have been good, accurately. Yeah, that's a good point, Cody. That's a great point.
But I mean, you do look at your offensive line and you got Cole Strange, and like I'd rather have Pregnon than Strange.
Yeah, absolutely.
So that's the interesting thing here. But obviously the Chargers did.
But they also need a tight end. Biadas, how do you say his name? Biadas. He's getting older now. We saw some fall off there. And sometimes these centers here,
this is a pick.
This is a pick.
With the last pick in round 2, the Seattle Seahawks get dirty. Safety from Texas Christian University. 6 foot, 188, 441.
You need a bud?
Long wingspan.
You need a bud?
Turnover machine.
You need a friend?
The perfect complement to Nick Emenwari on the back end. All Senior Bowl safety. 15 picks, 35 pass deflections. Elite ball production, some are saying.
Preach. Tell me about it. What's his name? Say his name.
Lean, big, aggressive,
Say his name.
daring. A quintessential Seattle Seahawk, Bud Clark, goes to the Seattle Seahawks here at pick 64.
And we are now seeing, this is the most, you get the sound just going cliche alert, Legion of Boom 2.0, but great pick here for Bud Clark. I have been waiting with bated breath for this pick so I could ask you a hypothetical, a little would you rather. You want to play a little game real quick, my friend?
Oh, let's play a game.
Would you rather Bud Clark and Jadarian Price or Emmanuel McNeil Warren and Mike Washington?
Jadarian and Bud. But if you wanted Jadarian and Emmanuel McNeil Warren, you could have got him.
So they could have moved up.
They could have,
but I think Bud Clark. You talked about fit.
What this
you
tells
want
me
to talk about player and style to team.
What this tells me with Schneider, he didn't have. What this tells me, he saw Emmanuel McNeil Warren falling. He didn't have McNeil Warren ahead of Clark.
That's correct. That is absolutely correct.
Because Schneider makes that move. Schneider makes that move to go up
to
7 spots to get ahead, and he gets Emmanuel McNeil Warren.
Mm-hmm.
So I think there's a slight chance that Bud Clark was ahead of Emmanuel McNeil Warren on that Seattle Seahawks final.
You could make the argument here that if McNeil Warren was higher than Bud Clark on his big board, he could have moved up as high as 55. He could have made a bigger jump. I think that's a good point here. Now Bud Clark is on the Seahawks. The Super Bowl champion Seattle Seahawks have now added a running back and a safety. And we talked about this going into the draft, that this draft specifically was going to be a fantastic case study in terms of talent versus positional value. We're seeing guards, centers, safeties. We're seeing the players that aren't traditionally valued getting a lot of helium because of the nature of the draft. But the Seattle Seahawks here, solid pick here with Bud Clark. And now we're heading over to round number 3.
18, 19, 20, 21, 22. 22 of the 32 round 2 selections were defense. No quarterbacks.
Defense.
No quarterbacks.
Defense.
No quarterbacks. No running backs. 3 wide receivers.
It was a very defensive heavy third round.
And on top of that,
second round.
how many tight ends?
2, and they were both donkeys. 4.
Four
Oh.
tight ends, 3 wide receivers, no quarterbacks, no running backs, and
Interesting. 2 centers.
2.4 million defenders.
So before round 3 gets kicked off, we are going to kick it over to the famous couch. Thank you all so much for tuning in, tapping in. Make sure you're liking that video and use the promo code DRAFT. Get $50 off. Player profile, doing it bigger, better than anyone else in the biz. So we're going to kick it over to the couch, meow.
Bing, bing, bong, bong, bing, bing, bing.
How about Matty Kiwoom? Matty Kiwoom, so good. That when I saw him take over the fantasy desk with Cody for day 3 in Kansas City, I knew this was a talent.
Holy shit.
This was a talent that needs to be nurtured. The pick is in for Arizona Cardinals. Before we get to the Cardinals pick, I'm excited to talk about that. It might be a skill position player. It very well might be a skill. Could be a quarterback. I'm thinking quarterback there. I'm thinking
we were talking about how many of these quarterbacks were going to come.
I heard the name Carson Beck earlier. We'll see if it's Carson Beck. But before we get to that,
is it Carson Beck?
It's Carson Beck. Carson Beck. Do we have thoughts on Carson Beck?
Backup QB. Gonna be a good backup QB, but he's a backup QB.
needs to come jump in.
Anand has a lot to say.
No. That's the answer. Just no. The player at Georgia was solid. The player at Miami sucked. Thank you for your time.
I don't think this really hurts Brissett much. Brissett's a better player, and Brissett was one of the sneaky winners from day 1.
Dude, Michael Wilson was a sneaky winner, considering the fact that whenever Jacoby Brissett's been in the lineup, he averages over 11 more fantasy PPR points per game.
The offense in general got a big up here. Yeah, I mean, without them actually taking a defensive playmaker, we can expect a lot more of the same that we saw last year in the second half of the season, right? Where they're just going to be playing from behind nonstop. We're going to see a lot of garbage time from them really early in games.
No, Simpson going to the Rams really helped the Cardinals. It was it's just I mean, Simpson going to it helped the Cardinals avoid taking like what is essentially would be a good but not great, not a difference-making quarterback. So I think that they did them a favor. The Rams did them a favor. The entire league, all 31 teams around the NFL are really glad the Rams took Ty Simpson for various reasons.
So now that we know that that's the case, and we know that there's Carson Beck is not going to come in and push Jacoby Brissett.
Nope.
Well, he just isn't. Carson Beck is your prototypical guy who's going to come in if your starting quarterback gets hurt, and he'll be good for 2 games, and by the 3rd game they'll have him figured out. And it's just, Carson Beck is a really, man, he has all the tools, but every time it's always been Carson Beck has been Carson Beck.
Hey, at least they only burned a 3rd rounder. Some teams burn a 1st rounder on a tools guy that makes bad decisions. So at least it was a 3rd rounder.
I understand it, but let me go on to this, and I'd like to hear what everybody on the couch has to say about this. Jacoby Brissett is an offense. He only won 1 game as a starter for the Cardinals. He was not good as far as winning football games for these guys.
Don't care.
For us, for fantasy, it was amazing.
Yes.
Oh yeah.
It was amazing. It was great. 54 dropbacks a game sometimes. Like it was, and I know Jeremiah Love comes in and it changes some stuff up, right? In redraft leagues right now, why is Marvin Harrison still going like 3 rounds ahead of Michael Wilson?
Oh gosh, you set Matt up for this.
Thank you.
I did not know Michael Wilson was coming in, but
Thank you.
Matt just got, I don't even want to say it on camera, but Matt just got very excited.
Oh yeah.
That is you're speaking his language right now.
That was like me going. Well, the thumbnail, we said Matty Kiwoom. I did Matty Kiwoom's punishment for him.
Yeah, Matt decided. Do you want to say it?
Yeah, yeah.
Matt decided to go down the slide naked because Matty Kiwoom would not do it. So when Maddie, Kiwoom, and Cody get up, you can definitely shame them in the chat because Maddie bailed out on his bet.
No.
Definitely let him hear about it. Hold on, Alex. Alex needs to set the record straight.
No. Let's not shame a grown man with 3 daughters at home for not doing for not taking on a cockamamie bet that he did not agree to before the contest even
You know,
happened.
this sounds like a lot of loopholes and a lot of This sounds like a lot of fine print.
Well, I never agreed to the bet, and apparently I was part of it.
You were part of it. You just don't
and,
remember.
and I never agreed to it.
You just didn't lose.
I just didn't lose. But to have to go down, but to have to go down a slide to the pool.
I enjoyed it.
Naked.
He's right there. There he is.
There he is.
There he is.
Hey, the coward himself.
I don't.
No, it's on the thumbnail.
No.
Oh,
I don't.
right.
I don't call him a coward. I don't call him a coward. I call him a man of substance.
I like that.
Yeah, he's a man of substance. It's on the thumbnail. We put him naked with the pixelated. Thing.
So he actually did it?
Listen, man. No one actually knows who did what at all.
Okay.
Okay. This is all.
No one knows what happened.
No one has any idea. There's
It's like we think we're in Vegas.
no one knows anything with AI nowadays.
Sloven.
With AI, with Nano Banana, no one knows who actually did what at all. I can say that I went down the slide naked. No one actually knows whether that's true. I could say that Matty Keenwhoop didn't go down the slide. Maybe he did. There's a picture on our Twitter that says he did. He may or may not have. No one actually knows anything. What I do know is that Jacoby Brissett is an absolute smash, and stacking him with Michael Wilson is an incredible move in fantasy football. Michael Wilson is a better player, a better, more versatile, all-purpose, everything wide receiver in the NFL than Marvin Harrison Jr. And we haven't seen them together produce. Right when they're on the field together, you didn't see a big breakout for Michael Wilson, and also you didn't get much production except a couple spike weeks here and there, very sporadic from Marvin Harrison Jr. But this is one of those where I don't think you can put this one back in the box. Michael Wilson is not a player that is put back in the box. His work ethic, his talent profile, he could have been a first-round pick theoretically had he gone to a frontline program and not suffered so many injuries in college. So I'm very bullish on Michael Wilson. I'm excited just to ride this out. Just buy high on Michael Wilson. He's one of my buy high guys. And I think that if I told you before the draft, so worried Ty Simpson's going to Arizona. If I told you before that, actually no, Arizona, Jacoby Brissett, dynasty manager. No, you're actually shockingly, he goes to the Rams, and Sean McVay's furious. And you won't believe this, but Arizona selected Beck in the 3rd round. You would have been ecstatic. So this is one of those things where pick comes in and we're like, but actually, no, this is really good news.
The Arizona Cardinals are in lose now mode, and that is win now mode for fantasy gamers, because you're going to have Jacoby Brissett, who is the bridge quarterback to the 2027 class. Carson Beck is a nothing burger. You don't have to worry about him. It is going to be all Jacoby Brissett in 2026, and that's going to get you on the path to no one puts Michael Wilson in the corner. He hangs 37 points on a given week. You don't put that back in the bottle, man. We're going to get more of that fantasy goodness. We're going to get more Trey McBride in the red zone, in the end zone, and book it. You want Arizona Cardinals in 2026, led by Jacoby Brissett.
Jacoby Brissett and Jeremiah Love and Michael Wilson and Trey McBride. Is anyone here fading Michael Wilson, or are we? Is this a mini consensus here? Is this a 5-man consensus?
No.
I mean, for me, in our best ball cheat sheet that we'll be updating here after the draft, clearly, but we had Michael Wilson and Marvin Harrison back to back.
As do we a player profiler.
You have to figure with a new coaching staff, probably one of the mandates from a guy like Monty Austin Ford was to say, I feel so weird with you holding this like
Just take it from
you have to feel like there was probably a mandate from the GM to say, like, dude, come on, man, you can't hang me out to dry with my pick here. Like, we need to get Marvin more involved. Like, how are we getting more involved? Like, how do you build that into your offense? Like, he has all these skills and everything. It's like if you're a dynasty owner that owns Marvin, you love that the GM is probably saying that, but he's certainly saying that, right? He's on his last leg. This is a GM in the rare spot where a GM holdover for a new head coaching regime. It doesn't happen that often like that. It's usually a clean break. And so one of the things that I would think he would have talked to the new head coach about is like, like, gosh, the old guy, he didn't use Marvin, and like Marvin was my guy, like he didn't use him enough. So I could maybe see something where like the target share wouldn't be as disparate as it was last season, right? But I do think still, man, Michael Wilson showed so much last year.
Can't put it back.
All this just makes me more into Jeremiah Love. And listen, I didn't expect the Cardinals to actually take Jeremiah Love. Like no one really saw this coming too much. But when we talk about where this offense will be and how they're going to play in garbage time and all these pass attempts, like Jeremiah Love is such a good pass catching running back. Like how many checkdowns is he going to get? How many pass catching opportunities is he going to have in this offense? People are worried about like Tyler Algier stealing some touchdowns from him. I'm not worried about that. Jeremiah Love has shown the ability to play at the goal line.
James Conner.
James
I'm worried about James Conner.
He's a legit running back, but when you have a real pass catching option like Love, I'm not worried about it. I think that he's really bullish for him if they're going to be playing catch up like this. Like how many checkdowns does he get from Jacoby Brissett in these games?
Yeah, the biggest loser is the wide receiver 3 in Arizona, because typically we like it when a team consolidates around 3 receivers only. They're going to funnel all the targets to 3 particular receivers. In this particular case, the tight end and the running back and the 2 receivers, there's going to be so much volume there. They're consolidating around these 4 guys, and they all if they could somehow get 4 players each 20% target shares, it's a very rare thing that would ever happen, but it's possible. And so I'm very excited for that. Their one player I think is the sneakiest of all sneaky ads in Dynasty, and the guy, we talked about it in the top 10 takeaways show, is Trey Benson, because this tees up. James Conner was announcing the pick again. They invited James Conner to the draft. Think they're going to cut him? They're going to cut the Terminator. He came back from cancer. He comes back. He's one of the most reliable, durable, productive running backs of the last decade. They're going to let him have one final ride, one last job in Arizona for James Conner to mentor Jeremiah Love, okay? And they signed Tyler Algier to be Tyler Algier and do Tyler Algier things. We know exactly what Tyler Algier is going to do. He's going to catch more passes than we think. This is how the target share math that I'm laying out is not going to come to fruition. And he's going to score some touchdowns. That's going to happen. We know that. None of these guys, none of these 4 running backs play on special teams. This tells me that Trey Benson's team in 2026 is not going to be the Arizona Cardinals. He could land very well. And we do not know what his upside is. We have not seen what Trey Benson, a healthy Trey Benson,
a different way than I thought.
is going to be. Good. And I am buying Trey Benson. This is an explosive playmaker who, at the moment where he could have been unlocked, had the devastating injury, devastating for his career. It's now even more devastating for his career than we even realized at the time. But so he is going to land somewhere, and he might go somewhere like, let's say, Green Bay, where he is the 1-for-1 handcuff for the established primary back. And that guy has a lot of value. Whenever I'm doing trades, and I'm doing a lot of trades in Dynasty Leagues, you can invite me to your Dynasty League, podfather at rotowonderworld.com. As long as you have a 2026 first rounder, I will likely accept it. I mean, if the picks have been all traded away, I don't want one of those orphans. But otherwise, I'll happily join your league. Let me know. And I am going to be trolling around these leagues, trying to just make sure that I am creating trades or I'm countering trades, I'm getting a throw in and gobbling up a bunch of Trey Benson because he's now a player people are just going to be letting go for nothing. Like, this is the ultimate throw in. But it wasn't that long ago that he was a day 2 pick, that he was being drafted when we're wondering where the running backs in this class are. Why aren't they being drafted? Well, Trey Benson was being drafted at this time, right? But I don't see Washington getting drafted. I don't see Singleton being drafted. Benson was. A lot of people like Benson. They're just going to forget about him because a generational running back just landed in Arizona. No, I'm not going to forget about Trey Benson.
Yeah, I mean, I gotta be honest. Trey Benson stinks.
He's been so bad, dude.
But what Matt is saying is definitely understandable in that like opportunity, right? I mean, we're talking. Well, he had a chance when James Conner went down.
He's had chances for like 3 games last season before he got hurt.
I mean, he didn't really do much, right?
Was it one game?
One game, but the truth is this, and James Conner is a good professional running back, okay, and I can agree there. But if Trey Benson was that good, and I like James Conner, he's a good player. He's kind of like David Montgomery and just that, like, not the flashiest guy, does what you need him to do, gets the tough yards, right? He's a good football player. But Trey Benson, even when Connor was healthy before the injury, he couldn't hold Connor's jockstrap. I mean, let's be honest. Like, Benson, the reason that we're looking to maybe acquire him, which makes sense, is that it's free. It's a bad draft class. So in that regard, I just had to get it out there that, like, I do not think Trey Benson's a good player. But what I understand from Matt's point of view is that it makes sense to go take a shot on him because the truth is nobody wants Trey Benson right now. No. I mean, nobody wants this guy.
But he's going to go somewhere else, and then he'll have some value.
And the one other thing I would say is, like, when you look at like James Conner, like, you're going to say, like, I'm still standing at this point. Like, you know, because for him, he is going to be the lone guy that's still standing, that veteran in that room. I know Tyler Algier comes in there, but like Wyatt said before, like, none of these guys are going to play special teams. Even Trey Benson doesn't. So I don't see how Trey Benson lasts on this team after today. You could see him move or like in today or tomorrow too.
He was buried before, and now he might be free.
Fantasy alert, fantasy alert. The Bears have made a selection. The Bears have drafted Sam Roush from Stanford, a guy that has a nice profile, over 500 yards of receiving. He's athletic. We're going to send it back to Cody and Maddie and talk about a tight end that was intriguing for fantasy, and now that he's going to be playing next to Colston Loveland, not so intriguing. Here we go again. Here we go again. Yeah, this is they're just copying the Rams. They want to run 3 tight end sets. This is what they're thinking. This is how they're thinking. They're like, the NFL is now obsessed with 3 tight end sets. And what's happening? You're seeing tight end go off the board and no receivers.
Cole Kmet's succession plan.
It is the Cole Kmet succession plan. Let's send it back to Cody and Maddie. I want to hear their thoughts on Sam Roush.
You don't know what the fuck they're doing.
Pick 69.
Nice.
Is a nice number.
Nice.
It's a nice number to put our guy, corner chair Kmet, in the corner chair. Loveland last year, Roosh this year, pick 69. This is a big boy. Todd McShay calls him oatmeal because when you went down and you watched him at the Senior Bowl, it wasn't like Elijah Arroyo last year with Miami, where you showed up and you're like, oh my, who's the 6'8", 255-pound athlete? It was like, who is this is not hard. He's going to be plugged in, is your inline tight end tomorrow. Mm-hmm. And that's Sam Roush. So he's going to go in there. You're going to see Cole Kmet. Can you look up Cole Kmet's contract? Does he expire at the end of 26? I remember 2 years ago he signed an extension. I can't remember if it was 3 or 4 years. But I believe Kmet's contract expires at the end of deceased. Why is he deceased a minute later? I want to understand this comment here from Average Gamer GG's.
Shout out to Average Gamer. Thank you for hanging out with us.
Shout out to Average Gamer. While you look that up, Romello Height, one of my favorite edge rushers in this class, goes to the 49ers at pick 70.
Such a 49er pick.
Yeah.
What a 49er pick.
Really high cut edge rusher. We'll talk about him here in a minute. What's the contract on Komet?
We're looking at that. Why don't you go ahead and recap all the round 3 picks that we've gotten so far, and then I get you that contract.
Have they not talked about any of them on the other channel?
No, of course not. They talk about the couch. They talk about life hacks and cream pies and whatever else.
Cream pie. Tyler Onyedum, the defensive lineman from Texas A&M, goes to the Denver Broncos with their first selection of the day. Kieran Crawford. This is talking about high cut edge rushers. Seeing Romello Height come off the board to the Niners at pick 70 and Kieran Crawford at pick 67 to the Raiders. These are two of my favorite edge rushers in this class because they're leaner, they're longer, and they can bend the edge really well. They've had great pre-draft processes. They're quick, not fast. I like both these guys in the same build. The same, like there's one more guy later in this class we'll talk about when he gets here. But I had 3 edge rushers that I was pretty aggressive on in this class. And Romello Height, Kieran Crawford were 2 of them. And then we had the big man, Markel Bell, who is such a massive human being.
Yeah. The left tackle on a team that had a tackle that went, 10th overall? This guy played left tackle. This guy covered Carson Beck's blind side. This is the left tackle of a playoff team.
6'9", 346 pounds for Markel Bell. Interestingly enough, at 6'9", 346 pounds, how big do you think his hands were?
10 3/4.
9.
Whoa! I was expecting bigger, guys. Okay.
No, yeah, you would expect a guy that
bigger
size,
hands.
like Cam Williams. Cam Williams is in Philadelphia right now. He was a 6th-round pick last year from Texas. 6'5", 335, huge feet, huge hands.
Oven mitts.
11-inch mitts.
So Cole, do you want the Cole Kmet stuff before you?
I want the Cole Kmet stuff.
So Cole Kmet, there is an out right now. They could get out before the league year, the June 1. The cap hit afterwards would be 11.6. They're probably gonna bid farewell. Here's an interesting fact about Cole Kmet that honestly is a bit weird. How old do you think Cole Kmet is?
27.
27 years old. You would have thought he was 52. Based on how everyone's talking. But Cole Kmet could land for fantasy purposes somewhere else. It seems as if he has the corner chair now and forever. Let's get back to Markel Bell and the rest of the picks here in round number 3.
Not a lot has to be said about Markel Bell. He goes to Philadelphia. They need a guy that just get in there and do something. But pick 71, the pick is in. We're back to a fantasy relevant position, and it's going to be a selection for the Washington Commanders. With the 71st pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Washington Commanders get a slot receiver because they need that because Luke McCaffrey's currently in that situation. From Clemson, Antonio Williams.
So there's a lot of targets that have been vacated on this roster. Zach Ertz, Deebo Samuel. This is a profile that could handle 85, 90 targets in year 1. Now he comes off the board here at pick 71, Antonio Williams for the Clemson Tigers. This is another player from the Tigers. We've talked about it all draft. If they didn't have such a monumental bad season, could he have had more helium than this? This is a good player. This is a former 5-star prospect. This is a former blue chip kid coming out of high school.
You know, my favorite part about this thing is pick 71. Key number here. The Washington Commanders picked at pick 7, pick 71, and pick 147. And we talked about pick 7 being, it could be a wide receiver. They could have went Tate. When you look at this wide receiver room, it's Terry McLaurin, it's Treylon Burks, it's Luke McCaffrey, it's Jalen Lane. They went and got Van Jefferson, De'Ami Brown. They needed weaponry here. It's been talked about. It's obvious. When you came into the 2026 NFL draft cycle, Antonio Williams was at the top of the conversation.
Yeah, that's right.
He didn't have a great year.
No.
Just like TJ Parker didn't have a great year, just like Peter Woods didn't have a great year, just like Kate Klubnik didn't have a great year. Avion Terrell didn't have a great year. Antonio Williams is going to go be a slot merchant in this Washington offense, and he's going to get peppered.
This is a guy who had 11 touchdowns, Cody, in 2024, 600 yards this year. Again, you mentioned the down year, but the year prior, 11 touchdowns, 900 receiving yards for the Clemson Tigers. This is a guy, if there's a world in which Terry McLaurin, who is, little longer in the tooth, he misses games. We might be looking back at a receiver on the Washington Commanders with Jaden Daniels getting triple-digit targets.
Yeah.
This is the type of profile for a guy like Antonio Williams in a situation that could be starved for a playmaker.
1,000%.
Terry McLaurin was injured last year. Terry McLaurin has been he is older player, has had his issues staying healthy recently. If he goes down, who's the next man up? Is it Treylon Burks, the boar hunter? It ain't him. They don't have a running back. It ain't Bill.
They don't trust Ben Sinnott yet.
They may never trust Ben Sinnott. Antonio Williams, again, 5-star blue chip prospects can find their way in the right situation. He went to the right situation.
How many targets did he have his sophomore year in college?
He had a lot of targets.
How many?
Let's check it here. 100 in college.
100 targets as a sophomore in college?
100 targets in college.
Pretty solid number.
Yes. This is, like you said, slot merchant, a player, 5'11", 190. You guys want to hear lofty comps, third-round guys.
I'll give you my comp for him.
Give it to me.
You don't want it.
I want it.
You sure you want it?
I don't want to say it like I just said it, but I do want you to say it.
I want you to ask twice.
Don't do this. You're making it weird.
Christopher Olave.
Dude, kind of wish I asked for it again. That's a good call. That's a good call. But again, we're talking about players that get it, players that can be better than their projected spots. Jeremy Bernard gets a lot better draft capital, but he is now the third part of the Spider-Man meme, of which DK Metcalf, Michael Pittman, Jeremy Bernard are all pointing at each other. Antonio Williams, again, is one injury to Terry McLaurin away to being the possession guy. 3rd and 7, who are you looking at? He's the first read target. Again, Antonio Williams has a bit of upside that hasn't been accounted for. And if we would have seen a wide receiver run, this guy could have been off the board in the second round. There has been 0 wide receiver run in day 2 so far. 4 receivers taken, 3 in round 2 alone. The over-under set by our very own Alex Dunlap was 12.5. The under is looking mighty fine right now.
Well,
we're going to need a crazy run.
We do have Cleveland,
who's already taken 2.
Why not that third?
Why not?
You got Denzel Boston. You got Casey Concepcion. What archetype is missing? What archetype's missing?
Zachariah Branch, the guy that would be replacing Isaiah Bond.
Explain to me.
Darius Rucker, everybody.
Rashad White time. It's Rashad White season.
Oh, that's a very good point. Okay, in the main desk here,
all
we want
$1.2 million.
Who else? He's better than Bill.
There's some fuel.
Chris Rodriguez was better than Bill.
There's gas coming.
There could be some gas coming.
There's some gas coming, but I'm looking at wide receiver and I'm looking at pick 75.
The Fins,
the Miami Dolphins.
Yep. The Falcons.
I'm looking at the Colts.
There's going to be a wide receiver run. There always is every single year.
I think
and there's a lot of good players here on the board at the wide receiver position.
All right, here we go. You're on the clock. Pick 72. The Cincinnati Bengals select Takario Davis, cornerback from Washington by way of Arizona. And the next pick is the New Orleans Saints, who will draft tight end replacement for Juwan Johnson, Oscar Delp.
Delp is a guy who has had a lot of steam, a lot of helium over these last few weeks.
You love the word steam and helium, don't you?
Well, yeah, of course. It's a scouting term. I'm a scout. We're in also no, we're not going to get into Cleveland Steamer talk. That's Jeremiah's.
We're not in Cleveland.
No, I know, but we talked about this in the
We're
house.
not far from
Hey, three breaths.
Have you ever heard of Stanley Steamer?
No, what? Is that for clothes?
Stanley Steamer?
Is that for clothes?
It's a steamer company, yeah.
No, I don't know about that. All right, let's get back.
Based out of Cleveland.
I want to say one thing. Before, because you're not going to do this to me, Cody Carpenter. You're not going to get me off track here, because I have to talk about one Takario Davis. Why did Takario Davis come off the board before Jermon McCoy? Obviously, Jermon McCoy is not on anyone's board right now. 6'4", 200 pounds, and you can't teach that. That is size you cannot teach. That is athleticism you cannot teach. If you go back to his days at Arizona, you watch some of the practices, some of the tape that came out. This was a guy who routinely gave Ted McMillan fits because of the length, the 6'4",
Pick is in.
200
We gotta
pounds.
talk about this.
You're gonna give me blue balls about Takario Davis?
I'm gonna blue ball you.
Gosh
I'm
darn
gonna
it!
blue ball you.
All right.
You know why?
Why?
Because Malik Neighbors now has a partner in crime.
Who is this?
The pick is in for the New York Giants. The New York Giants have selected wide receiver Malachi Fields from Notre Dame.
Ooh, all right. So now we have a run of fantasy guys. We might have some guys standing at the desk here soon. We'll talk about it. There's a lot of fantasy players coming off the board. So Malachi Fields has had one of the biggest, most polarizing roller coaster rides of a draft cycle, right? No hype. Comes out of the Senior Bowl, a ton of hype. League goes to the combine, no hype. But yet he still gets drafted here ahead of a lot of players that did have more healing to him. Malachi Fields, talk about the fit with Malik Neighbors. Talk about the fit with Jackson Dart. Talk about the fit with the New York Giants.
I comped him to Michael Pittman. You look at him, what he brings to the table, runs a 4.6, 140, one of the slower wide receivers in this class. 6'4", 218-pound clasher that can go on the outside. You talk about guys that they've run through there like a train in New York, and
it seems like a revolving door.
Isaiah Hodgins, Jalen Hyatt, Darius Slayton. Who's our guy? This is dating back to Kenny Golladay.
Right, the second iteration of Kenny Golladay.
This is their Kenny Golladay. Kenny Golladay,
Mm-hmm.
what you could look it up. I think Kenny Golladay was pick 74. Was he pick 74 in 2017?
Let me look.
There's no way that's nails.
Let me look. Your brain should be studied in the Smithsonian when it comes to ball, my friend.
I think he was pick 74. 96.
96, way off. We don't have to say that.
Close enough.
Third round. If we would have not said the exact pick and just said third round, you would have bingo.
Does close matter in horseshoes, or is that close only matters in horseshoes? Close.
Hand grenades and horseshoes.
It does matter.
It does matter.
Let's go play some horseshoes later.
We'll definitely
close enough. Malachi Fields, though, he comes at the board here to the New York Giants. So we got just a little mini run here. Oscar Delp coming after your boy Takario Davis. Sorry to interrupt your Takario Davis.
No.
We had to jump right into this because Malachi Fields vaults himself directly into this situation with opposite. First off, not opposite, but potentially without Malik Neighbors. So you have Darnell Mooney now in New York. You have Calvin Austin, who two new frames coming into the play in the slot. You got Darius Slayton outside with Bo Collins. Bo Collins by way of Clemson last year as a college free agent. And then you have Jalen Hyatt buried, Isaiah Hodgins buried behind Malik Neighbors. I think
corner chairs.
Malachi Fields comes in here and can beat out Darius Slayton for that wide receiver 2 spot. And all of a sudden, you kind of got a nice little build.
Mm-hmm.
You got a little dynamo in Calvin Austin that can do the little around the line of scrimmage stuff. You got Darnell Mooney who can stretch the field a little bit. Malachi Fields can't stretch the field, but he can win downfield. He can separate when he's down there, and he can make those big catches. He made the play of the week, arguably him and Ted Hurst down there in Mobile. Right. So he can go down there and make those contested catches. Then you got Malik Neighbors. And then you got the backfield with Cam Scadaboo and with Tyron Tracy, and you got Isaiah Likely, the $80 million man. They're surrounding Jackson Dart with weaponry, and let's not forget they got Andrew Thomas as their left tackle, and they bookended it with Francis Maui-Noah. I like what the New York Giants have done overall.
I think the New York Giants are having a nice little draft. I mean, having Arvell Reese fall to you at 5 is a gift from the football gods. Francis Maui-Noah, again, going to play right guard for him in year 1, but will probably settle into their right tackle, but a player with tremendous, tremendous upside. Colton Hood, cornerback from Tennessee, great 2025 season, 25 games played for the Volunteers over the last 2 years. Consistency, and now Malachi Fields. And you look at these 4 picks, what do you notice? You notice 4 premier programs. Harbaugh wants to get dudes, football dudes. And now we got 4 guys here. That's going to help out.
Pick 75 for the Miami Dolphins is a wide receiver, and he goes by the name of Caleb Douglas from Texas Tech.
Talk to me about Caleb Douglas. We heard a huge groan from the couch. Why are they groaning?
Well, they're groaning because they were all sitting back there pontificating on Chris Bell being the wide receiver that was going to land here with the Miami Dolphins. And it is indeed not, because now when you look at the Miami Dolphins wide receiver room, you go, man, it's Jalen Tolbert. It's Jalen Malik Washington. Now you go
well.
And Caleb Douglas, I guess. Caleb Douglas can play some good football. Caleb Douglas is not an alpha. Caleb Douglas is not a differentiator. He's not a mover. This is 6'4", 205 pounds. He's a fine wide receiver. But this is an interesting one because I don't know what this means for the Miami Dolphins in their future at the wide receiver position because they got picks. They got a couple of picks left. They got, I think, 2 or 3 left in the 3rd round here. But what do you – Caleb Douglas ahead of Surratt, Branch, Bell. I don't love Brazel, but Brazel, Skylar Bell. Like possession guys. If you wanted – if you wanted a guy – Surratt was your guy.
That's the guy, man. If you wanted this type of receiver, a guy that doesn't have tremendous, doesn't have like that big time, whatever. You want more certainty, more sure-handedness. Elijah Surratt is you're not getting better than that. Did he have 12 touchdowns last year, Cody? No. Did he have 13? No. Did he have 14 touchdowns in college last year? No. 15 collegiate touchdowns last year, 6'2", 213. That would have been the pick, in my opinion. But again, you don't care about my opinion. You care about our analysis. So Caleb Douglas here to the Miami Dolphins. And we were hyping up the AFC East. We were all about all the teams making good picks. This is a little bit of air out of the balloon. This is a little bit of wah, wah, wah when it comes to the Miami Dolphins.
I want to give you
Wait, can I ask you one thing, though? Did Jacob Rodriguez have influence in this pick?
Might have. I want to give a little bit of a nugget here for this Jermod McCoy stuff before we kick it to the fantasy desk, because I know the fantasy desk has to be chomping at the bit, right? They got
French fries.
How many wide receivers have we gotten off the board here in the last couple of picks, and they're just sitting over there just chirping, and they haven't digested Antonio Williams or Malachi Fields or Caleb Douglas or Austin Delp or Sam Rouge or Carson Beck. The 3rd round's getting hot and heavy on the fantasy side, but Jermod McCoy, there's an update here from Dan Graziano. Jermod McCoy, the end of the 2nd round is an important dividing line. Starting at pick 65, the only guaranteed money is in contract is a signing bonus. Only 65 is the first pick that gets a split salary, i.e. the one number for weeks he's on the 53-man roster and a lower number for those when he isn't. McCoy's knee injury is clearly the reason for the fall, and starting in round 3, it may be easier for teams to take the risk. So we've talked about this. Obviously, he's I think my 17th ranked player. He was my last player to get a 1st round grade for me. He's your highest remaining player. You had him at 14. He's the clear-cut best available player on the board. But again, this is the conversation we always have where we don't have direct access to that information.
Yeah.
So he's going to be rated where he should be from a talent perspective, but you don't know the severity and you're not paying the bills. It's a little bit different. So with that being said, we'll kick it over to the fantasy desk as we approach now pick 76? 76 is on the board. Can you scroll down right there?
76 into the draft hosting Seattle or
Pittsburgh Steelers, Tampa Bay Buccaneers, Colts, Falcons, Ravens. We might get a little bit of a run here of wide receivers. Hell, we might even get a quarterback with the Pittsburgh Steelers. Let's send it over to the fantasy desk.
Do you love packages? You're going to love the all-in package. $50 off. Use promo code DRAFT. We're getting a little bit of a run. We had talked about leading into today, 12.5 wide receivers over under. We've had just a run of 3 wide receivers go. Antonio Williams to the Washington Commanders at 71. Malachi Fields, 74 to the Giants. Caleb Douglas, 75 to the Miami Dolphins. Let's park it for a moment on Caleb Douglas. Let's go. Do you want 1-for-1 Antonio Williams to the Commanders or Malachi Fields to the New York Giants, division rivals?
It's Antonio Williams pretty easily for me. I think he'd have much better profile coming into the NFL, and you can actually see the process for him to actually have fantasy opportunity in that offense, right? After Terry McLaurin, what do we have at wide receiver? What do we have at pass catcher? Maybe Chikakonkwo gets in there, and actually I think maybe he's a small winner here because they've not addressed the position after getting him, and I think that he could actually add to the offense. But we're talking about wide receivers like after Terry McLaurin, Antonio Williams fits easily into the slot. He's a really reliable pass catcher in the small or short intermediate areas of the field. He's a sure catcher of the ball. It creates easy separation in that area. So I think that's a really easy way to project what he can do in the NFL. But Malachi Fields, I think that in the NFL, he's just going to play on the X and he's just going to open the field for Malik Neighbors. Like, that's what his job is for the Giants. He's going to get on there on X, play against the press because he can do it, right? Like, and there'll be weeks where he's going to catch a few passes, possibly a touchdown, but he is there to take coverage, right? So that Malik Neighbors can do what he can do.
I think you hit the nail on the head. It is going to be Malachi Fields taking that pressure off of Malik Neighbors. It's great signals for Malik Neighbors, who can hang 180 to maybe even 200 targets if he's fully healthy in a given season. Not many receivers can say that. Malachi Fields doesn't have the cumulative stats, and he is just, hey, lob that ball up, and I'm going to come get mine. So physically imposing, the skills, the traits are there. I don't see the cumulative stats hitting for Malachi Fields. This is more of a good football move for the Giants. It lifts somebody like Jackson Dart. This definitely helps him, just a big body target. So the cumulative numbers won't be there, but it's going to overall help buoy somebody like a Jackson Dart. Going back to Antonio Williams, though, even though he didn't have the cumulative stats, I think there's usage which can help. I'm not the biggest fan of Dabo Swinney and what he's been doing at Clemson for as much success as he's had.
Sure, yeah.
There's a handful of college coaches who I'm not such a fan of. And somebody like a Antonio Williams coming through, I think he can get utilized. And in that Commanders offense, paired with Terry McLaurin, the route diversity that you can have, it's just a great opportunity for Williams, who not many people had so high, but I think because it's the Washington Commanders, you're going to get a bullish sentiment, and he's going to rise up in rookie drafts. Do you say mid-round 2 for Antonio Williams? Is that too conservative, or is that just right?
He's been in my second round for a while now because of who he is as a prospect, and I think, like, you have to understand with Antonio Williams, I don't think the ceiling is very high for him as a player, because I think he is what he is. He's a slot wide receiver who's going to work in the short and intermediate. He can catch some passes, but like the ceiling isn't quite there. But sometimes you want to just hit a single, hit a double in your dynasty rookie drafts, especially this year, right? Like with how bad this draft class is, sometimes you just want to find a player that like isn't a miss, right? And I don't think Antonio Williams is going to be a miss. Like that's the big thing for me, which is why he's been in my second round. Like I don't think he's going to be a miss. So mid-second round, late second round, we can discuss where that actually is based on some of these landing spots and where it's been, but he's in the second round for me and he's been there.
Now, funny enough, we're going to pivot because I know people can only get so erect over some Caleb Douglas talk to the Miami Dolphins, but we have now just coming in, Wyatt, quarterback, Pittsburgh Steelers, not Garrett Nussmeier. It is Drew Allar. Drew Allar, we wish casted, we want casted more from him at all times. Always seems to come short. But going to Mike McCarthy, maybe layer in what you think is going to happen with Aaron Rodgers. And do you like this landing spot? Is this a good spot for Drew Allar, who with Mike McCarthy has had Brett Favre, Aaron Rodgers? I think he even worked with Steve Young way back in the day. And then you also have the opportunity with Dak Prescott, how good McCarthy has been. He's been very good with quarterbacks. So what's your take on Allar?
First off, I do think Aaron Rodgers is coming back. I don't think Mike McCarthy takes that job to rebuild. And so I think he needs a quarterback, right? So for that, I think that like there's probably like a handshake deal that we don't really know about. Like Aaron Rodgers is coming back at some point for this season, because I don't think that Mike McCarthy would go into the season like figuring out quarterback. But Drew Allar, he has all the tools, right? He's always had all the tools. We knew that when he was coming into college. It's the problem is that he's been the same QB when he got to college as he is now. He's just messy, right? He has all the tools. He's a big quarterback. Can be athletic. He has the arm, like it flicks off his wrist really easily. He can make the throws. It's just so inconsistent. He needs NFL coaching if it's ever going to work out. So maybe this could be the spot where he like sits for a year, learns some from NFL coaching. Mike McCarthy has worked with some great quarterbacks, so maybe he can pass that on. I don't know that like Mike McCarthy's necessarily like a quarterback whisperer, I would say necessarily,
Maybe
but
he's
like
just had good talent.
Yeah, maybe he just had some good talent, but at least, we need to see him sit. He has the tools. Can it work out in the future? Maybe. Like I'll give him that. Like, should he be drafting your dynasty or rookie drafts? Absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
Third round in your superflex drafts as a shot of like, can this quarterback work out in the future? Yeah, I'm fine with taking that shot on him.
Well, when we look around the landscape, quarterback clipboard school with coaches, what do you think is a better spot? Take away draft capital, because we know what round 1 draft capital means for somebody like Ty Simpson and the Rams, regardless of Sean McVay being invested or in the know or not. Ty Simpson, Drew Allar, Carson Beck. Who do you think starts first, and who has the most viability in 2026 to actually get on the field? And hey, I'm taking a 3rd round rookie pick. I'm taking him in the 2nd. Maybe it's Ty Simpson. People want him in the 1st round. It's their prerogative. Who do you think gets on the field soonest to at least print some points somewhere in 2026?
Yeah, not accounting for injury because we can't predict that. It would be Ty Simpson because I think at least Les Snead has a plan in place. I don't know about Sean McVay, but like at least Les Snead is thinking like this is the future at quarterback, and we don't know how long we're gonna have Matthew Stafford. And with that draft capital that he got in the 1st round, like that points to like, yes, this is going to happen at some point. Whereas the other quarterbacks, it's we'll see if it works out. We'll see if they put enough together to be able to get onto the field. And Ty Simpson at least has it there, I think, mentally. Like the physical tools are rough. They come and go. I would say like there are times when the arm looks fine. There's times when the arm looks like it's maybe not quite strong enough. There's times where he looks a little bit athletic, but maybe sometimes where it's not quite where we want it to be if we like for fantasy. LR, like I would say, has all the physical tools, but like mentally not there. Also, like it's really hard to get on the field if that's the case, because if you're not mentally there, then on the practice field, you're not there, right? Carson Beck, I would say, is more likely to get on the field than Drew Allar because like I think he easily projects in the NFL as to be one of these backup QBs who like if you need him step in a couple games, he can do that, right? Like he can pick up an offense and like execute it. I roughly say that, right? Because like I don't think he's like special in any way, but like he'll come in and he'll make the check down and do the like those kind competent play. Whereas like Allar, you might get just really rough play. But like of those players, ones that you can like project to actually get on the field, it's Ty Simpson.
Hey, I think we're hearing something about Zachariah Branch. We will see. On the way, I'm gonna pivot over to some cheesecake.
Oh boy. Zachariah Branch to the Falcons, Matt. Well, first of all, I want to let Alex talk about it because Alex has been sweating talking about how Branch not going so far is a mistake. Do you like the landing spot for him?
Yeah, man. With Branch, I think it's great.
Yeah.
Just stays right there.
Doesn't have to move.
I know that they didn't even have to use the top 30 visit on him whenever they brought him in. A rare instance was Zachariah Branch where he had a local visit with not only the Raiders because he's from there, Bishop Gorman High School, right? So he got to take a local visit there, but also he's living in Atlanta to where he could take a local visit with the Falcons.
Sure.
And dude, Zachariah Branch on turf.
Gadget.
I'm not gonna say it.
Say it. Say what you're thinking.
Tyreek Hill upside.
Okay. All right. That's fine.
Tyreek Hill upside.
I don't hate it. I just think this is a gadget player. This is a classic 3rd round gadget guy.
If you want to say that he's like a Mecole Hardman, it
didn't wait, where did Mecole Hardman go to college? Where did he go to college? Where did Mecole Hardman go to college?
I can understand you saying that, right?
Here's the thing. What I love about this class is we can go back through the worst receivers from day 2 back through time, and we can cherry pick the worst guys and comp them all to guys in this class with one exception, and one exception only right now, and that's Antonio Williams. I've listened to Cody and Kiwoom talk about Antonio Williams, the fantasy desk talk about Antonio Williams, and I've been jealous. I want Antonio Williams. The king landing spot that was not talked about enough the last couple months on dynasty shows across the internet was Antonio Williams. Antonio Williams,
The King landing spot was Antonio. What is the King landing spot?
Washington.
Okay.
Yeah, the King landing spot has been Washington that no one has been talking about. What an incredible place to go. Terry McLaurin, like Terry McLaurin's the perfect player to have as the established alpha when you come in as a rookie. Then he's going to be 30 pretty soon. And this is dynasty. This is Jaden Daniels. You have an established franchise quarterback.
No,
I really
They're
like
worn out.
Antonio Williams. The more I think about how bad these receivers are and how bad they've landed,
these receivers
the
are
more
bad.
I think of how high. The question I ask is, how high can Antonio Williams go in the rankings? And there's almost no limit. There's almost no limit. Certainly, you would put him ahead of every other receiver in day two, in particular, Mr. Swindling. All right. So if you want to even go all the way to the top of of day two, the first receiver drafted, Mr. Swindling, the guy that I had no business being drafted in day two. This was a day 3 wide receiver.
Okay. Well,
Just
hold on.
classic
Wait.
Shanahan whiff where they get enamored by tools in
This
San
is not-
Francisco, and then they blow draft capital that on a guy that could have been they could have traded back rounds and gotten a player that was similar. And so Branch was a better version of that. Basically, Branch is a better version of Swindling.
Well, this is okay. This is a lot of things to have to counter.
I mean,
And Jacoby Lane.
That's making you pick between
Jacoby
your
Lane just
kids
went to the
almost.
Ravens, which is not good for Jacoby Lane. I don't think.
No one cares.
People that care about Jacoby Lane.
No one cares about Jacoby Lane.
Yeah.
They care about Branch,
Okay.
and now they're forced to care about
7 wide
Swindling,
receivers.
even though Swindling is awful.
Okay.
Has no business. He should barely even be considered being drafted in fantasy. This is a gadget player, one-dimensional. You can draw up plays for him. Fine, right? This is a pumped-up Dwayne Eskridge.
Well, Dwayne Eskridge is like 5'9".
Trade back around and get Branch. If you want a player that's even better, you can get him around later in Branch. What the hell are you doing, Shanahan?
There's
Well, you saw Shanahan was really unhappy. This was another one of these moves. You saw. Remember we talked about it at the very beginning of the show. I said, look at the scowl on Shanahan's face.
no. That was on McVay's face about
No,
Ty Simpson.
No, they showed Shanahan was like,
Yeah, I think
this
I
was
think
Shanahan's
Matt's right.
face when they drafted him.
That was your face too.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I'm happy he goes there when players like that go to exciting landing positions with exciting coaches.
Yeah. Okay. Oh no.
Coaches,
You don't get to. You don't
right?
get to pull the
They go
coach
to
card.
They go to
You
the
don't
right
get to pull the
coach.
coach
They go to the
card.
right coach. Right. It's perfect because guess what? It means more value for us. It means we can get Antonio Williams. You can get Branch. I can get Ted Hurst. That's why I like those picks.
Alex needs to speak his truth. Speak your truth, Alex.
Who does Ted Hurst play for right now?
Uh-oh.
So look, like here's my deal. DeJon Stribling, watching college football this season, was one of my favorite players to watch.
Sure.
And I thought he was incredible. There were certainly games where he had down games, but anybody that watched the college football playoff, 199 yards in 2 games in the college football playoff, he was like the go-to guy. Trinidad Chambliss' #1 guy. 7.3 yards after catch per reception, like 7.3 yards per catch after reception. It's like it's the top 20 in all of college football.
Punt return. Great. Yes.
Okay. All right. So, Matt, what do you hate so much about a 6'2", 207-pound guy that runs a 4.3? Like, what do you hate so much?
You compared him to Debo. Debo is a once-in-a-lifetime player of that archetype. That is a very bad player. You want to bet on.
No, wait, no.
You want to bet
It's actually
on
archetype.
You want to bet on air yards, not yak. College yak is
We're really rolling in the deep here.
college yak is the ultimate red herring stat.
Okay. I compared him to a charged up Debo because he's bigger, he's taller, he's faster. He's basically the best stalk blocking wide receiver in college football that I've seen. That means something to people. That dude, that means something.
He can't run routes.
What do you mean? What do you mean he can't run routes?
To run routes.
You
You
have
have to
to-
get down the
come
field
on,
and
dude.
make plays. You can't just block. And,
He runs routes
and-
fine.
and get design touches out of the backfield. This has been the Achilles heel of Kyle Shanahan and the 49ers.
Yes, because they've had such a giant Achilles heel because they've had such a terrible run out, right? They've been so bad. Come on, dude. It's like the Achilles heel of the 49ers.
They love
A perpetual playoff team in the NFC.
All right, let me tie this together for a second, okay? Because we're obviously talking about dribbling, but two guys have also gone, right? You talked about your guy to Atlanta. Antonio Williams goes. We're talking about three guys in totality.
how many gadget guys can
Okay.
be good for fantasy?
Hold on.
You have
Wait,
Zach. You have Zach.
Hold on. Wait. Hold on.
Okay, all right.
Wait. Hold on. Wait. I'm sorry.
Alex
Pete,
is
Pete,
I
I'm
know.
sorry.
All right, speak your truth.
Let's just it's not. Dude, hold on.
No,
There's no
get it
such
out.
thing as my truth. There's such thing as the truth.
Okay. Oh.
And
oh.
Here
I like that.
here is the truth.
Speak it.
You can't call DeJohn Stribling a gadget guy.
Okay.
That's not his job.
Yes.
You can call Zachariah Branch as a gadget guy. And
What do
we
they
can-
do at the
and-
poem
and we
place?
can
They go,
argue that
"Hey, you
all
little
day
snap."
long, right?
He's a gadget
Okay,
guy.
look, no, okay, so you're projecting him
Yes.
that way. Fine,
Cody.
fine, but that is not. I'm not speaking my truth. That is
Cody
the
says
truth.
wrong.
Okay, as far as the other receivers, so we're talking
Yeah.
Branch, we're talking.
Well, okay. So Antonio Williams, Zachariah Branch, right? Zachariah Branch goes to Atlanta. Malachi Fields goes to the Giants, and then we also have Antonio Williams to the Commanders, right? Let's undress that for a second, right? Or do you have anything else that you really want to say about Stribling? Because Matt's really putting a damper on Stribling, and do you feel like you've made the strongest case at this point, or does it matter? Because you might not be able to change his mind.
Well,
So it might not matter.
like imagine trying to change his mind.
That's very true.
Okay. Antonio.
Antonio to the Commanders, Malachi
What
Fields to the Giants.
What?
Wait, do
What?
you like Antonio Williams?
Oh, to the Commanders?
No. Antonio Williams to Commanders. Now, let me set the stage here before you go. Antonio Williams to the Commanders. Commanders 7th in the NFL last year in targets to the wide receiver position, 63.1%. And it's a room where it has Terry McLaurin, who's aging out a little bit. Not a lot of competition. So I'm setting the stage there.
Great place to go.
Dude,
Landing spot.
when we were doing our summer scouting,
Mhm.
this like coming into this time last year,
Yeah.
we were talking about Antonio Williams as the guy that could be the wide receiver one
Okay. Talk about it.
in the whole class.
Yeah.
We're
Love
talking about
Love it.
like we're talking about a guy who gets in and out of his routes, just the best, like route stem stuff, just like
Can
so
he
good.
develop to be more than just a slot guy, in
Oh.
your opinion? No. That's fine,
Slot flankers.
but just out of curiosity, like, do you think he can develop, or is he really going to be predominantly slot?
Oh no! Like
Okay.
I think that he can play slot. I think he can play stretch Z flanker.
Okay.
I think he's fine
So
playing
he's
that.
versatile enough probably to go play
Playing
Z.
that as well.
Okay.
And what you just really like about him is, like I said, at those route transition points, dude. He's worked with some of the best trainers in the whole country. Like some of the guys that we respect the most that have said that this guy is otherworldly, and in the way that he can get in and out of his breaks.
I don't give a damn.
I think going to a spot like, we were all hoping for one of these top guys to go at number 7 to Washington. It's like, this is a guy who, if Clemson wouldn't have like wouldn't have gone off the whole, dude. Clemson last year, we were saying like, dude, coming into the season, like, what are they gonna have? Like 5 first-round picks on their team? What, Cade Klubnik, Peter Woods, Antonio Williams, TJ Parker, Blake Miller. Like we were talking about it like that, right? It was an epic collapse. And I think that it's just what happens, man. And we see it all the time. With team success comes with team success comes individual accolades, right? And they just did not have team success this year. Sure. So Antonio Williams is a guy who I'm not going to go back on my original evaluation on him. He's certainly somebody who I would consider now like, I'm like in Dynasty. I'm taking him ahead of Denzel Boston.
Yes.
Ooh, okay, now we
Yes.
now,
Right. You know,
now we
This is
set the
what I'm
stage.
talking about.
So Omar Cooper.
The Clemson Tigers were an unbelievable source of value in this draft. Clemson Blake Miller. There's a ton of value in Clemson because the program tanked.
Yes.
You can get a Blake Miller at value, even in the first round. He slipped. He could have gone top 10.
I want to hear Omar Cooper or Antonio Williams.
Antonio Williams.
I want to hear what he has to say.
I think it's somebody that has to make like a cheat sheet for people that's a little bit ADP based. I'm gonna have to have Omar Cooper ahead.
Okay.
But I would like to make it to where I'm lower on Omar Cooper to where people won't get him, and I'm higher on Antonio to where people will get him.
Okay, I can see that. Now, how about Stribling?
You fucked me up, man.
Clip that,
Hey.
Chuck.
Well, we need to hear what he's got to say about
I
Cooper.
want to fuck. I'm wet, man.
Antonio Williams or Cooper.
Kick it to the fantasy desk. They want to talk Brazzle.
Yeah, fantasy desk. No one's at the. We are the fantasy desk. All right, kick it.
Go main.
Nick,
main.
kick it to the main. We got a lot going on here. An emergency. We'll be right back.
That's right. You're on the.
Look at these donkeys, man. Look at these donkeys.
The couch is becoming the tight ends taken in round 2. Just a bunch of blocking donkeys.
They're sitting there at the fantasy desk, and Chris Brazzle goes to the Panthers here at pick 83, a fantasy relevant position.
Yeah, we'll take it. We'll take it over. That's what we're here for, baby. We're not all heroes wear capes.
So now they got twin towers outside, 6'4", 6'4".
Big boys. They need a big boy.
Do you like it?
Boy. I'm not the biggest supporter of Chris Brazzle, but I will admit this, and it's part of my flaws. I'm not afraid to put my flaws out there for the world to see. It's a bit of helmet scouting. The Tennessee wide receivers just never seem to do the damn thing. So there's a little of that, but in terms of just watching a human being play football, Chris Brazzle looks pretty good on tape. 6'5", 200 pounds, redshirt junior. So he's been around, 22 years old. And now he gets to go to the Panthers. We were talking earlier about, this Panthers team building towards something, getting better with each and every, draft, with every training camp. Brazzle now is going to add a bit of dynamism here. But in the totality of the room, is he discernibly better than Coker?
No.
Right. So I don't know if it's a great move for fantasy.
This is a Leggett fight.
Leggett is he might have the corner chair.
So this is the 9th wide receiver drafted today.
So we're a full steam ahead to the 12.
And we got 16 picks left.
We're full, and we still have good players.
Yeah.
Some of the best players on the board are wide receivers. We're talking about Chris Bell from Louisville, Skylar Bell from Connecticut, Bryce Lance, brother of Trey Lance from North Dakota State. We're talking about Elijah Surratt, my guy, Deion Burks. There's a lot of receivers yet to come. And now we're seeing Brazel with the Panthers. So I guess, is there a principle that if your quarterback is short, you can make up by having big receivers? Because Tet, big kid. Brazel, big kid. Leggett, big kid. Coker, big kid.
Can I tell you something?
You can tell me anything you want.
They didn't even say Jacoby Lane's name, did they?
No, they poo-pooed him and said he kind of stinks.
Jacoby Lane goes 2 picks before Chris Brazel, 3 picks before Chris Brazel to the Baltimore Ravens. 6'4", 200-pound outside wide receiver, was the number 2 to Mekhi Lemon the last couple of years. Double-digit touchdowns in 2024 at the wide receiver position, and now he's going to go to the Baltimore Ravens, and they're going to push him outside. In an offense that has, Rashad Bateman, Tylan Wallace, Zay Flowers. Obviously, they've been running a ton of 12, 13 personnel because of the tight end utilization that they have, but Mark Andrews is the only tight end of consequence in the roster right now.
Well, yeah, Isaiah Lakely's in New York. Right?
Charlie Kohler's in the West.
He's in the West.
Isn't he out West?
I thought he was still with them. I like Charlie Kohler. But anyway,
Charlie Kohler
did he
went to
sign
the Chargers?
No. But anyway, I want to just talk
Charlie Kohler
specifically.
is a Los Angeles Charger.
That's a good. I like that spot. I like Charlie Kohler. But anyway, we're talking about specific fits. We've talked about it all night. Fits matter so much when it comes to these players. Getting success early in the NFL. So at the end of the day here, Jacoby Lane didn't talk about it in the couch. We'll talk about it. Is he not a superb fit for Lamar Jackson and this offense? Zay Flowers, he's their guy, right? He's their 100-target guy, their 3rd and 7 guy. But you know what Jacoby Lane brings to the Ravens? He's that red zone guy. He's that Lamar Jackson just deked out 2 defensive ends and needs to chuck it up to someone big, tall, is Jacoby Lane. Jacoby Lane, if it wasn't for Omar Cooper's catch against Penn State, Jacoby Lane had the catch of the year.
Yep.
Palming the ball one-handed, power forward-esque move. And sometimes that fit, that style can work so superbly on an offense with a scrambling quarterback. Because, again, when he makes a linebacker miss, when he makes a defensive end miss, you can't have a clean pocket to make a clean throw. You got to throw it up and make a guy go get it. Rashad Bateman ain't going to get it. Zay Flowers, he's the possession guy. He's the volume guy. Jacoby Lane now has a runway to double-digit touchdowns. I'm not going to say he's going to get there. So for fantasy, he doesn't leapfrog all these players. I'm not saying he's there. I'm just saying specifically when it comes to the skill set, this is a guy that might have the ability to catch way more touchdowns than the analytics would suggest based on volume and all that good stuff.
The pick is in for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers here at pick 84, and this one deserves a lot. So we're gonna give it. We're gonna give it a lot. We're gonna give it its due. Ready?
I'm gonna come.
Of course, now everyone in the house is gonna go absolutely apeshit. So I'm not even gonna say anything here.
Yeah, you announce it. This is our show.
I'm just
They're
gonna
just here for the ride.
Ready? Pick 84. The Tampa Bay Buccaneers have selected Ted Hurst, wide receiver.
Hey, why did you go for Chris Brazel? Later. All right, let's talk about Ted Hurst. Let's talk about what you've seen from Ted Hurst. But also, is Ted Hurst, we're talking about fit. Well, fit has been a great talking point tonight. Is he not a great Mike Evans-esque replacement?
Yes.
Of all
6'4", 220, 4.42, bigger, faster, stronger. This is the young version. This is the in a realistic, perfect world, he comes in there and he's an Adonis and he's Mike Evans, but that's such a high bar to live up to. This is going to be a very high bar to live up to for Ted Hurst.
We're not talking about production of Mike Evans. We're talking about role.
But Emeka Egbuka's there.
This is good for Emeka
And Chris
Egbuka.
Godwin's there.
This is
And
fantastic.
so it's
for
going
them.
to take the pressure off of the need for Ted Hurst to be something he's not.
What's your comp on Ted Hurst? Because Georgia State guy. It's tough to depict. 1,800 receiving yards over the last 2 years. Great Senior Bowl, good combine, great athletic measurables. What's your comp on a guy like this? Because it's tough to pin it down.
It's a Franken comp.
Give me a Franken comp.
The floor is a Gallup meets Traquan Smith.
Traquan didn't do much in fantasy, but Gallup did.
Traquan was so alluring.
He was very tantalizing. We like the word tantalizing. What's your high-end comp, though? Because I have a comp that's so high-end.
Give it to me. Devontae Parker?
No. If this guy can go Super Saiyan, and again, it's so annoying to put these comps on players that go 84th overall from Georgia State, but the comp is a guy that wasn't even picked in the NFL draft. He was picked in the supplemental draft. He went to Baylor, and his name's Josh Gordon.
Oh, boy.
Big, fast, way faster on field than his measurables would suggest. You go look at Josh Gordon's player profiler page, it doesn't look all that impressive, but if you go watch him on tape, he had some of the most exciting days we've ever seen. If he could have just get off the weed, I mean, this guy could have been good for years. And I hate putting these comps on players like this because we're talking about stars aligning. But if the stars align on Ted Hurst, we're talking about you talked the measurables, 6'4", 200 plus pounds, electric speed, go up and get it, run past safety type of upside. I like the fit. Again, I don't love it for fantasy. I'm not going to vault him up the ranks. Tampa Bay, Ted, wide receiver 1. Can you do wrong? But I also think this is good for the team. It's good for Baker Mayfield, a gunslinger. And I think he'll be in a spot in which he can develop when, Chris Godwin's out of town, when all of a sudden he becomes the wide receiver 2 behind Emeka Egbuka. Because let's not get it twisted. Egbuka's nasty. Egbuka's really good. Emeka Egbuka is the type of guy that can support 120 targets. But Ted Hurst going here is very exciting. It's a great fit for Baker Mayfield. And now we see a guy go 84th overall.
No, wait. That was our 10th wide receiver.
Yeah, I told you we're cruising to that 12 and a half. I also want to point this out, and it doesn't really mean anything other than coincidence. I had him ranked at 84th overall on my big board. He went 84th. Do I get all the points in the world?
You should. 85th overall, the Pittsburgh Steelers go cornerback, Dalen Everett from Georgia. 86th overall, the Cleveland Browns get up here and they go Austin Barber. So they go tackle.
Let's talk about it.
They go big boy tackle. Big boy
high upside tackle.
This allows the opportunity for Fano to be interchangeable across the board.
Great point, Cody, because part of the superpower that was Spencer Fanu was his ability to not just play right tackle, not maybe play left in a pinch, but play guard, center even. You add to that tackle room, you add players to the offensive line, all of a sudden you're maximizing the superpower of Spencer Fanu. And Austin Barber was a guy, again, bold takes in October don't usually mean anything. But this was a guy that some thought could be in the Caleb Lomu range of prospect. Now he goes here, 86 overall to the Browns. And sometimes you just got to say it. You got to call a spade a spade. The Cleveland Browns are cooking with gasolina.
They're cooking with gasoline right now. This is a big human being. 39 career starts, both left and right tackle. More developmental than not. Swing tackle. Could probably play some guard. Big human being. Physical. Decent mover. This is, again, like you said, you said everything that was needed to be said about the Browns and how they've drafted so far. I love this for the idea that you can be interchangeable. They've added a couple of pieces in free agency, and they've been aggressive, and they backed off, and they've been aggressive for the last 2 years. And everyone's going to poo-poo the quarterback situation, which is fine. I get it. But here's the deal, man. Dylan Gabriel played more games than anybody in the history of college football at the quarterback position. Shedeur Sanders has grown a lot in the last couple of 4 years at the quarterback position from Jackson State to the NFL. He deserves an opportunity. And Deshaun Watson, if Deshaun Watson gets to a spot where he's healthy, actually healthy, let's not forget, It's fun and games to make jokes and stuff about
Mhm.
Deshaun Watson, but that dude got paid for a reason.
$220 million guaranteed.
For a reason.
Yeah, and he's not over the hill. He's not.
It wasn't
50
because he
years old.
sucked.
No, it wasn't because he got lucky.
It's because he's dumb.
Well, maybe scumbag.
Maybe a scumbag, but he's a really talented quarterback when he's healthy. And if he's healthy, this could be game changing the way that they drafted the last 2 years. So very impressive with what the Browns have done the last couple of years. Pick 87.
Real quick, before we move on to 87, I do just want to say this about the Browns because we've said it now twice off camera, but I want to say it on camera. We might be doing this draft stream a year from now, talking about whatever quarterback is going to get drafted, that the Browns might be the best offensive situation for that quarterback.
Yeah.
Because not only in the last couple of years did they not add a top 3 potential tight end in the league in terms of production, they've now added 2 more receivers, 2 more linemen, defensive players, a new coach. They are building towards something. Now, let's get back to pick 87.
Pick 87. The Miami Dolphins go tight end. They take Will Kasmerek from Ohio State. So this is the second tight end coming off the board from Ohio State in as many rounds. High-level blocker. Again, another run. We're seeing a run on these
Donkeys.
inline Y tight ends.
The lowest guy.
This is a guy, when you look at Kasmerek's profile, 0 drops in his career, limited athleticism. I think when you look at
0 drops, he's had 28 targets over the last years. That's why. I didn't drop any college passes either.
You think the couch is prepared to talk about Will Kasmerek?
I don't think the couch is prepared to answer the call. Will Kasmerek. Listen, Cody, you and I have now over the years, how many picks have we talked about? Hundreds? Thousands?
Over 1,000.
We always talk about this particular player type, the donkeys. What's the guy that went to the Buccaneers? Durham.
The big donkeys.
Why is the NFL putting a premium on the donkeys? What is going on here? Listen. All right, listen. He's my guy, so I'm not gonna get too over the skis here. I'm not gonna get too wild and crazy kids about this guy. But you're talking about Justin Jolly production in the collegiate level. Jack Endries has a little bit of both, and then my guy Tanner Koziol, 1,500 receiving yards over the last 2 years. Why are these NFL teams putting a premium on putting a donkey in the stable as opposed to a playmaker?
Because of process, because of they understand with the I think there's a very key thing that's happening right now in the sport, which is that they're going more back towards running the football a little bit more. It's not a full tilt back. It's not like, hey, we're going to go back to drafting these running backs top 5 every single year. It's happened a couple of times, but we're no longer in the 2019, 2018, 2020. Hey, we're going to throw the football 60 times a football game and just be content with this. So as we see Emmanuel Preglon come off the board at pick 88, we're going to kick it over to the couch to talk about Will Kasmerek, the tight end out of Ohio State, and what his fantasy implications are.
Yeah.
And now you've been waiting for Caleb Douglas talk. Just kidding. We're going to go to Zachariah Branch. Wyatt, how do you feel about Zachariah Branch to the Atlanta Falcons? Is he a gadget wide receiver? Is this a bullish landing spot for him? Detractors, haters, faders, people who are hyped for him. How do you feel? What's your take on Zachariah Branch to the Atlanta Falcons?
Yeah, coming into this, I did think that he was more of a gadget wide receiver with like the 5% chance that he is like Costco Tyreek Hill, But our guy Alex Dunlap feels like he can actually play the flanker in the offense. So it gives me a little bit of confidence. I'm still worried about who he is as a prospect. How are you feeling? Because you look at everything that he did in college, and it is all near the line of scrimmage.
Yeah, the low ADOC accusations that are out there all last year for Luther Burden need to be applied for Zachariah Branch. But I will say the Atlanta Falcons needed a wide receiver across from somebody like Drake London. Kyle Pitts, we've heard there are some trade rumors. I'm not so sure the way other teams are just getting these 12 and 13 personnel tight ends. I'm not so sure we're going to get a trade for Kyle Pitts. But I think with Zachariah Branch, you have to force the ball into his hands and get the ball into his hands. And I think that's going to be a problem at the college level, at the NFL level. and it presented as a problem on film to me in college. So I don't love the landing spot, but I love the fact that the Falcons got a wide receiver. So I do have to say, if there is a path for Zachariah Branch in the NFL, this is bullish signal. So while I will not raise him respectively, I'm going to at least acknowledge that fact.
There's a path to opportunity.
Yes. And that's all you want. You want a path to opportunity. We do it a lot for running backs, but you can see this path for the wide receivers. When you look at who else went back to back, Zachariah Branch, a player who I had hoped would go Wyatt to the Atlanta Falcons, but he goes to the Baltimore Ravens. Jacoby Lane from USC. He was with Mekhi Lemon, 21% target share to Mekhi Lemon's, I believe, 28% target share. Jacoby Lane, Baltimore Ravens, Lamar Jackson. Is this the piece that they've been missing? DeAndre Hopkins, Rashad Bateman, Devin Duvernay? What do you make?
So here's the thing. I had worries about Jacoby Lane transferring plays on the outside, downfield, contested catch situations. And that kind of profile just doesn't normally translate to fantasy success. But for the Ravens, that sounds pretty great. Like, that is exactly what they want, because they've kind of like pigeonholed Rashad Bateman into doing that, because like when they drafted him, he didn't work out to what they wanted. So they kind of had to put it that after they got Zay Flowers, Zay Flowers proved to be that guy as opposed to him. So I actually like Jacoby Lane for the rest of the weapons for the Ravens.
Well, you make a good point, because then you think about somebody like Mark Andrews. This might benefit him. And of course, it doesn't really take away from Zay Flowers, who was wide receiver 7. We're very high on him at Player Profiler.
Yes.
Look at the all-in package. Use promo code DRAFT. Get $50 off. You can see where we have Zay Flowers, and use our trade analyzer. Very high on him at Player Profiler. And Jacoby Lane, to me, is just somebody who has that downfield confidence.
Yeah.
He reminds me of, and when you see the highlight reel, he's very confident, much like somebody like Jordan Addison. Granted, Jordan Addison is a round 1 talent, a super receiver. So Jacoby Lane, while he isn't quite that, I do see some of those traits. Very strong at the catch point. His forearms are very strong. His hands are strong. A lot of accusations on his glove size in college. But I think when you watch the tape, you'll see he's a good, capable receiver. But I think the path where we had hoped maybe a bullish landing spot would have been a mid wide receiver 2. I don't think we're going to get that, but it's going to be lifting for the Ravens offense.
It's a good point. In general, because like there probably will be weeks in which he catches one of those deep balls from Lamar Jackson when the defense is worried about the other players, right? Like those times will happen. So in your best ball dynasties, maybe he's actually worth slightly more than you would expect otherwise. So there is a little bit of like, or a little bit of reason to get excited.
So we have some other receivers that are interesting that we may be able to get back to, but let's go to the San Francisco 49ers. Kalen Black, running back, Kalen Black to the San Francisco 49ers. Christian McCaffrey gets a handcuff. Indiana, a great pro day workout for Kalen Black. How are you feeling? Immediate reaction, the handcuff in San Francisco, Kalen Black.
How many times have we done this with the 49ers? How many times have we done this?
Jordan James,
third round running back.
The NFL.
The 49ers are idiots. What are they doing?
How many times have we done this? Does it matter? That's all I have.
We're getting word from the couch that he is happy. Kyle Shanahan is happy.
I'm sure.
Look, I think we might need some cheesecake around here, because we need to pivot over to the couch and get their reaction. They are live right now.
They took over Jermod.
Who the fuck is that?
Unbelievable.
All right, we're here. Matt still got the megaphone. Alex,
I have not seen, dude. I've not seen Shanahan that happy ever since they took Joe Williams. I'm stunned.
you think
I am stunned.
you didn't think Shanahan was happy earlier?
Wait,
today?
hold on. Just let me
with your vice dribbling.
I know. Look,
Oh, no.
Look,
I
listen.
haven't seen him this happy since Tyrion Davis Price.
Or since Terry.
Don't put
Terry Price.
that name out.
Look,
Don't put that name out into the wind right now.
The third running back to go in the 2026 NFL draft
Ugh.
was a player that was not invited to the combine.
That's a really good point.
And I look, I under and look, it was Kalon Black, who I think is a great player, a great dude.
Awful.
Talked to him, met him through the process.
Terrible pick.
How he's good. He will turn 25 in Cody. He'll turn 25 in November of this season.
John Lynch is gone.
He'll turn 25 in October.
Very slight.
Washington has not been drafted.
At some point, John.
Mike Washington is still on the board. Nicholas Singleton is still on the board.
At what point?
And I know it's a terrible running back class, but I think what San Francisco decided to do was say it's a terrible running back class. So let's go ahead and have a terrible running back draft.
This is good for Jordan James. If you're a Jordan James fan, this is good for Jordan James. This is great for Jordan James. Jordan James is now Jordan. This is solidifying Jordan James. I'm happy about this.
I think that Kalon Black is a fine runner, man. You guys all watched him play. I mean, he's fine.
Fine. He's fine.
But
at some point, they need to hold John Lynch accountable. How many bad picks? I mean, if anyone wants to have a tweet on social media or any platform, doesn't have to be a Twitter X, could be anywhere. List all the bad draft picks by John Lynch, because it's getting absurd at this point.
But then also list how far they go in the playoffs every single year. Like he's not gonna.
I am so sick of John Lynch fist pumping.
You're not
and being so happy.
You're not going to hot seat John Lynch about bad picks when they
everybody
keep winning.
after terrible pick after terrible pick.
It's just like that was.
This is a joke.
Not only taking one or
joke. This you're kidding me.
Surratt or bust.
So
this is horrible.
So the Raiders are on the clock.
Do not draft Black. Do not do it.
Well,
always bet against 49ers running backs as rookies. If you want to wait and see if they are at all competent, like Jordan James is at least competent, then you can go ahead and acquire them in Dynasty. But you gotta wait a year on these 49ers running backs and see what they are.
I think honestly, Matt, what this shows us is the NFL has agreed with us with what we've said the whole time about this running back class after the two Notre Dame guys.
If the Raiders don't pick Surratt here, if they don't get their quarterback his favorite receiver, the Raiders officially don't know what they're doing either. Most of these NFL teams don't know what they're doing. Some of them do. Tampa did, clearly. Tampa knows. Tampa's going up on my list.
Tampa knows.
Tampa's moving up.
Jason Light.
They're moving up a couple notches here.
Right.
John Lynch the 32nd best?
So
GM
what they got was a center. Wait, the Raiders took Trey Zune, who they just paid Lindenbaum the most money of anybody else in the whole league to play center. But Zune could play guard.
No, I like this pick, dude.
Yeah,
I actually like this pick.
So
if you're gonna go interior line, especially a guy who can switch positions from center to guard and be a nasty factor inside, that I actually like.
And Zune actually, Cody, you could correct me here, but I think that Zune has even actually at some point played tackle. Yeah, so he's.
This is good.
So he's played tackle, guard, and they're just classifying him as center. So
if we're talking fantasy wise, it's good for Mendoza. The problem is the Raiders still have not added a weapon on offense at wide receiver.
Yeah.
So we
guys, hold on, guys. Guys, can we just talk about the larger conversation here for fantasy about how the running back 3 off the board in this draft was a player that was not even invited to the combine?
Awful.
Yeah. I mean,
so what does that mean? Like, what is that?
Well, I think it just goes to show that the NFL has told us what they feel about the position. You've seen teams that have traded for running backs in this offseason so far. And the truth is, like, we know that the NFL doesn't feel very highly about this class. That's really all it comes down to.
But But what about Washington and Singleton?
Yeah, we like those guys. For some reason, the NFL doesn't like them. Why? I don't know.
So, okay,
we just gotta hope they get good landing spots. But here's the thing, because we have to talk about what we do know, at least for now. We have landing spots, right? And forgetting, obviously, Raiders still don't take a weapon. We know they're not taking a wide receiver day 2, right? Unless they trade back in. But we talked about it for a second. We talked about the wide receivers: Ted Hurst, Antonio Williams, because we got Ted Hurst and we talked about Antonio Williams.
Yes.
Right? I think that's becoming, when we start to shape out what today means, and the guys that would really be the risers for today, which really kind of aren't many. It's probably Ted Hurst and Antonio Williams are probably the biggest winners so far today, right? Would you say that?
Yeah, no, I was and then I think Stribling is definitely
Stribling can be 3.
a big winner.
Matt might freak out when you say that,
And
but I know.
and let me ask Matt about this. So before earlier today, Matt, we were doing an Origins draft on Fast Draft, right? And as I was going through it, my Origins draft, picking from like the 104 or whatever, I started out with Jordan Tyson. Like, it comes back around and all the it was all wide receivers because I didn't want to take any running backs.
That's interesting.
I didn't want to take any, and I'm just wondering if in fantasy, you and I have sort of been at the forefront of this idea of after round 1, get your stud wide receivers in round 1. Then after that, just pound running back and just pound these guys. They can come into volume if they get the opportunity. Is that even the case this year anymore?
I think they're gonna have to start taking wide receiver into round 2 now.
No, man. Like, honestly, it's like almost with all these guys who are good. With all these, like, there are these guys who are good, dude, and they're going to be probably like 6 more that go, or maybe 4 more that go off right now.
Who's good?
Skylar Bell's good. Like,
Yes.
the guys, like, so the guys, Chris Bell's good. Elijah Surratt's good. Like, there are these guys who are good.
Lance.
That having Bryce Lance is good.
Lance.
And then, so you're telling me, like, talk about those guys versus like Jamari Taylor. And I'm just like, no, man, I'm taking Bryce Lance.
Yes.
And so I think this year, even though that's been like a tried and true, just every year it's been so right. I'm thinking this year our dynasty outlook might be different.
Shout out to Dynasty Reddit. Dynasty Reddit has been on the forefront. The guys in Dynasty Reddit have been insistent. This is a terrible class. And the differential between the 2027 class and the 2026 class, 2027 picks in Dynasty, the Dynasty Reddit guys, not a consensus, but a good number of the most active guys in Dynasty Reddit have been insistent that you just need to run and hide from 2026 picks and get as many 2027 picks as possible. And I was the one that was like, well, hold on, let's not go. You at least get production from 2026 players. Like that matters. But now I'm looking at it going, man, this is a true outlier class. This is a true outlier. Do you remember the year where only one quarterback went, EJ Manuel? And it was a real outlier at quarterback. No quarterbacks in the top 10.
That was like the Carl Nassib or Ryan Nassib.
There have been some truly horrific classes.
Yeah, this is
and
tough.
I could not process until now. And I think maybe it's my this is my process. I have to, sometimes I have to see it to believe it.
100%.
That a class can be this much of an outlier, how bad it is.
And that's why draft capital matters.
It's that bad that you need to change your operating mode of drafting. I have a rule of thumb of the way I draft the last 10 years. I'm going to change it with this class. I'm going to be in on receiver in the second round. You have to be.
Dude, honestly, even into round 3. It'll depend on what happens with the day 3 running backs, but it looks like for now, it looks like for now, as we go back to the main desk, it looks like most of the remaining running backs are going to be day 3 running backs.
This is called dead air.
And I mean, while we wait, Jeremiah's got something to say.
Look, we're used to elite things like going to dinner at Valentours, but not to draft classes that are so weak. So I think what's happening is we are just getting used to the down tier in this draft class. It's sinking in right now.
Thank you, Jeremiah. You
Ever
are a class
efficient
act.
change as we come over here to the main desk and we see Jayshawn Barham depart. But at pick 95, it's amazing.
We talk about
It's
this.
amazing how the
Professionalism leaves every soul in this house when you and I are on this counter.
That's what it is. It's literally this duo that when we get
It's
when
almost
we,
a bit at this point.
It almost is.
It has to be.
I think it is. When we sit down here, it changes everything. The
When-
decibels fly.
We're gonna go behind the scenes here. I don't care. I'm gonna go behind the scenes. When it's not Cody and I on the screen, you know what we're doing? Getting people drinks, asking if production needs support. We're
working on production, replying to comments,
getting everything ready. We're you know what happens when it gets back to us? They start doing cheers,
dance parties,
dance
chaos,
parties,
yelling over
yelling
arguments.
everything. Chaos ensues.
It's diabolical. But
we love them. We love them. We do love them. But
at pick 94,
the adults are talking.
the Miami Dolphins go wide receiver and they take the one and the only Chris Bell from Louisville.
So why take Caleb Douglas? Why get the high upside guy here if you were going to take Caleb Douglas? This might be one of my biggest takeaways so far, almost 100 picks in. You know the scene in Dark Knight where the Joker is sitting on the top of money and he just lights it on fire?
Yeah.
It feels as if these NFL teams are just saying to themselves, I'm going to light it on fire. Kalen Black, let's get him. Blocking tight ends, let's get him. We need him. I don't understand the process of this draft. It's very confusing for me.
And this is in November. He tore his ACL. He'll be ready. He'll be ready for the season. But your New England Patriots just got a pick here at pick 95 as we close out the round 3. So we have Patriots 95, Seattle 96, double tap with the Vikings, Steelers, and Jaguars. Eli Raridan, the tight end from New England, is headed to
Notre Dame. He's from Notre Dame.
Headed to New England from Notre Dame.
Yeah.
Eli Raridan. We heard juice on this guy about 2 months ago that there was the potential that he was going to be a top 100 guy, and Raridan is now a New England Patriot. How do we feel as a resident Patriot?
I'm not happy. I'm not happy about this pick. I don't know what it is. It seems as if the NFL sent out a memo to one another and just said, draft your guys. Go get your guys. Don't worry about provision. Like,
Yeah.
Don't parse out what other teams may do. Don't try to grab dudes on the turn. Don't ever try to maximize value per pick. Just go get your guy each and every pick. And I liked what the Patriots were doing. This pick to me, what are you truly adding here at 95? And when there's actual upside value still on the board. Listen, I know they took Caleb Lomu. I know they got Will Campbell. Jennings Dunker couldn't be a guy that you bring in. Skylar Bell, a guy who's in your backyard at UConn. Justin Jolly, a guy who was at UConn in your backyard, more dynamic. Let's go get a guy that's super, it needs a lot more developmental work. When you have Jermod McCoy on the board, at some point, you have to ask yourself, what are these teams thinking about these tight ends? This is the most perplexing tight end draft I have ever witnessed. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know that. Maybe I don't know squat. But Eli Raridan, this guy's not a top 100 talent. Point blank period, straight up and down like 6 o'clock.
Like 6 o'clock. You are something with this 6 o'clock.
I have said it a couple times. You're right.
I like the Raridan pick.
Why? What does he bring to the table?
Size.
So does Tanner Koziol. You know what Tanner Koziol has done? He's 1,600 receiving yards over the last 2 years.
Tanner Koziol's baby face. He's 6'8". He's 252 pounds. He needs 3 years before he's going to be ready.
And what is this guy going to do? He's ready now?
Yeah.
If he's ready now, then why didn't he? When he was at a team in a premier team, why do you have 482 receiving yards?
Play with Malachi Fields, Jeremiah Love, Jadarian Price, Jaden Greathouse.
Okay.
and
Was
a
that the
young
price tag to
quarterback.
China?
And a young quarterback, and he still had 482 yards.
That's actually kind of true. You kind of make me like it a little bit. Thank you. This is why I love you, Cody. You help me like these
he's
things.
going to be a
Let's get
good.
back
He's going to be a
focused.
good New England tight end. Who are your tight ends right now? Hunter Henry.
You're making me like this pick because I'm
And
looking at a yards per run at 2.23. I like that. You're making me like this pick.
it's going to
That's
work.
why you're my friend.
I like Eli Raridan. Like the pick here by the New England Patriots. Figured maybe they would have traded up 10 picks to give away the rest of tomorrow's picks so that they didn't have to make any selections with Vrabel gone. But that's not how this thing went down. The Dallas Cowboys made a pick here, which was surprising. Ooh, we got a trade. Let's talk about this trade.
Talk about
Seattle is trading number 96 to the Pittsburgh Steelers for number 99. So that means the Steelers are going to leap the Vikings. Because
Well,
the
the Vikings
Vikings
are
are
the
double
double
tapping here at 97, 98. So the Steelers are leaping the double tap of the Vikings up to the Seahawks. The Seahawks are getting picked 216 around 6. Again, the Seahawks are one of those teams that have had a few picks in this entire draft. 32, 64, 96, and then 213 was their last pick. They now had 216. So they'll trade down from 96 to 99. They gain 216, an additional 6-round pick. You know Schneider's going to love that. And now we have the Steelers popping up to potentially snake a running back away from the Vikings.
All right. All is right in the world. Black and yellow going to black and yellow, black and yellow, black and yellow, black and yellow. This is a good pick. And now all of a sudden, let's look back on this code. Let's look at
Maxie Honachor,
Never called you
Jennings Dunker on the offensive line, Jeremy Bernard at wide receiver, Drew Aller, 3rd-round quarterback, and then Dalen Everett at cornerback for the Pittsburgh Steelers. I would say it's a pretty good Thursday, Friday.
Yeah, I think for the hosting team here, solid grade. I think Drew Aller seems a bit redundant, seems a bit Will Howard-esque.
That's fine.
But Drew
There's
Aller,
more upside. There's much more upside.
way more upside. And you're also talking about a guy who can marinate because we're expecting Aaron Rodgers to come back, right? But getting Maxie Henachor, Jennings Dunker, they already have a 6 center. They invested in the offensive line a couple of years ago with a very high upside play there. We got the building blocks of a good team. The building blocks are there for the Steelers.
I think this is an opportunity now where there's a lot of worry about Broderick Jones and his neck injury. If you eliminate Broderick Jones from the equation, let's say Broderick Jones has neck surgery and he's not in the equation, you're able to move Troy Fatanu from right tackle to left tackle, Maxie Honachor at right guard, Mason McCormick's Maxie Honachor at right tackle, Mason McCormick at right guard. You can plug in Dunker at left guard.
Mm-hmm.
And then you have Zach Frazier at center. I love that.
I
Plus, you have
love
Broderick
that.
Jones, who still has a lot of upside
Mhm.
and ability to grow in this offense, just waiting in the wings. This is a great offensive line for the Steelers to protect Aaron Rodgers. They're showing him that they care, getting 2 guys like Ihanachor and Jennings Dunker that can come in and play in year 1. You got another weapon in Jeremy Bernard to go along with Pittman and Metcalf. This is their surround. I have a feeling that this was potentially a Rodgers saying, "Hey, Omar, show me you want me. Force my hand. Show me you are willing to push
Yeah.
this thing towards the Super Bowl." Because last year's roster was not a Super Bowl roster.
Right.
And I want to come back and win a Super Bowl. I got McCarthy. We've done it once before. Let's do it again. And they get Jennings Dunker. I think that's a big, big, big play here. This was the best player at the 2026 Senior Bowl. Hands down, no questions asked. Jennings Dunker was the best player at the 2026 Senior Bowl. Now, we have the Minnesota Vikings on the clock for a double tap before we go back to those Seattle Seahawks who just traded down. I want to remind you guys to all, please click that like button. Please click subscribe here on Player Profile and the Roster Watch YouTube channel. We appreciate you guys for locking in with us for now 4 hours and 30 minutes on a beautiful Friday. After we did 3 hours and 30 minutes yesterday, we're now up over 8 hours of full content. Tomorrow might be an 8-hour day by itself, but we will be here in these chairs for the rest of the picks. From pick 101 to 257, I promise you we'll have you covered all the way through. Hopefully, there's a couple more running backs taken.
Maybe
but
1 or 2.
I'm excited about it.
Maybe 1 comes here.
Hopefully, I can find like a bottle of Tylenol.
You need a full bottle?
I might.
Yeah, well, I also want to say this: use the promo code DRAFT here and get $50 off the all-in package. And if you like the team building, the art of team building, if that is something that you're passionate, make sure you go to the TDR YouTube page and follow that as well. That's Cody and I's page where we talk team building when it comes to all things football roster building. All right, so now we're here with the Vikings. We've said it once, we've said it twice, we've said it 652 times tonight. Is this where Jermod McCoy comes off the board with the Vikings having not one, but 2 picks, 97-98?
And they need cornerback. They need corner. They need safety. That's kind of the main thing here. They also lost Jalen Naylor in free agency to the Las Vegas Raiders. Wide receiver is also an option here for the Minnesota Vikings. The best available players on my sheet right now are, my list is completely out of whack. That's crazy.
It's McCoy, obviously. Obviously.
Jermod McCoy. Jennings Dunker is now gone.
Mhm.
He's drafted. It goes down to Keith Abney, the cornerback from Arizona State. Grayson Holton, defensive tackle from Oklahoma. Elijah Surratt. Elijah Surratt would be a great wide receiver 3 in Minnesota.
Ooh, I mean, you want to talk about a fun offense? Elijah Surratt, Mike Washington, bang, bang, boom. Give Kyler Murray, yes, I said Kyler Murray, not J.J. McCarthy, all the weapons under the sun. Let Kevin O'Connell cook, build this offense. We'll see where they go here, but there's a lot of good players left on the board. Day 3 is shaping up to be quite exciting. I don't know if it kicks off right away, but there are some guys that, were, top 100 projections, were, players that we thought would be firmly cemented in day 2. They're going to slide to day 3, but the Vikings now have these back-to-back picks. I wouldn't be surprised if they take a blocked first tight end. It seems to be the biggest trend of day 2.
I think they might take running back.
If as a Vikings fan, what
At
would
least
be your
one of these
favorite pick?
One of these
at
has
running
to be a
back?
running back.
Which one would be your favorite? What running back would you like to see them pick?
Honestly, I would prefer Nick Singleton, but I think Mike Washington fits as well.
Mhm.
I have an affinity with Nick Singleton from a future projection standpoint.
Pass
I
catching
think
ability.
Mike Washington, if you're looking at like this year, the next 2 years, the idea that you could move on from Mason after this year. But I think Nick Singleton, what he brings to the table is a full repertoire of, he's recovering from a foot injury. He doesn't need to play every snap. Like, you just
Right.
get him in there and unknowingly give him like a Travion Henderson type of role,
Mhm.
where it's just kind of like, hey, and then hey, 10 touches, cool. And then in 2027, you let Jones walk, you let Mason walk, you add another body,
Mhm.
and it's Nick Singleton's backfield. I think that's the direction I would want. Not sure that happens right now. If it happens now, it might be Mike Washington. But we do have a double tap. We're waiting for the pick to come in. They're walking up to the stage right now with a person that looks like Kwesi Adolfo-Mensah, and then we know it's not him, but it looks like him.
What is funny, yesterday the picks were two picks ahead on Twitter.
Yeah.
Everyone must have gone to bed here 11 o'clock Eastern Standard Time, because we're getting 0. Jacoby Thomas, safety from Miami. Talk about it. They have been hot and heavy on safety. They decided to go double tap a defensive tackle. They get the Miami safety here at pick 97. Is this a guy in your top 100? Was this a reach? Is this a player that excites you at all as a Vikings fan?
No, if it was going to be a defensive back from Miami, I would have thought it would have been Keontae Scott. So Jacoby Thomas catches me off a little bit. Not exactly who I was expecting the Vikings to kind of make a move on, but they do need safety. We've talked about the need to replace this back end spot where Harrison Smith retired. He was a partner in crime with Keontae Scott on that back end at Miami. This feels like a little bit of a reach for
Mhm.
Jacoby Myers.
He had a great
Jacoby
2025 though, and he's a big kid, 6'2", 200 pounds. I think what we're realizing here is these GMs big boards are not what
Remember,
us in the
there's no
industry-
GM in Minnesota right now.
Okay, that's right. So where do you think this is coming? Just straight scouts?
This is Rob Brzezinski and Kevin O'Connell.
They traded out of 89.
Flores.
So we have an update here. Seattle Seahawks have traded into pick 98. They're about to make the selection. The Vikings said, "Yep, we'll take Jacoby Thomas, and we are going to exit stage left and allow the Super Bowl champions, a NFC conference rival, to come up and make their pick." Who is it? Let's find out now.
NFC conference rival? NFC, oh,
Yeah.
conference. I thought you said division. Sorry.
No, I said conference.
Julian.
Julian Neal, good
Yeah.
player. Good player. Really bit of reach though.
Wait, they took Tiernan. They didn't trade.
Oh, so we missed the Caleb Tiernan.
The
trade,
Tiernan pick came in.
which is a good. All right, let's talk about it. So we missed that pick completely.
So Caleb Tiernan was the first one, 97. So
Yeah.
they came in, they turned both cards at the same time, and we only saw one come across. So
Yeah.
Jacoby Thomas is the safety from Miami. Then we finally got offensive tackle Caleb Tiernan off the board at pick 97.
He was a big riser through the process.
I think he's going to be moved into guard. You look at tackle
Yeah.
right now as Christian Darrisaw's Brian O'Neill, both very athletic, both high-end tackles in the NFL right now. Caleb Tiernan is going to come in 6'7", 325. Best comps to Matt Goncalves. I can never say his name. Goncalves
Yeah.
from Indianapolis, from by way of Pitt. Yeah, it's a good pick by the Vikings here at pick 90. They need offensive line help. So this means they're going to push running back to day 3. So of all the teams that are going to need day 3 selections, Minnesota's going to be one of them. I believe they pick – what did they have here? They had 4 day 3 picks coming in. I think they might have 5 now on day 3, but Caleb Tiernan goes right there. What do we got? 2 picks left?
We got 1 pick. We're at the last pick of day 3. Pick 100 is coming up right now. Jacksonville Jaguars. So Julian Neal is the selection by the Super Bowl defending champs, Seattle Seahawks. 6'2", 210 pounds, a redshirt senior from Arkansas. If I would have said this to you, Cody, on Wednesday night, Tinkering Wednesday as it's become, as we're all tinkering with our big boards and mock drafts, I think Julian Neal gets selected before. We're not going to talk about the guy we've talked about all night, but Julian Neal gets picked in front of Keontae Scott and Keith Abney. You would have called me what?
Delusional. I would have just said you're delusional.
And you're being nice. I think you could have
Yeah.
said a way worse word.
Yeah, the pick's in for pick 100. It's Jalen Husky, cornerback. So they go cornerback. No Manny Muhammad, no Jermod McCoy, no Abney. Who else didn't go?
Chandler Rivers
didn't go.
One of my favorites in the
Devin
class.
Moore from Florida didn't go. Ephesians Priskett didn't go. So there it is. 100 picks in the bag on a beautiful Friday. We're over 4.5 hours deep. We'll give you a couple of our best available players, and then I want to wrap this thing up. I want to go light up, and I want to go have a drink and get in the hot tub. So, best
some
available
fun.
players, I'll give you, obviously, Jermod McCoy, Keith Abney, Arizona State cornerback, Grayson Halton, defensive lineman from Oklahoma, dog. Elijah Surratt is going to fall here to round 4. Who's got the first pick in round 4?
The Bills, I believe.
Pull
I
that
think
thing
the
up.
Bills get it started tomorrow, day 3, 11 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. I do believe it is the Bills that get it started. Some of my best available players that Cody did not mention: Elijah Surratt, wide receiver, national champion, 15 touchdowns. Joshua Joseph, edge from Tennessee. Dennis Sutton, edge from Penn State. And Bryce Lance, wide receiver from the North Dakota State.
Pick 102, which is the second pick in round 4, will belong to the Las Vegas Raiders. Potential spot to be looking for Elijah Surratt. The question of the day came in: how many wide receivers will go off the board? The result, the question
Let's
was
hear it.
over under 12.5 wide receivers.
What
The
did
result
we get?
was 12.
Our line maker, so razor
tight ends.
sharp.
The tight ends. How many tight ends went off the board on day 2 of the draft?
7.
8 tight ends go off the board.
But all right, so 7 tight ends, but how many of them are just glorified tackles?
4
Okay, so 3.
running backs on day 2.
1.
Kalen Black.
National champion.
Quarterbacks on day 2.
2.
Carson Beck to Arizona. And Drew Aller to the Pittsburgh Steelers. 2 quarterbacks, 1 running back, 8 tight ends, 12 wide receivers. Not quite the fantasy bonanza we expected, but we do appreciate you guys all for tuning in, tapping in. And all that means, Maddie, is that we're due for around 12, 13, 14 running backs tomorrow.
Yep.
We're due for about another 10 wide receivers,
4
6
4
quarterbacks,
6 quarterbacks. Yeah.
and hopefully not 6 more tight ends. Click that like button, click subscribe. We appreciate you guys. We love you, and we'll see you tomorrow, bright and early.
Peace. Kick it to the couch.
Use the couch. Don't leave us.
Oh boy! All right,
Oh
we're still here. Matt
God.
was very worried. We don't want to leave you guys
Oh my
hanging.
God.
We don't want to. we don't want to leave you hanging.
Whoa, that was so close. They almost went out on that.
We're gonna do an impromptu rookie mock draft live right here.
Hold on. I want to set this
Do the
up.
shout out. Do the shout
We
out.
are not turning the stream off. We are continuing to stream. We overrode the end screen.
Yeah, they got a little overzealous.
We tried to fade to black. We're not going to fade to black.
Look, they've
We'll
been
fade to
doing
black
really
here.
good, and they were just like, "This is perfect. We got to close it out right
We
now."
hate black here. We're not fading to black.
Now fade in the black.
No running backs named Black. We're not going out on this.
No.
We're not ending.
Oh god.
We're continuing to talk ball because we have more thoughts. My first thought is there's some people at Player Profiler that did an unbelievable job that are not on the couch and not at any of these desks. One of them is my man Nick Del Duca, who's producing
Hell
this
yeah.
show.
Hell yeah. Shout out to
For,
Nick. Shout out to Nick.
for real, that dude's sitting up there like upstairs right now doing mission control, and he has not been down here having fun with us
Yeah.
or doing anything. He's been sitting there by his damn self all night long, looking at the computer and just switching stuff from like camera to camera, and just man, shout out to Nick, dude. Like for real, dude. He's here doing work.
Nick is doing a great job. What happened was he was with us, and the internet, for whatever reason, the way he was connected wasn't working, and it was all laggy and very difficult. And we scrambled, and we posted him up on a different router, and he's in a control room by himself doing an incredible job.
He's like sitting in a little room by. He's like sitting in a little room by.
He's
himself.
probably eating the steak
He
that
didn't
Wyatt
want
made. He
this
probably
is not the
crushed
way
that.
we wanted it, but he did it for the good of the show. And I went up there and I looked at it, and everything was sharp, and everything's been transitioning and beautiful sound effects, all those things. So shout out to Nick. Also, playerprofiler.com/news.
Ooh, yeah.
Playerprofiler.com/news. Our man from Purdue has putting up some news that's fantasy relevant. If you don't like non-fantasy relevant news, if you don't like nonsense, if you don't want irrelevant stuff, if you just care about how this event, day 2 of the NFL draft, affects fantasy football and dynasty leagues in particular, then playerprofiler.com/news is where you want to go. And Garrett has been doing a complete and utter bang up job. I've been
Shout out to Garrett.
Shout out to Garrett.
Shout out to Garrett.
Shout out to Garrett.
Amazing job.
Yeah, I've been watching that news feed come in hot and heavy, fast and furious, and loving that. So, and shout out to everybody here. All this is a room of talent right here.
This was a lot of fun. I mean, we still got one more day,
and we're functional. I mean, there's been some. If
There's been
everyone's been
alcohol
counting the beers, and yet still functional, I'm pretty proud of our functionality.
Yeah,
in spite of all these things.
there was a lot of heat too. There was a lot of heat.
Yeah.
It was fun.
Alex Dunlap, real inspiration.
Alex been crushing it.
Hey, everybody, man. Everybody.
Standing on business over
The
there.
main
for his
desk.
guys.
I mean, Cody and Maddie. I mean, you can see it in the comments. I mean, those two, and we saw it again. The first time I really processed Cody and Maddie covering the draft was in Kansas City, and I was like, we want to keep running this back. Finally,
The Jason Kelsey.
we need to bring this all back to where it really matters, which is dynasty rookie drafts.
Yep.
And we're gonna go around the room here, and we're gonna do an impromptu first round rookie mock. And I'll kick it off. The 101, Jeremiah Love, because he is the guy in a draft of duds. He is the stud. And now we're on to the 102.
Superflex. You doing Superflex?
Yeah, Superflex tight end premium or no?
Of course, it's Superflex, and yes, tight end premium.
All right, cool.
Are we going like this? And
Yeah, we'll go
goes
around.
next, and then
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I want to go last.
Okay, so I will go number 2. I will take Carnell Tate going to the Tennessee Titans.
Superflex?
Yes,
Ooh.
I like
because
Yep.
because mainly because that I'll let Coach take Fernando Mendoza and
Whoa!
have-
Spoiler alert!
have to
Table talk. That's table talk.
Naughty.
have to miss the first, maybe the first 8 games of his rookie season.
Wrong.
Hey, you know what? Because I'm so much higher on somebody like, I don't know, Cam Ward than Fernando Mendoza, I am going to go with Jordan Tyson. And I'm going to let somebody else take Fernando Mendoza. Somebody who looks like he's made a lot of money in his life.
I like it.
Y'all silly. Silly boys. I'll take Fernando Mendoza. Straight up to the bank, super flex. You say 8 games, he's going to beat Cole. The Cole Shopper, a.k.a. Kirk Cousins. He's going to be day 1 starter. Day 1 starter. You got him at pick 4. I'm taking it all day, every day.
Yeah, Mekhi Lemon next. Get your worries out the door. Don't worry about them. We're fine. This is going to be all right. We talked about on the show tonight. If you missed it, rewind back this show. We talked about this. We got this.
And that's the 105, right? So I'm at the 106 now, and yeah, we talked about KC Conception. I mean, it feels chalk, but yeah, I'm taking KC. Even in tight end premium, I'm taking over Sadiq. That's totally fine with me. I'm good with that.
It is tight end premium. I think regardless of whether it's tight end premium or not, I think it's Sadiq. It's first round playmaker
Over KC.
You took KC.
But you said regardless over. I said tight end premium. Regardless, I'm taking KC. You said regardless, and you said KC. So
you can't triple stamp with double stamp regardless.
That's fair. So you're saying you personally would have taken Sadiq in my spot, or you?
No, I think KC was the move.
Okay, all right.
KC was the move, but regardless of whether it's tight end premium or not, once KC's off the board, once Lemon and KC are off the board, it has to be Sadiq. I don't see another option.
That's right.
Another option. The only other option would be Jadarian Price. So Jadarian Price or Sadiq or Jadarian Price. Okay. Tight end premium, because it's a tight end premium, I'm going to go Sadiq. If it was not tight end premium, I would go Price, because this is a first round running back to the Super Bowl champions who have a great offensive line. I mean, come on now. The incumbent there is Emmanuel Wilson. It's got to be Jadarian Price, but in tight end premium, I want Sadiq, baby.
Okay, so easily next I go Jadarian Price, but I will say this. What are we at? The 108. 10. So I'm the 108.
Yep.
Jadarian Price. I feel like the 109 is where you begin to have all kinds of questions about the Omar Coopers, the Denzel Bostons, all these guys of the world that we've always had so high, versus some of these day 2 wide receivers that might have been landing in better spots. So I certainly have thoughts about it. I'll be interested to see how you guys handle that.
Now, who did you take?
Price.
Beautiful, because the price is right, and you set it up perfectly. We are hyped up.
Come on, what are you doing?
We are going
This is where it matters.
with Chris Bell.
Oh no!
You like that?
Oh,
you
no.
like that?
Oh,
you like
no.
that?
No, I like
that. I like that.
I don't just like it.
We're already in the third round.
I don't want no scrubs, but Chris Bell is a good pick.
Congratulations, you decided to take the receiver that the Dolphins dubbed the second best guy that they drafted tonight. They took Douglas first.
We know that, and we're
Process.
disappointed. Oh, by the way,
Process
fire the GM.
B. Oh yeah, he had an abysmal night. The Dolphins had an abysmal night. Now I'm up with pick 10. Again, you silly boys. How often are we gonna do this? What is the one spot you say this all the time? I need this quarterback here. Please, McVay, get this quarterback. And you're gonna let me take Ty Simpson at 10 in super flex? You cannot cry day in and day out. Get this quarterback to Sean McVay. Please get the Sean McVay. He takes 113 overall, and you let him get the pick 10 for the second receiver taken for the Miami effing Dolphins with Malik Willis at quarterback. Are we not player profiler? The pick here is Ty Simpson.
Absolutely.
It's Ty Simpson.
love it. It's great.
I know we had a very long conversation about this, but Eli Stowers is the next pick because we're now at a point where it's like, how much confidence do we have in some of these players? And it's like, at least Eli Stowers is a player that I'm confident in as a player on his own. So here we are, Eli Stowers.
All right. Well, and Stowers is a good pick, especially in tight end premium.
Is this the 111?
We talk. No, this is the 112. This is the 112. And
So-
for me,
so like this is it.
this is so.
This is
but
it.
this is so obvious for me. It is wholeheartedly Antonio Williams, and in a non-tight end premium, Antonio Williams is probably going over Stowers. You can make the argument about Sadiq, whatever. I don't like tight ends regardless, but Antonio Williams lands in a great landing spot with the Washington Commanders, and to get him here at the 112 would be phenomenal, just given the opportunity with who do they have in Washington?
I
Who
agree.
do they have?
It's a great landing spot. It's a great player, great landing spot, incredible versatility. I'm so glad that you didn't fall for the banana in the tailpipe with the swindler.
The stribling,
Swindling.
the swindling.
You didn't go swindling. Great job. Great job. I'm going to take us out here. And because I'm the boss, I can make a pick in the second round. And you guys can't.
Whoa.
So we're gonna end on the 201 just because I'm the podfather and I can do whatever the fuck I want on this particular stream. So I think you guys know where we're going. I think we know where we're going. It all sets up perfectly for the small school athletic mega producer who landed perfectly where he can get eased in and then Chris Godwin gets eased out. You know it's gotta be Ted Hurst. Ted Hurst. This is a terrible first round of a rookie draft, and you just walked in front of the camera.
Give us a
That
sign
was
out.
John Travolta from Pulp Fiction, just kind of like looking around. He's like, "Where's the camera? This is all fine. This is all fine." But yes, we love Ted Hurst, and no other.
So the camera's here.
The camera's there.
All time.
And no, he's looking for the camera. He's looking for the camera in the apartment. So in no other world, in no other draft, in no other class would you have Ted Hurst going at the 201 in Superflex tight end premium. But this class is that bad, but also Ted Hurst is that good. And that is a wrap. From the Podfather to you, I deeply appreciate you tuning in. And many ask, what can I do? What can I do to help support the hosts, the research they do, the production costs? Go to playerprofiler.com, Dynasty Deluxe, World Famous Draft Kit, Rankings, DFS Dominator, and of course, data analysis. Subscribe to any one of those, and you support all of us and take Player Profiler to the moon.